Good morning and welcome to the Seat Unique Riverside as Durham host Worcestershire in the County Championship. And we have a couple of team changes on a overcast morning here at the Riverside. And with me, Ash Thorpe, is Sam Dalling. Sam, do you want to run us through the team lineups?
Morning, Ash. I will, if you don't mind, actually. Seeing as you asked so politely. So a couple of changes, as you say, for that Durham team who dominated the game for 3 days down at Chelmsford and just couldn't quite get over the line. Ben Stokes comes back in and Graham Clark is in the side. Dropping out are Callum Parkinson. Tactical reasons. The pitch is looking very, very green. I wonder if they might have had a look at that and thought an extra seamer will do the job. So Baz Deleda retains his place in the side. Matt Potts, Ben Rain, Peter Siddle and Stokes make up that bowling attack. And Michael Jones drops out with a minor knock. He played down at Chelmsford as well. So 2 changes for Durham and 2 changes for Worcestershire as well. Nathan Smith, they're overseas, who's been brilliant all summer. They rested him last week. They're a little bit, if we were talking about a football team, we'd be saying they're in an injury crisis, Worcestershire. So they couldn't afford to lose Nathan Smith. So they wrapped him up in cotton wool this week. He's out of that cotton wool today, I'm pleased to say. And they've got a debutant as well, Amar Verdi. They had Shoaib Bashir on loan last week. He's been named in the test squad. He's back at Somerset this week. Albeit he's not playing any cricket, in fact, this week. Amir Verdi, though, comes in. He's not played red ball cricket, would you believe it, competitively in the first team for 2 years. 2022 was his last game. Adam Finch, who pulled up lame last week, hopefully he's all right because they've got a fast bowler crisis. So it's a long-winded way, Ash, of saying 2 changes for each side.
Yeah, and news from the toss even is that Durham have been put into bat by Worcestershire. So a couple of things that you would take into consideration at the toss is the pitch and the overhead conditions, and both of them point heavily to we'll have a bowl first for me. So opening the batting for Durham is captain Scott Borthwick and white ball captain Alex Lees, who's busy taking his guard at the Finkel end. And it will be Smith who is going to take up the attack from the Lumley end. As I said, on an overcast morning here at the Seat Unique Riverside, Worcestershire in need of a win, and Durham looking to push themselves towards the top end of the table after a tough draw at Essex last week, where they went into the last day full of promise for victory, and Essex batted very well and managed to see out the day. So it is going to be Smith to open the bowling now to the left-handed Alex Lees. This one's tucked away down to fine leg, and Durham are away first ball. Lees off the mark. What would you have done if you won the toss today, Sam?
Well, I saw Sam Blacklock on the stairs up, and I said, news of the toss, please, Sam. And he said, Worcestershire won the toss. And I said, I'll stop you there.
That was enough.
That was enough. Durham will be batting then. It's a bowl first today, I feel, Ash. I'd imagine you'd be saying the same.
Yeah, I had a quick chat with Jimmy Hilditch, the batting coach for Durham, and I says, I don't want to bat on that. And he's gone, nah, there's loads of runs in this pitch. And I think the pitch will come on. I think it'll have good pace. But you would expect with the amount of live grass that is on the surface that there will be some tough batting conditions this morning. But can Durham get through this morning and cash in this afternoon as Smith comes in, and a tight lead from Borthwick through to Roderick behind the stumps.
Definitely a good summer so far, Nathan Smith. He's one of those signings, 19 wickets at 25, so he can bat a bit as well. With overseas, you can go a couple of different ways, can't you? And you can grab your Stardust, which they did actually with Jason Holder, but then you're limited by availability. Or you can find someone who's 25, 26, not quite played international cricket, but pushing for it and will be available in all formats. And they went with Smith, and it's proven a good decision. Yeah,
I think he's a solid cricketer, Smith. Like you said, offers with bat and ball. And another leave down from Borthwick. Reminds me a bit of a Doug Bracewell kind of cricketer who you look at and you think he's going to be the perfect county pro. He's going to run in, he's going to bowl whenever you want him to. He's got a big heart and more than useful with the bat. And you would think, like you said, on availability is going to be the heartbeat of your club for the season.
Called the Bracewell family. They basically got a full 11.
Thousands of them. Yeah. Absolutely.
Michael's the latest. He smashes it.
Right, he can play. So I was a big fan of Dougie Bracewell. Just watching it, I just thought he was the ultimate county pro. Smith comes in and Borthwick pushes that one with a bit of intent to mid-off, but can't beat the fielder. And you're right there. it's so tough to get the right overseas player. I think Durham have struck gold with Beddingham, who's been part of the system now for a few years and is in the form of his life. But you look at if you look at the bowling side, you know, we signed Scott Bowling at the start of the year and he pulled up after one game and we thought, oh mate, imagine Scott Bowling for a season bowling for us, that's going to be amazing. And then now we've gone to Peter Siddle. And Borthwick is struck on the pad and that is very close and out, and Smith strikes in the first over. We talked about the batting conditions going to be tough and that looked pretty adjacent. And the umpire didn't hesitate to raise his finger, and Durham are 1 for 1.
Yeah, it's a pitch it up pitch, isn't it? Pitch it up, hoop it about. It's one of those that we're not quite square on, but actually we've got a decent angle, and the finger goes up straight away. Scott Borthwick knew as well. His head went down. He had a little look back, waiting for confirmation rather than any real hope, and he trudges off. Brilliant start from Worcestershire. Not the best start for Durham.
Yeah, and you're right. I think the length's key, isn't it? He was able to leave a couple on length earlier in the over, and that one was full. Came back into Borthwick and thudded right into the middle of his pad, which brings Colin Ackerman to the crease. I wasn't sure we were going to see Ackerman in this period of red ball cricket after he had a pretty bad dislocation of his finger in practice. However, he managed to get some game time down at Essex. And he now wanders out to the middle in the first over of the day. And what we saw in the Somerset game, Sam, is this game moved real quick, and this pitch looks similar to that. And that game was over in 5 sessions. It's important that Durham don't lose too many early wickets and can cash in after the lunch break.
Durham were brilliant in that game, weren't they? It was a real, I think Ryan Campbell said afterwards, like, the Durham trainers left the station, hop on board now. And you could see down at Essex those first 3 days as well. I was watching that from afar thinking, yeah, they're gonna do this.
Well, they were in a great position, weren't they, after day 3. Ackerman now on strike to Smith, and this one looks a little bit high. There's a good appeal, and yeah, it's got flesh rather than pad, which would indicate it's a little bit high. So welcome to the crease, Colin Ackerman, and that ends the first over, an eventful one. Durham 1 for 1. Smith picking up the wicket of Scott Borthwick.
Yeah, brilliant. Brilliant start from Worcestershire, exactly what they wanted. Smith rested last week, had his feet up, now back into the attack and successful early doors. I think that's going to be Tommy Taylor first up. So Worcestershire, bit of an injury crisis. Joe Leach, is out worryingly, potentially until the end of the season. They've lost Yadi Singh, young player who's such a wonderful story, one of the Saka graduates who waited all these years for a pro contract.
It's doing well, isn't it? Saka is starting to feed players into the system, which is exactly what it was all about. It's brilliant to see.
Worcestershire have got a couple. Kashif Ali. It's going to be Tommy Taylor, who's made his debut in red ball cricket for Worcestershire last week. Ooh, around the wicket, and you can see, well, he's overstepped, so you have to bowl that one again, but he won't mind too much because that one just was veering towards Alex Lees' leg stump and then moved away. Lees pokes it out. So yeah, they've got Tommy Taylor, who was signed from Northamptonshire over the winter. It's typical, Worcestershire have had one of those years where, and this is taking aside the tragic passing of Josh Baker, I'm not including this in it because that it wouldn't be trite, but in terms of on cricketing perspective, it's one of those years it would almost be funny in terms of the stuff that's gone wrong injury wise, flooding. Start from Taylor, and so Taylor and Ben Gibbon collided in pre-season, and they've both basically been out under one of those catches, you know, those really nasty collisions, and most of the time players are alright, but Taylor's been out. He's just come back fit. He's a good bowler, got a decent bit of pace to him. Adam Finch played last week, bowled on the first day, 20 odd overs, then couldn't bowl again.
That's mad, isn't it? You just get them seasons, don't you, where just one thing runs into another.
Yadi Singh just got a professional deal and then stress fracture in his back. Turned straight to mid-wicket for no run. But they were so short that despite having a stress fracture, Yadi Singh was running drinks last week in that Surrey game. So they've been relying on low knees a little bit. I thought we might see young. I'm just thinking actually. I wonder why Allison isn't opening the bowling, because he bowled beautifully last week, and on this pitch, maybe Smith has taken his place and they might Taylor have the new ball. Sorry, I was just pondering why he wasn't bowling. Wide of the crease, able to leave that alone on line there. Alex leaves the natural away shape through to Gareth Roderick. Yeah, but so they got Allison on loan from Essex, who had a few games on loan there last year. Tommy Taylor, Matthew Waite, who I really like. Matthew Waite. The problem he's got, yeah, it's just his body has let him down too many times. But it's that short run up that's huge. His delivery stride is massive.
It's explosive, isn't it? The crease.
He bowls a sharp bouncer, so they've got him. They've got Amo Verdi on loan.
It's a bit of shape away from the left-hander there from Taylor. That might be why he's opening the bowling with that natural shape, with the two left-handers due to open the batting for Durham. Obviously Smith's ruined that already from a Worcestershire point of view, but in a happy way, as he's got rid of one of those left-handers in the first over. But definitely getting the ball from around the wicket, a bit Stuart Broad-like to angle in and shape away from Lees, who's done well to leave it so far.
Yeah, took a wicket in the first over of the game last week against Surrey. Got Rory Burns. Ooh, and he squared him up there, Lees. That's, I think, where he wants to put it. Pitch it on leg stump, and then he has to play at it. And that has gone through on the bounce. I think it's Ethan Brooks there. Unhelpfully, because it's so cold, the Worcestershire players have got jumpers on without their names on.
It's ridiculous, isn't it? Get the
numbers
on the back.
Well, we have got Gareth Roderick behind the stumps, Adam Hose at first slip, Rob Jones at second, and I'm pretty sure it's Ethan Brooks at third slip.
He's wringing his fingers with that one. Didn't carry through.
Great bit of work by Kashi Fally at backward point. We'll see him with the bat a little bit later on. End of the over, 2 gone. Durham 3 for 1.
Yeah, good over that. Challenging there from Taylor round the wicket. A little bit of swing. And that's what you want there. Kashi Fally there diving away and preventing Durham just getting off to any kind of start. Keep that pressure on in the field and with the ball. Because what you don't want to do in these conditions is win the toss and let Durham get away to a start, because then your heads will drop immediately, because they know that with the bowling lineup that Durham have, is that they are going to be under pressure no matter what day that Durham bowl on this pitch. With the likes of Siddle, Potts, and somebody called Stokes.
Oh, I've heard of him.
Yeah, he's not bad. Young fella coming through. I'm going to have Smith again now from the Lumley end. And Ackerman with soft hands guides us away through what will be the gully region. And again, good energy from Ali in the field prevents the second run. But that's Ackerman off the mark as well. He joins Lees on 1. Durham 4 for 1. Like you say, a beautiful bowling day here at the Seat Unique Riverside.
I'm glad you put the word bowling in, because I thought you were going to leave it a beautiful day. I mean, I know we're in the northeast, and the bar is low.
Nah, it is low. We've had some beautiful weather in the northeast recently, and as soon as the cricket's come round again, it's gone back to default mode. But at least it's not raining for now, as Lees leaves this one through. Yeah, touch wood and everything in between.
I don't even know if it's forecast. I've given up looking at what the forecast.
I've stopped as well, because you look at one app and it's telling you there's a 25% chance of rain. One app's telling you, yeah, it's going to pour down with rain, and the other one says, I don't know what you're worried about, it's going to be nice. So I'll just look up, look out, and then we'll go from there. But at the moment, it's dry, it's a bit fresh, and it's a breeze coming from the north. And that's right on the money again from Smith. A thick inside edge there from Lees, who would normally line up. I'm just going to have a check on the monitor here once we get through. And he would normally take his guard on an off stump, just to try and negate. And he's just scratched middle there actually on that one. I'll have a look for him when he goes to the other end, because with Taylor bowling around the wicket, I bet he's jumped right across. But he's probably on a bit of a middle and off there with his back foot. So he's trying to get a good idea of where his off stump is. He's been in good form this year, Alex Lees. And that's an excellent leave. Smith there probably just a little bit too short. He'd be wanting to challenge the stumps, and I think even on this pitch you want to be challenging probably ideally you want to be looking to hit the top of the stumps. On this pitch I think you could even go a fraction fuller. Like the dismissal of Borthwick. That was very full.
It's going to be key, isn't it? It sounds obvious to say, and we talk about hitting top off stump in every context, but on today, make them play, because then you will take wickets.
Absolutely. And again, a little bit short, and that's flown away. I don't know, mate, if that's off the thigh pad, I want one. And it is leg buys. That has absolutely raced away. About head height past about fifth slip, and belted into the Toblerones down away to our left, but Durham will be grateful for those. They'll take them without loss. They are 1 down, 8 for 1 now. I don't think I've seen a ball come off a thigh pad, especially on the offside like that. I'll have to investigate that. He does tend to, if he gets in for a bit, Alex Lees will take his thigh pad off as well. Braver man than me. And that's the lengthy one. I think that might have pitched outside leg, but that is more the leg that is going to challenge the batsman today, and that ends a really good over. Oh God, get my words all tied up. 8 for 1. Got myself confused there. That without loss, 8 for 1 there. Both batsmen on 1. Extras top scoring so far with 6.
Yeah, that's what you want to do. Just make them play. I remember seeing a game up here a few years ago where, I mean, there's always a fair few LBWs up here, but there was something like 19 of the first 23 wickets were LBWs, and we could see something like that today, because that's what bowlers will try and do. So as Ackerman takes guard to Tommy Taylor for the first time, looks like he's batting on middle. 3 slips in for Ackerman. Kashif Ali at backward point. Jake Libby, who's temporary captain, in the covers there. Mid on, mid off, mid wicket. Amar Verdi down at long leg. Do get in touch. We'll be here all day tomorrow. Sam Dalling and Ash Thorpe. We'll keep an eye on the comments on the YouTube channel. Please do interact with us. I'm sure Ash will be delighted, because he doesn't want to talk to me all day. He wants to interact with some of you guys and girls out there. County Cricket Day as well, so we'll keep everyone is in action. What was it, 9 games? 18 teams, yep, so everyone is in action. Hopefully some big crowds around the country, so we'll keep an eye on those scores too. Edged and taken. That's what you got to do on this pitch. Make the batters play, and wickets will come, and they have come. This time it's Tommy Taylor, Colin Ackerman, I think, had to play at that, and a little feather to Gareth Roderick, diving low in front of first slip. Actually a good catch, because I'm not sure that would have carried to first slip. Ackerman trudges off, having made just 1, and Durham are 8 for 2. Brilliant catch from Roderick. Actually gets 2 hands to it down low.
Yeah, great start. That's exactly what you want when you win the toss and bowl. You want to put the opposition under early pressure, and it seems that everything that is in the right area has really challenged the Durham batsmen. They've been able to leave the ball quite well, which they've done, but Ackerman there getting the edge, and Durham in early trouble. 8 for 2. As David Bettingham strides out to the crease, batting at number 4.
I mean, he's having a decent summer, isn't he?
He's okay.
So, as players to come in this situation, and naturally he would have quite liked it to be after lunch, really, but I suspect they always felt that was unlikely on this pitch.
Yeah, if we go back to that Somerset game, he was the one that really took the game away, and was probably the difference in the match. His innings was absolutely outstanding, and it's not the first time, and it won't be the last time that happens. And from a Durham point of view, we'll be hoping that that happens again today.
I remember hearing Shane Berger chat afterwards. We were talking about that innings. It was on the opening day, and he said, "Oh yeah, I asked David Bellingham, and he said, oh, quite a good pitch actually." And no one else thought so.
I was gonna say, it was probably the only one.
I mean, he just made it look so easy. I mean, if you look at his runner scores this year, he's back playing T20 cricket, and naturally scoring runs in T20 cricket as well. Ryan Campbell said we might see him Different format now, though. And he's off the mark. With a boundary. Through gully. There was no fielder there. The old phrase, oh, the bowler won't mind that too much. The bowler will mind that. I don't believe a bowler ever likes to go for a boundary.
I heard it yesterday a few times in playing club cricket. Oh, we don't mind that, mate. It's just hit it for 6. I mind. I'm sure the bowler minds. That's good for us. All of those cricket bingo generic terminologies that you hear.
Cliche bingo.
Oh my God.
65 and 28 last week down at Essex. They're betting him.
Failures.
It's a beauty.
Bedingham will like to field bat on ball as well, so he'll probably try. Like, he's played that. He probably could have left that, but he wants to field bat on ball, and he'll feel that in the form that he's in, he can counter punch here for Durham.
Yeah, the reason Ash, jokingly I must add, called it a failure last week is because in that Somerset game he made 101. In the game at Blackpool the week before that. We're going back a while now because we've had a break in first-class cricket, obviously, because we would do during the height of summer. That's not playing.
Yeah, of course we would.
200s in that game, 100 down at Hampshire. One keeps a little bit low again. Bedingham probably could leave that one alone, but perhaps saw it as a scoring opportunity. So yeah, he had those 4 red ball 100s on the spin. 100 against Worcestershire down at New Road, 138. In the reverse fixture, so his summer has been quite fruitful.
Yeah, he's had a great winter as well, didn't he, with South Africa, where he burst onto the scene, and no disrespect to who was in that side. I mean, Bedders would have been in that side anyway, but there were a weakened side due to the franchise tournament that was happening in South Africa.
Again, just trying to work it through backward point. Tommy Taylor has a grin. I get the impression David Bedingham will not be leaving those alone. 12 for 2, 4 overs gone.
As I said, likes to field bat on ball and likes to score and score quickly. And I think that might not be a bad way. If that was short and wide and was there to be put away, and he's missed that. But yeah, from a bowler's point of view, you're always in with a chance.
Those 2 ones were genuinely, the bowler won't mind that too much.
Yeah, because he missed it. If he'd have carved it away for 4, then that's good for us. Absolutely. Smith to continue. And again, that's a great leave on length. Alex Lees.
You saw how far out of his crease he was by the time he left that ball. He had to take a good 2, and he's a tall man as well.
He's
so
a big human being.
They're not small strides. It looks actually very uncomfortable. The early part of his setup, there's that arched back before he stands up straight. Yeah. He's a tall man. I wonder, Ash, so at what point do you go, right, then we do need to change approach here. It's about scoring runs quickly rather than hanging around.
I think we'll go to more bingo here as Smith comes in. And that's a great Yorker. And Lees does well to dig it out and pick up another run, moving himself onto 2. I think Ryan will just say you've got to be really clear on whatever you're doing. That whole roll clarity and all of that kind of stuff that gets talked about now in all the interviews that we hear from the players and the coaches. But I think if you're going to go for it, you commit to whatever mode that you're going with, and then afterwards you assess whether that's worked or not, and you move on as a player. But Lees has got 2 methods, hasn't he? We've seen him absolutely belt it, and we've also seen him chew up hundreds of balls and bat for a day. So he's got various methods. I know what Beddingham's will be as he pushes away and will pick up a single. And that will also be important, the running between the wickets and just trying to rotate the left hand and right hand strike and keep the scoreboard ticking over. As it does tick over to 14 for 2. There's nothing worse sometimes as a bowler where you think you've got a batter lined up and then they just get a single and then you have to bowl at somebody else, especially with it being the left hand right hand combination. With ball in hand today, you're quite happy to bowl at anybody this morning, I would have thought. And again, a leave on length that thuds into that magnificent thigh pad of Alex Lees. He might keep that on today.
You can see he hasn't moved back there. You can see how far outside his crease he's batting.
He's batting about a foot outside of his crease, isn't he? Trying to negate the movement that's in this pitch.
Just shows there is a bit of bounce in the pitch as well. He's sticking in the right area because Lees is a tall man. That's hitting him right up on the 5 pad from 20 yards. So it's getting up from Nathan Smith.
Could just be a touch fuller. And he says, "What do you know anything about cricket, Ashthorpe? I'm going to try and hit him in the head." And that one sailed, I thought, well and truly over Alex Lees, who didn't particularly have to duck to get under that one.
Just setting him up.
Yeah, absolutely. If he's batting out of his crease, then yeah.
Pitch the
just remind him that I can get it up there.
And hoop one into his pads next up.
Right.
It's this bit, the curve, that's like hunched over, isn't it, early on?
It just sets up. Looks at his bat and then focuses in on the ball. And as we thought and predicted by Sam, that one just shaping back into the left-hander, and Lees survives. Durham, bit of a shaky start of 14 for 2. Lost Borthwick early, LBW to Smith. Then Ackerman was out, caught behind off the bowling of Taylor. Lees and Beddingham at the crease. Beddingham on 5, Lees on 2. And Worcester right on top here.
Yeah, brilliant start from them. They're off at the Oval, that huge game actually in this division. One that Durham will have half an eye on because, you know, a nice little draw between Surrey and Essex might be helpful. Surrey defeat would be even more helpful. They're off for a rain. It's a huge one. Cheltenham Festival's on this week as well.
Oh yeah, class.
Now a bit of outground cricket. Here's Taylor. Kashif Ali at back point as the fielding. I think Southport was sold out today. Lancashire versus Nottinghamshire. And they love a bit of outground cricket. They played at Blackpool already this year. They go out to Sedbergh in the Metrobank One Day Cup. 4 days at Southport. Already sold out for day one. Jimmy Anderson's playing. That always helps. Be interesting to see what he does after the test then. Last test at Lords.
Yeah, I think he might follow his mate into the commentary box.
Solid from Beddingham. Just pushes that to mid-off. Yeah, I'd be surprised if we see him running in September with a red ball in hand.
Can't be the draw to, like, for the heights that he's hit at that level to then go through the pain. And this is no disrespect to county cricket because that has ultimately produced him, but at the end of the day, fast bowling hurts, and at his age it's going to hurt, and to keep doing that without the lure of playing test cricket, I'm not sure that will be there.
Wow. Lovely shot from Dave Beddingham. Just punched, over pitched by Taylor, which you can understand because he's just trying to pitch it up and hoop it around. Find that edge, didn't find the edge, just found the full face of Beddingham's bat.
I'm sure Alex Lees was just laughing at him there.
He's already making it look a different pitch to everyone else. I know it's only one boundary and a couple of shots, but just the way he's defended the ball. Good signs for Beddingham. Yeah, you can see why batters do it. So Alistair Cook and Trescothick. But I'm not sure if you're a quick bowler. Matthew Hoggard played a lot, didn't he? When he finished with England, but he finished a bit earlier. Well, most people finish a bit earlier than 41 in fairness. But
yeah, absolutely. That's what I'm saying. I think that just the longevity of his career, I mean, his fitness record's been impeccable as well, hasn't it? I think they've managed him really well in the last couple of years. I think he probably would have liked to have played more than he has over the last couple of years. But yeah, legend is used a lot, but he is an absolute legend of the game.
I think if Hubert had surprised him and Broadley didn't walk off together last year.
It'd have been a nice moment. Maybe they deserve to have their own swan song.
Pushed to mid on for no run. Pushed to mid on firmly as well. There's Matthew Waite. Ball shiner in chief by the looks of things. We'll see him with ball in hand a little bit later on.
Yeah, you get a bit of swing here today.
Yeah, they do, in some ways you think they do deserve their own. Well, they definitely deserve their own moments. You'll get that at Lords next week.
Absolutely, and that'll
where
be
it all
huge
started
as well.
as well.
What a great place to finish it off again. That kind of full circle thing, like you said, debut and last one.
Fuller, great take from Gareth Roderick.
Love that from the keeper.
Looking for the Yorker again, just didn't quite get his line right. Tommy Taylor, grateful. Well, in fairness, as a bowler in this form of cricket, it's probably going to go down as bye. So Gareth Roderick saved himself 4 in the column.
Yeah,
but
that
it was
incredible.
Brilliant bit of work from him. 18 for 2, 6 gone.
I hope that picked up on the stream. I'm not sure it did, but he has gone away to about probably what would have been a genuine leg slip position to take that. It's an incredible bit of athleticism, and gloved it beautifully and cleanly as well, and the lovely tumble of a keeper. Smith is going to continue. Lees again, getting forward and getting the inside edge onto that. Again, I think it could just be a little bit fuller. But good start, 18 for 2, Durham.
Been around a long time now, Gareth Roderick. Was it Gloucestershire for 4?
Yeah.
He's one of those keepers, he's a bit like a boxer. His pre-game routine takes about half an hour to strap his fingers up because he's broken them so many times. He's got like cones on various different fingers, a couple of pairs of gloves. It's amazing he can feel the ball, really.
It's another tough job, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Good pace and bounce there from Smith, but Lees very watchful, allows that one through to the man of the moment, Roderick. I've just been talking about, was just taking an excellent catch this morning, and what could be 4 important runs he's saved there as that one was sprayed down the leg side from Taylor.
Only 32, actually. I thought he was a bit older than that, Gareth Roderick.
Been around a while, hasn't he?
Yeah.
And that is a great area from Smith, but he has overstepped. Durham will gratefully pick up another couple of runs. Two runs for a no ball in county cricket. It's the only don't get me started.
He had people very confused last week in that Bashir and Robinson, those overs. People were like, hang on, how have we got 43? What's happening? People were texting me even a day after about the Bashir one. Like, I don't get it. Like, it's 2 for a no ball. That's why.
It's crazy. The only competition in the world. And that's an excellent leave again from Lees. Probably frustrates Smith a little bit that he's not challenging Lees to play enough. So he just has a little wipe of his hands on the surface. Overcast and cool morning here. Great conditions to bowl. Worcestershire so far have capitalised on that, picking up 2 early wickets. Searching for a third now as Smith comes in. And again, this one's well wide of off stump and allowed through to the keeper by Lees. Umpire's just letting him know that he's getting close again to that front line. I didn't see who the umpires were.
I was just going to...
That looks like O'Shaughnessy at this end, it looks like.
He's in Shanmugam at the other end. He did the Worcestershire game last week, actually.
Okay.
He's down at New Road, following them around. Will Smith is the match referee.
He is indeed. I caught up with Will just before the start. It's always nice to see him back. Had a very successful period here as a player and captain. And this one's full, and Lees punches down the ground. Doesn't try and overhit that one, but pick up at least 2. And they'll settle for 2. Good positive footwork from Lees, but very watchful again. I think if you saw that same delivery in an hour's time, if Lees is still at the crease, he'd be looking to belt that one back down the ground. But I guess just a sign that he's looking to bat long here in these conditions. Richie Benaud's score of 22 for 2. Just a little partnership starting to build here between these two. Important that Durham battle hard here this morning. And again, this one thuds in to the thigh pad of Lees. Smith looks a bit frustrated there as he takes his cap from the umpire, but Durham will finish that over on 22 for 2. It's been a great first half an hour this morning for Worcestershire.
Yeah, partnership of only 14, but I know exactly what you mean. It feels like this
Feels a
might
lot, doesn't it?
this might be a 200 plays 200 pitch. I can't see this being a 450 wicket, particularly in these conditions. So yeah, these little partnerships, little periods of frustration. Because if these two can get their eye in, 40s and 50s might well be the equivalent of 70s and 80s on this pitch, I reckon.
Yeah, I hear you.
That's always nice to be heard. It doesn't happen often. Tommy Taylor from the Finkel end. Free slips. Bedingham gets in behind it. Wanders off towards square leg. He's a lovely man to interview, Dave Bedingham, but it's quite difficult because he never wants to talk about himself, which he always wants. He's very deferential to other people.
So humble and just. I use the word. He's just chilled. He's probably in such a good headspace right now with his cricket and just in life, and just loves batting.
As does that man on screen, Jake Libby, the Worcestershire captain. He's been brilliant since he went down to New Road. Averages 50 for them across 4 or 5 years. In another era, you know, there's so many players now, including Alex Lees, that you go, oh, they've opened the batting for. Almost everyone has a former England Test opener. Middlesex have a couple.
Yeah.
And in another era, Jake Libby, you'd be going, well, hang on a go. Here's a guy averaging 50 across 4 or 5 years. But
he's been a good signing and done well since his move.
Bedingham just looks completely unflustered by everything. Even when he played and missed at those couple the previous over, he just shrugged his shoulder and went, ah, yeah, whatever. It happens. Nothing to see here.
It reminds me growing up of watching a Mark Waugh type where everything just looked in his own pace. He'd just wander out. And often if Mark Waugh would get out earlier, everybody would go, oh, he's so lazy and X, Y and Z. It was just his manner.
Saw Nathan Smith on screen a few seconds ago, he's at mid-off, just having a word with Tommy Taylor, trying to talk him through it, offer a little bit of insight. Wicket each for Taylor and Smith. Taylor into his 4th over, 1 for 10. Smith 1 for 8 at the other end. Worcestershire, though, great start. They want to keep going. They'll probably feel if they haven't got Durham 4 or 5 down by lunch. And I know we're only 35 minutes in, but it's one of those days where 5 down at lunch is probably about par from a Worcestershire perspective, having elected to bowl. Lovely shot from Bedingham. It was just a fraction short, and he was able to punch it whilst also whipping it through between mid-on and mid-wicket for 4. Lovely.
I'm going to apologise because I keep making noises every time he plays a shot level like that. Oh, but he's literally just punched that one with a slightly closed bat face, and it's raced away through mid-wicket. And this again puts pressure back onto the bowlers because they know that if they're not on the money, then this guy is going to cash in.
But whereas a lot of batters might come out and bowlers would get away with being just slightly over pitched because the batters would go, yeah, no, I'm not going to take on the shot. Bedingham will take the shot on. Like he did there.
Similar ball, maybe a little bit fuller, wasn't it? And he's again tried to whip it away.
And then practices a forward defensive. Yeah. But yeah, well, that wasn't the shot you
could have done that.
Thanks, look easy. End of the over, 26 for 2, 8 gone.
You just look, he's 13 from 17, Bedingham. Lee's a little bit more circumspect there, just on 4 not out. And probably the evidence in the last 2 attacking shots really is that Lee's pushed down the ground, that he was happy just to get a couple, and Bedingham wants all of it. If he's playing a shot, he wants a boundary. That's just the mindset that these two are in, but it's working so far for Durham. As the partnership moves on to 18. Smith will continue. This one's got a thick inside edge and will go away to, I think it's Matthew Waite down there at fine leg.
The bat all the way down, Durham. You've got
Matt very strong, aren't they?
Potts coming in. What did he get? 160 odd down.
He did, yeah. Peter Siddles
Test match 50.
Absolutely no mug with the bat. Ben Rain's been in great form. Basteleda. Let's see Graham Clark back in the side, although that's down to an injury to Michael Jones, who again has come back full of confidence from the World Cup. So they do bat a long way down, and they do have different players as well. You have, who's the guy? Ollie Robinson.
That guy's not bad.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in a moment. Actually, Smith comes in. I'm just going to let the pictures describe that. It was full, it was straight, it was whipped away without any fuss whatsoever, and Beddingham picks up another boundary. Yeah, your thoughts? Maybe a bit more neutral than me on Ollie Robinson not being called up for England.
I thought he might be in the squad. Jamie Smith is wonderful, right? Jamie Smith could play as a batter quite comfortably. I watched him at New Road last week, and you talk about making noises when players play shots.
Yeah.
Smith, you do that to him all the time, and they love him, right? They've loved him for a few years.
This one's short, and another no ball from Smith. So another couple to the scoreboard. 31 for 2, which will go. Has it gone to 33 now? It's gone down as a dot on the score.
Is he the best keeper? No, he doesn't even keep for Surrey and red ball cricket, and naturally Ben Folkes keeps, so you can see why. But
I think he's so unlucky as well, folks.
Yeah,
I mean, there's a few that you could argue could grab that slot. But yeah, Ollie's averaging over 80 this year in the county championship, and that's a great delivery. And Beddingham trying to field bat on ball and drive that one is beaten.
Just a little nod back at the bowler.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. I thought Robinson is. Keeping has come on massively, clearly. Campbell's talked about how much he's worked on it. It helps being under the nose of Ben Stokes as well, when that guy's seeing you. Robinson is good enough to be in there. I thought he would be in there, actually. I thought they might include both of them to start with. And you could play Smith as a batter, particularly at Lords. Right, it's not an easy place to keep, Lords. It really isn't. So, a bit surprised.
And that one is definitely not drivable, but Beddingham has a crack anyway, and he's beaten and just smiles. Not bothered in the slightest.
It's the
looking at Lees there, both having a grin to each other, I think.
A lot of batters, would be angry with themselves, turn around, get a bit frustrated. Not in the slightest.
Yeah, he's just practicing again. I should have maybe tried to hit that squarer instead.
He'll have still feel that he's missed out on 4 there.
And that was just a generally good length ball that shaped away from him a little bit. Let's make it 3 in the over. The slips must be feeling real greedy right now. 4 of them in place.
Yeah, who've we got? Still Hose, Jones, Brooks. Who's got in it? 4th. I'm just trying to think.
I see one of the bowlers got a big sweatband on. Is it Taylor in there?
Yes, it could be. Waits at mid-on. Verdi's at square leg. Don't know if Taylor's down at fine leg though.
Fine leg.
Allison.
Beddingham does get bat on ball this time, but more off the back foot and punches this away, and it will run away for 4 over towards Lumley Castle. And he picks up another boundary. Moves to 21, and Durham under 37 for 2.
He swished at 3-4 balls in the over. Any other player would go back into their shell. Absolutely not Dave Beddingham. And actually, we've missed something out. I just seen on Twitter, or formerly known as Twitter, Useless Durham Stats has tweeted the first boundary of Beddingham's innings was his 100th first-class 4 of the season, or boundary of the season.
Wow.
I mean,
they're not useless stats, he's so good.
That's a good stat.
Yeah.
And 400 runs, right? Say he's hit a few sixes as well. Most batters would be happy with 400 runs at this stage in the season. Taylor around the wicket. Doesn't quite get the line right. We haven't seen Taylor to Smith much, to Lees much, sorry.
No, it was got that first over, didn't he? And then Lees has managed to, well, I'm not saying he's done it on purpose, but back from the other end. And he's right. If you have a look at his guard now, Sam, he's right over onto off stump, probably even just outside it a little bit.
3 slips wait. You can see top of your screens. First slip is almost a second slip though, because of the way that ball is going to move. Just reaching for that one, Leeds. Picks up just one. Kashif Ali comes around at backward point. Not been too many runs, singles and twos off the bat so far. It's been boundaries or swings and misses as Bedingham wanders down towards Alex Lees. Big smile on his face. He's just enjoying himself.
He's loving life right now.
Even in what are tricky batting conditions, he's having a great old time. Setting a platform, these two as well.
Yeah, it's important as that partnership's pushed up to 29 now. Importantly, getting through this tricky period on the first morning.
There it is. That push. Pitch it up. Dave Bedingham is going to try and hit you through the covers. Still gridding. Worcestershire really won't mind that. I know it's a cliche. Dave Bedingham may well crunch a couple of those through the covers, but he also, there's a chance that he just nicks one to Adam Hose or Rob Jones or Ethan Brooks there. You know what, it might be Allison at third. It's one of Brooks or Allison. I just can't quite work it out. Oh, that one's jumped. Look at where Gareth Roderick has taken that. I think it took everyone by surprise.
Shoulder height, wasn't it?
There's a bit of bounce in this pitch still.
Yeah, I think it'll settle down. I think there's just so much moisture in the live grass. You can see that the pitch is now even starting to have lighter patches on it. There's still going to be a lot of moisture in there. It's been a hot early part of the week, and I know that this pitch Vic was a bit worried about, so he had it covered earlier in the week. The Women's International was played here, so while that was being prepared, but as you rightly say, that one's jumped.
Well fielded by Jake Libby, that one. Just bounced awkwardly in front of him on the square. Gets straight to work on that ball. You can see those whites already turning red.
Yeah.
He's really giving that a rub as well. Vigorous from Jake Libby. Chucks it to Matthew Way. He's a bit more casual in his rubbing.
Yeah, you've done all the work, mate. I'll just pass that on. But the ground looking in beautiful condition here.
It's lovely coming up here. Decent crowding given the weather as well.
Absolutely nice Sunday.
And the over, 10 gone. Durham, remember, having been stuck in by Worcestershire skipper Jake Libby. Definitely a ball first morning. They lost Scott Borthwick early, LBW to Nathan Smith in the first over of the day. A couple of overs later, Colin Ackerman nicked one behind off Tommy Taylor to Gareth Roderick, who took a good catch tumbling away to his right. But since then, Dave Bedingham and Alex Lees have dug in. Lees is 6 off 28 balls. He's done exactly what is required of him. Dave Bedingham, 21 off 27 balls, 5 boundaries already. He swished it a few outside, off stump. He's just a batter in brilliant form. Partnership's up to 30 already. And I think we're going to see a change of bowling. I think that's going to be
Allison, aren't we? It's going to come on from the Lumley end. Alex Lees on strike. He's going to start around the wicket to the big left-hander. 38 for 2. 3 slips in place. He's tucked away nicely off his pads and a good bit of fielding. There, prevents that one going away. Lees will pick up another single as he gives the old signal for "I'll have a fresh pair of gloves, please, lads." Keep the 12th man on his toes.
He's on 12 for us today, do you reckon?
I reckon it'll be Coggers.
Oh, that catch he took in the blast.
Yeah, man.
I wasn't here for it. I saw the social media, obviously.
It went viral real quick.
Best catch you've seen? Certainly best caught and bowl, surely.
It was freakish. Absolutely freakish. When you talk about your different kinds of catches and reflex and don't end up in hospital kind of catch. It was amazing. As Allison comes in, a bit of angle in to Beddingham. Tall, ball's a little bit beyond the perpendicular there, gets across and angles it in. Beddingham will feel he's missed out there as that one goes down the leg side. But yeah, I tell you what, in the Salter took a catch, and I think the game after where he's off his own bowling, he's run back to about the 30-yard circle and dive full length. So we've seen some big moments in the Blast, and Durham will hopefully kick on and make themselves in the quarter-finals. And again, down the leg side. Just not got his radar quite right so far, Allison.
Couple of wickets in the first innings against Surrey last week. 26.1 overs he bowled. 255, who's the pick of the Worcestershire bowlers, on loan from Essex. Played a couple of games for Essex this summer, but they brought in, what was he called? Bosch. I can't remember his first name, but he played last week. Ethan Bosch, yeah.
South African.
They've got Harman, they've got Cook, they've got Porter.
Serious side. Oh, and this one hits Beddingham as it jags back in. Much better line.
He's a tall man, Allison. He's been in and around that Essex side for a fair while now. I'm not sure exactly what his contract status is, but it wouldn't surprise me if he's the kind of player that Worcestershire are talking to and saying, well, you know, if you come to us, you can play 14 games of red ball cricket if your body allows it.
You just want that opportunity, don't you? If you can't quite break into that strong Essex lineup, then you might have to look elsewhere. Oh, Beddingham, there are two types of leave, and that is not a good one from David Beddingham. As Allison uses his natural angle back into the right-hander and has hit off stump. And Beddingham goes for 21, and that is a huge wicket for Worcester, as that partnership was just starting to build. Beddingham is on his way.
He is human after all. I wonder if he was, let's see the replay, but I wonder if he was leaving it on length, thinking Allison's a tall man and expecting a little bit more bounce. Change of bowling has worked though, and if Ben Allison is trying to tease Worcestershire into offering him a contract, deliveries like that will very much help. And Ben Allison, who was, as I said, the pick of the bowlers down at New Road last week, only had to bowl in one innings because Surrey was so dominant, and he's picked up where he left off. And here is that man. We were talking about him a little bit earlier on, Ollie Robinson.
Yeah, he's been such a good signing for Durham, coming up from Kent. Initially signed for the Blast and made such an impression that he was offered a contract, and he's moved himself and his fiancée up to the northeast, and his career has taken off. We were hoping to see him in the England squad this week. However, England's loss is definitely Durham's gain as he continues to play for the 4 Lions rather than the 3. But yeah, nice bowling from Allison, picking up the big wicket of David Beddingham. Misjudgment as that ball crashed into the top of off stump. And after probably what wasn't a great start to the over, he's certainly honed in on his line and length there.
Third top scorer in the division after his 198
that helps.
Best last week. Does
definitely help. As Allison comes in now, and Robinson. Ooh, that one goes the other way as Robinson triggered right across his stumps there. And sometimes as a bowler, when you're trying to get the ball to angle in, it hits the seam and goes away. And that one's flown away, and I think first slip felt a little bit nervous there as Roderick dived across. And again, I thought he took that one. But that ends a successful over. Durham in real trouble here, 39 for 3. Beddingham gone for 21. Lee's still there on 7.
Yeah, and I wonder if Lee's now has to play the role of anchor and just let everyone bat around him for the time being. He just sticks it out, and hopefully he can be there long enough, and people like Robertson, Stokes and Clark and Deleda can come in, play their shots. Still very early in the game. That's where Tommy Taylor wants to be. Maybe a tad wide, but he's full enough to tempt Lees into that drive. That shape. Left-hander on strike, right armour. He's coming really wide of the crease as well, Tommy Taylor. He's using using the full width of the pitch, so it naturally angles back in. He's a tall man. Just as it pitches, it shapes away from him. Very difficult, this, for Alex Lee. It's a real test. You can see, as Ash was saying, that bat, when he pads it down, is almost outside off stump. Crashes into that 5-pound of Alex Lee's. Yeah, he'll be brave if he takes it off today.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think it's going to happen.
Nah. No, balls should nip around pretty much for the whole match, I would have thought. It'd be interesting to see, might have a wander out at lunch as well, just to see if there's any indentations in the live grass that is on the pitch. But this is what Durham will have wanted.
Straight to Kashi Valley.
They'll have wanted this kind of pitch after. They want results, don't they? They don't need to keep winning if they're a chance of getting, climbing that table and pushing the leaders at the top. So, bit of risk and reward. Let's see if it pays off. Ideally, you like to prepare these wickets and win the toss, but that's definitely not a guarantee. 39 for 3. They're in a little bit of trouble.
There's that shape again. And there's Addison, the man who just picked up the wicket of Dave Bellingham. Here's a shout in the YouTube columns. Anonymous, double anonymous. That Addison will play for England one day. That's a big shout. But he just said the same thing about Pennington when he was at Worcestershire. So proven correct. Pennington, I remember watching him back in 2020. So he played a few seasons for Worcestershire. Went through the sort of rite of passage, bowling injuries, all that kind of thing.
He's a big, strong boy now, isn't he?
Oh, there's not many better seamers on the circuit, English seamers. I'm not surprised he's been capped. Or he's in the squad, sorry. Over pitch, but driven straight to Ben Allison. So no run, 39 for 3 here, Durham. Last ball of the 12th over. Alex Lees has 7. Ollie Robinson yet to get off the mark. Won't be long though, you wouldn't imagine. It's his strike rate this year that's been so impressive, Robinson. Well, since he's come up here. It's just been a wonderful move. And people forget, it is a risk moving.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, it's a good ball, that.
Yeah, he's got it away for 4 there, Alex Lees, but it was exactly where Tommy Taylor wanted him, really. And he hasn't got it away for 4, actually. I've called it prematurely. Slightly held up in the outfield, and Kashi Valley keeps it to a couple. So just 2 runs, but that is where Taylor wants to be. To Alex Lees, just making him play. Credit to Lees, I think he just opened the face with smiles exchanged between. Taylor's had a few words actually with batters, and not surprisingly, because Dave Bellingham flicked at a couple.
Love it.
But he's done it with a big smile on his face. So that's what I like to see. Both sides aware that it's a tricky period, this, and having a laugh whilst they're out there. 41 for 3. I can see Matthew Waits warming up, so it might not be long before we see him. Taylor's bowled 6 overs now, 1 for 17.
Allison in again, and this one is angled in, and Robinson off the back foot. Pushes that one out to Ali, who I've been impressed with his fielding actually so far this morning. He's been busy, he's been quick. Like you say, that one looked like it was running away for 4 there, and Ali did well to race down and only allow Durham to get through for 2. 41 for 3. I think every run is going to be important in this game.
Oh yeah. I think we've got a decent game on here.
Oh,
I think we've
quality.
got a really good game. I like a low-scoring thriller.
Yeah. Robinson drives that beautifully. I think Allison might have got a touch on that one, which will probably prevent it going for 4. And the Durham keeper will get off the mark with a positive drive down the ground for 2. Moves on to 43 now for 3. And as you said, Ollie does score quickly. Probably has a strike rate probably in the 80s since he's moved up to Durham.
You're spot on, Ash. I think it's 86.
There you go.
Which I'd say is bang in the 80s.
I'll take it. Not often I'm right. Especially when I'm at home. As We'll talk about that
No, I
another
was gonna
day.
say,
Oh,
yeah,
it's not my therapy session.
Well, you know, I think cricket is a form of that. It's a safe space, this. Unless you're out there batting, I don't think it's that safe.
No, absolutely not. Hi, Kath. I'm sure you'll be listening. Love you. See where Robinson's taking it. Yeah, so he's jumped across onto off stump also there. Just took a different guard. The little right-hander on strike to the tall Allison, and he's beaten outside off stump. And that Allison will trouble them with that. He's got that natural angle in, hasn't he? And then every now and then he can get that ball to straighten. It's been a good start from him, and there'll be nothing like boosting your confidence levels with picking up the likes of Bellingham.
Allison bowling has also confirmed for me that it is Ethan Brooks at third slip. It's helpful. As has the brilliant Frank Watson, who is the Worcestershire BBC commentator.
Legend.
I spent a few days with him last week and loved it.
Yeah, great guy. Good knowledge. This one's wide, and Roderick tumbles away, yeah.
Surely that's got to be a wide.
We've been looking at the white ball format over the day. You just expect it now, don't you, the arms to go up.
But I think, you know, even in red ball cricket,
It's pretty close. He's not reaching that, is he? Like, by the laws, he can't reach that. It's a wide. But
it's outside the blue line and some, I think.
yeah.
Surely that's got to be a wide. Yeah, Frank's a wonderful human being.
Yeah.
Love going down to New Road as well. It's the best ground in the country, I think, to visit for old school county cricket feel.
It is old school. Oh, my goodness. Ollie Robinson has absolutely laced into a square drive, pick up his first boundary. Full and wide and dispatched for 4.
Yeah, the previous one was too wide for him to reach, so he left that one alone. He saw that one and went, yeah, that's in my arc. And that is not old school, actually, to be so early in your innings. Just a cream one for 4 like that. Oh, it's just joy to watch.
It shows the mindset of him, doesn't it? Because that's an easy leave, isn't it? At the end of the day, but he has absolutely climbed into that.
And you could see on the replay how wide it was, because he's actually moved his front foot. There's a lot of batters these days that don't move their front foot to cover drive, and he's taken a step, and there's still the bat so far away from his pads. Going to see that change of bowling here at the Finkel end. It's going to be Matthew Waite, big, tall, strong Yorkshireman, busy into the crease. It's only, you can see where his run up is. He's not that close. He doesn't start 5-10 yards in, but he eats up the ground with these big, tall strides, and his delivery stride, he'll jump from way behind the umpire, I reckon. Maybe not quite behind the umpire. I was exaggerating it. I knew when I said that I was going to look silly. The umpire's quite a long way back.
Yeah.
Mr. O'Shaughnessy, take a couple of steps forward, please, sir, and then I can say he's jumping from behind the umpire.
Yeah, fast bowling puts a lot of strain on the body. That's why so many of them are injured.
Oh, that's a nice shot from Alex Lees. He's just lofted Matthew Way, who's got his hands to his face because he can't quite believe what's happened. Rather than have a look at him, just lofted him over mid-on for 4, and that's a 50 up for Durham inside the 14th over. Exactly an hour into the morning. Durham 50 for 3.
It's come from nowhere, that, hasn't it? Lees has just decided, oh, I'll have a piece of that. Come down the pitch and didn't quite get all of it, but got plenty of it to go away for 4. As you said, 50 up, 51 for 3. Leaves moves into double figures onto 13.
Yeah, just not quite getting his line right. Matthew Waite, is that going to be leg buys, or did he get a bit of bat on it? No, a little bit of bat on it, so back-to-back boundaries for Lees. And, you know, that first shot, the one over mid-on, so the new bowler comes on, bowler-friendly pitch, he's thinking, oh yeah, I quite fancy this. Put him under pressure early. That's what Lees has done. So he's gone for back-to-back boundaries, and Matthew Waite's thinking, hang on a minute here, I'm supposed to be nipping it around and
now he's the one under pressure,
beating your outside edge.
2 Yorkshiremen going head-to-head.
Yes, they know each other well, actually, see where they haven't thought about that. That's drilled straight to mid-on, but Alex Lees is certainly finding the middle of the bat.
Change of mindset, isn't there? You've watched Lees as batted for the first, well, you would say the first hour. And has been very circumspect. And all of a sudden, Waite's come on. He's like, right, I'm in.
It's like midday. It's like, right, we're past the morning. This could be a bit of fun. 55 for 3, Durham. That run rate's pretty healthy, given they lost 3 wickets. Just over 4. Oh, edge, and it's taken. Matthew Waite has the last laugh. Alex Lees, having played a couple of nice shots, a couple of boundaries this time, he's found Alex Lees just pushing it one. It's gone to Rob Jones at second step, who's taken a good catch as well, because I did wonder for half a second if that was going to carry. Alex Lees has to go. He's made 17. Durham are 55 for 4.
As you said there, that was brilliant from Waite. He's looking to nip the ball around, and he was in a contest. Alex Lee's hitting for a couple of boundaries, and he's had the last laugh. Absolutely. There's that one. I was with you. I wasn't sure that was going to carry through to slip. But Rob Jones took an excellent catch, probably just getting full. Sorry, his hose it's saying took the catch. I'm not sure it was, but we'll go with the scorers.
Hose is usually at first. I thought that went to second. It would be my mistake if so.
It looked like it was going to die before it got there, but that's these. England captain Ben Stokes come to the crease. An important wicket. You said they want to pick up 4 or 5 by lunch. Well, they've got 4 in just over the first hour.
Yeah, it's just what you want as skipper. Jake Libby last week stuck Surrey in, and they made plenty. Yeah, it was difficult, and they did get a wicket in the first over, but yeah, they made plenty. It's always difficult against Surrey this time. If he had any doubts this morning, he would have gone, no, once he arrived, I'm definitely sticking him in.
Well, everything's pointing to bowl, isn't it? The overheads, the pitch. And probably the best way for him to get into the game as a team as well, with his new attack.
Ben Stokes, England Test skipper. The Test summer starts shortly, as we were talking about. The England squad was announced this morning, though it was leaked yesterday. Ben Stokes, very much captaining that, but very much enjoying playing for Durham as well. He didn't play down at Chelmsford last week, back in the side today. What a brilliant man to come in to the dressing room, but it's a difficult spot for him to come in at, his side.
Struggled for runs as well this year for Durham so far.
It was Hose. What did me was because they were starting so wide, so he was kind of at second slip. Yeah, it was Hose.
Definitely died on the way through.
It was a good catch from Hose. That end of the over, 55 for 4, 14 gone. Yeah.
My apologies to Will and Sue, the scorers. Absolute top draw. Knew you'd get it right.
Yeah, they were always going to be right. Need to insist on Worcestershire players wearing numbers on their jumpers.
Yeah, it does help.
I have to have a word about that.
The old cable knit, aren't they, kind of type. Allison, 1 for 7 so far off his bowling. Hits Robinson. I'm just not sure that had anything. It was worth an appeal, but it looked a bit. I mean, Ollie's short, so that's one thing in the favour, but it looked high in the angle.
Yeah,
it's going to have to. Yeah, it's going to have to do a lot for Allison to get an LBW from where he bowls from.
Shake of the head from Ollie Robinson. After the appeal had died down, he's going, what is happening?
A little bit of a laugh between umpire and bowler as well. But a good delivery nonetheless there from Allison, who's picked up the big wicket at Beddingham. 55 for 4. And this one just goes away from Robinson. So if the morning can be summed up by 2 deliveries, it's right there. Excellent work from Allison.
Bit of rain around the country. I'll take you around the grounds if I may. Still raining at the Oval. That one between Surrey and Essex gets back underway at 12:20. It's raining at Southport. 29 for 1 Lancashire. It's raining down at Hampshire as well. With Hampshire 19 without loss.
Robinson drives this one loosely, you would say, with one hand coming off the bat, but will pick up another boundary. I think it just shows the mindset that if they think there's anything kind of remotely in their area, Durham are going to have a crack. 59 now for 4 on the board. Robinson moves into double figures. Not quite as elegant as his drive in the last over.
No, it wasn't, but he kept it down. That was the key. He still felt like he was in control of it. Playing square of the wicket. There's so many players in this Durham side you just like to watch. Seen Bedingham, not for long enough really. Long enough if you're a Worcestershire fan. And then you've got Robinson and Stokes out there in the middle.
Yeah, perfect amount of time if you're a Worcester fan. See a couple of nice shots and then see him on his way. As Allison comes in, and this one's left by Robinson. Has just strengthened that area. They've got now 3 slips and a gully in place.
Yeah, I think it's Jake.
How was Somerset getting on, mate?
Well, Warwickshire, I was going to say, they're in a bit of trouble. 40 for 4. Miguel Pretorius, a man formerly of Durham. And I think there's a lot of Somerset fans who owe him an apology, because when they signed him, there was a few noses turned up and he hadn't done that well up here in red ball cricket. Well, he's got 3 for 6 this morning. He's having a whale of a time.
And Robinson again flashes and flashes hard. And a repeat of the one in the last over. He races away to the point boundary for 4. Robinson on the march. He moves on to 14. Off just 12 deliveries. Durham on to 63 for 4. Like you say, at a pretty healthy run rate.
200 all out before lunch.
Yeah, could well happen. Run rate's 4.3. And they're 4 down. 63 on the board. Ollie Robinson looking to cash in on anything too full. There's the challenge for Allison, who picked a lovely length again. Johnny, that's a really good over, that. And he's gone for 8 runs off it.
Yeah, that's just the way you've got to play. I think now they're going to have to play their shots, Durham. They've realised that, and they'd have probably known this at the start. You try and keep wickets in hand, but really you want to score quite quickly, because you aren't going to be out there for a day and a half. So get the runs while you're out there in the middle.
A couple of words being exchanged between Allison and Robinson there. All friendly, I'm sure. As they continue that conversation. Ollie was walking towards him.
744 runs in the championship, Ollie Robinson, for this game. Teammate Dave Bedingham was one of few to outscore him. Waits into Stokes, who is solid in defence. As you said, he's been more of an asset with the ball in hand than with a bat so far this year, Stokes.
Yeah, he has. He hasn't fired as of yet, but this might just be the. This is when he does his best work, isn't it? When that back's against the wall. We've seen it over the years, especially with England. He's just a phenomenal fighter.
Wait, 3 slips waiting. Just push and run. Good bit of running that from Ben Stokes. He saw that mid-off was just a little bit wide, deliberately so, and it was going to his left hand, so pushes him through for a single. Ollie Robinson, I think, was taken a little bit by surprise initially, and then got there comfortably enough.
Not quite the Kevin Peterson get off the mark run, where the non-striker was always ready. But comfortable enough for the Durham pair, 64 for 4.
Robinson, 14 from 13. Strike rate well above 100. He's got a decent one for the season. 86 he scored his runs at. 198, top score for him down at Essex last week. Solid in defence. Gives a nod back to Matthew Waite and a big smile on his face. I think that's the beauty of this Durham side, and Campbell and North, they just enjoy themselves. It helps massively. If you turn up to work, you're playing with your mates and you're enjoying it. Side edge. Pick up one down to Amo Verdi, who joined on loan from Surrey just for this one game. Hasn't played any first-class cricket for 2 years, which is remarkable, really, because he went on a test tour and was a key part to them winning the championship 4 or 5 years ago. Took nearly 50 wickets. I can't see this being a game where he gets an awful lot of overs, though, Ash.
Yeah, it's going to be seam-dominated, isn't it? And maybe they just haven't got the amount of players that they can, and that's probably where they're at, to fill out that 11. And he's the option. He might get a ball.
Ollie Robinson just waiting and looking at Ben Stokes. He was ready for that one. Should he be called through? He made a couple of yards and was down, almost curtsying, wasn't he? Just saying, "Are we? Are we? No, we're not. Okay, we'll go back." Yeah, technically, Durham leaving their frontline spinner out of the game, which is unusual because I know Ryan Campbell has talked about how much he rates having a spinner here.
You're right. Absolutely right. That's the reason he was brought up here, because he felt having that frontline spinner was going to be a difference.
Back of a length. Stokes is annoyed that he can't get it away. Just checks. Says, am I alright to pick it up?
Wonder why. Did you see that stumping attempt last week? Was it McManus?
Yeah, I've seen it on social media. It's not great, is it? It's not great. End of the over, 65 for 4. I think he's done something similar before. It's a shame because McManus is a very good cricketer and made 160 odd. And
he's talked. That's what's talked about afterwards.
Yeah.
Anyway, 65 for 4. I'm sure most of our viewers and listeners will have seen that on social media over the week. It's definitely made podcasts around the world. Actually, there was one I watched. It was from Australia with former wicket keepers who
what did they
actually banned him out of the wicket keepers club after it. Yeah, well, I was surprised at that. Even, it was Brad Haddon and Alyssa Healy, and even they were scathing. This one's allowed through to the keeper, and I've seen them over the years. Well, not Alyssa mainly, but Brad Haddon's been a questionable character on the pitch at times.
I think which podcast is that? I think I've listened to a few of those.
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. I saw the clip of it on
I see.
on X, formerly Twitter.
Oh yeah.
Formerly known as Prince.
Yeah. The social media platform formerly known as Twitter.
Yeah, that's it. One's allowed through, this time by Robinson. Good length from Allison.
He looks a good bowler from what I've seen of him last couple of weeks.
Yeah, been impressed so far this morning. First time I've seen him live. It's very impressive.
Played 3 games for Worcestershire in last September on loan from Essex, which he is still on loan from Essex. A couple of red ball games for Essex last year as well. Hadn't played a first class match before last week though, so not able to break into their side.
Draws Robinson in there, and you can see the difference in body language there between somebody like a Robinson and a Bedingham. Robinson looked really annoyed with himself for playing that, and Bedingham just had a bit of a laugh, a bit of a wobble of the head. It's definitely keeping the bowlers and all the slips behind very, very interested. As this game is moving forward like the last time game very, very quickly. 65 for 4. We see a big booming drive from Robinson. Not quite the boom, but it was a big drive. And he's probably going to the third umpire for that one to have a look if the Toblerones and the ball have been disturbed, but it'll be 2.
Yes, it's one of those in first class cricket. You just go, okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I think the ball should have to hit. I think the fielder should be allowed to be in contact with the rope. But I don't make the rules or the laws.
Do you not? I always thought you did.
What's that?
Make the rules.
Nah, it's
not you.
Nah, it's not me. It's not me.
I thought you were all powerful.
Definitely not. Definitely.
Well, it wouldn't be 2 for no ball. If
zero power. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
As we just see the Worcestershire coaching staff wandering around in front of us. Andy Ali and Richardson, and the skipper, who's Mr. D'Oliveira, got a dodgy shoulder. Not sure when he'll be back either. Good to see him travelling with the squad then.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of his. I always like watching him play. He's busy, he's aggressive. Done quite well up here. Interesting field change there. But Ali's gone back to deep point with Robinson being so, I guess, dominant through that area. Still feel, I guess, the risk and reward there. Do you want Robinson to keep playing that in the hope that he gets a nick, or do you want to kind of protect that boundary? Maybe Robinson will play that shot anyway with him being out there.
Yeah, I don't like a deep point, particularly not at 67 for 4.
I'm not a fan, but I might be proven wrong, and it does happen all the time. This one is Robinson plays again, and he's annoyed at himself for playing that, and Allison has a smile and a word, and they'll continue their dialogue as they have done for a couple of overs now.
Yeah, I'm never... Sorry.
I was just going to say, it's been a good contest, hasn't it? And that, you know, the batters for so long this season have had it all their own way with some of the pitches. And I think Ryan has been with the ground staff and just said, listen, we want a result pitch. Doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad pitch. It means that the batters are going to have to play well. The bowlers put in the right area, they're a chance.
I don't like a deep point. I just think it's freebie runs. Although I just wondered, because the Worcestershire staff are down here, Kadir Ali went round for a chat, so whether it was just a tactical deep point to get a message
little
on.
Chat.
Yeah.
You're
I
right.
don't know.
The hierarchy doing a lap. Seems more and more common these days.
Wait in. Stokes defending it. Yes, I'm just a bit surprised they haven't got a set of old balls with them and they're just playing a little bit of cricketers
Get
platonk.
the flags out.
Yeah, I was a bit disappointed.
It's always seen as club, like first class cricketers get a bit snobby when it comes to like club cricket, and it was always seen as a kind of clubby to do the lap around the ground, but it seems to be a bit more in fashion these days, which I quite like.
Kadir Ali just in a bit of yoga
Yeah,
as well
he
down
is.
there.
The old downward dog.
Flicked straight to mid-wicket along the ground. Jake Libby does the fielding. Yeah, Kadir Ali's in downward dog. Alan Richardson's down on
Which was
one
in
knee.
the thinking man pose.
You a big yogi?
No, absolutely not.
You seem to know a bit about it.
It's more of a statue, isn't it? The thinking man.
Yeah.
But yeah, D'Oliveira is just in some kind of random squat position.
He's not got his ankles on the floor. You can see that he needs to work on that flexibility. Like he's down in a squat and those heels are off the floor. A bit of work to do there, I think.
It's definitely not hot yoga.
Swing and a miss. Outside off stump. Stokes' eyes lit up. It was there to potentially be hit.
Oh, is this going to be a really nice moment where... Is that Will Gidman's coming round? Is it got
A couple of brews in hand.
He's not, is he? This could be like the friendliest moment of cricket.
Well, in which case, someone's going to miss out, though. Who's going to
Yeah.
miss out? Coach?
Just walk
Assistant
past
coach?
them, blank them, don't even speak to them, Will.
Maybe it's for the ground staff. Oh, that's beauty from Waite. Stokes nods and laughs in acknowledgement.
I love it.
Kadir Ali has suggested that he would be willing to take a hot drink from Will Gidman. And Will Gidman has wandered past him. Nice try, Kadir.
Good stuff. I like that.
I'll be quite pleased with the way this has gone. The Worcestershire coaching staff, it's a wonderful club and wonderful people.
Oh, wow.
That's a beauty. Squared Stokes up. And Stokes takes the time actually there. He turns around to put his bat back in, and the first thing he does is turns around to Waite and gives him a nod and a smile. Just goes to do a bit of gardening. I'm not sure on this pitch. Robinson thinks it's a different spot. I like that. Stokes went for a spot about half a yard away from Robinson.
I think it was more a verbal exchange between the two. Just yeah. Keep going, mate. One of those. Yeah, no worries. Let's just rip past my outside edge.
Stokes in behind that one. Attempted little bit of fancy footwork from Ben Allison.
Dreadful.
Made to look a bit silly because it went over his foot. End of the over. Maiden over from Matthew Waite, who was responsible for a wicket not so long ago. Each of the Worcestershire bowlers got a wicket each.
Yeah, he picked up Lees, didn't he? That outside edge after going for a couple of boundaries in the over.
That's the one.
Must be a few Worcestershire fans up there. As some waves and a chat from Richardson into the crowd.
Brave sitting up in that top tier today.
Oh yeah, should be fresh. Getting all of that northerly breeze.
late June northerly breeze.
Yeah, yeah.
We had 2 days of summer, didn't we? For the longest day, and that was it.
Absolutely. Allison in again, resumes his battle with Robinson, who leaves that one alone. Deep point still in place.
I found another useless Durham stat for you, which
awesome.
I think is better than the previous one. David Bedingham has been dismissed by Ben's 7 times now, the most of any first name. Ben Allison twice, Ben Gibbon twice, Ben Aitchison 3 times.
There we go again. Bit of rinse and repeat. Not that I have to worry about that with my hair, but anyway.
Well, I keep meaning to... I've been near Ben Stokes a couple of times. I don't dare speak to him. I don't know why. It's my own insecurity. But the thing is, he'll say, journalist, I can't be bothered to speak to him. What I want to ask him about is his hair transplant, because I've been talking to the same company about potentially getting the work
right
done, so I want to know if it's worth the money.
It's an icebreaker, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think he'd be expecting it. It's not my usual how's the pitch playing, Ben.
And Robinson edges, but puts hands on heads. Robinson and fielders. That one dies before it gets through to the slips, and thanks to Frank, we know it's Brooks at third slip. Frank, if you're listening, hope you're well, mate.
He was on good form last week, Frank. He just set up he was very pleased with himself. He's got his garden, relatively new house, so he's down very near New Road.
Okay.
Has sorted out his garden shed setup just in time for the Euros. He's turned it into a bit of a bar style thing.
Got the old man cave going on.
It is a man cave. I've seen photos.
What a guy. This one is down the leg side. Kind of how he started his spell. Just, I guess, if he loses his wrist every now and then, it can fly down the leg side. But no, it was always nice to have Frank coming up to the northeast when I did a little bit with the BBC. Very knowledgeable.
Oh, yeah.
And just genuinely good bloke.
He was very excitable because he had a new TV. And he thought, right, well, I'll try one of those, the old school aerials you just plug in.
Yeah.
And back in the day where you'd be just like standing there trying to
or
get
put the coat hanger in.
Yeah, it was that kind of thing. He thought, I'll try a modern one. Will it be any good?
Robinson gets outside the line of off stump and punches this one nicely down the ground. It's not a full-blooded drive, but he'll pick up a couple. In fact, he turns and comes back for 3. That's brilliant running from the little man. Good intent there. Picks up 3. And this will be a challenge for Stokes, as Allison will get the ball to go away from him naturally as a left-hander. 70 now on the board, 70 for 4. Robinson moves on to 20.
Not sure Allison can quite believe that, because that was a ball about 2 foot, a foot and a half outside off stump that he's been driven through mid-on for free. Robinson took a step towards him, but a step across. The good news, though, for Frank was that he was delighted. He bought a modern aerial, plugged it in, he said it was a brilliant picture, so he was happy.
Awesome. No rabbit ears required.
No, so I expect to be using that to watch the England game later.
Great stuff. Oh, and this one beats Stokes. Full, just shaping away from the left-hander. And through to Roderick. Good angle from around the wicket and just shaping away. It's been impressive, Allison. He's got 1 for 20. He has gone for a few, but Ollie Robinson's just had a crack at anything with a little bit of width. 1 for 20. Wait with 1 for 10. Durham 70 for 4. Ollie Robinson on 20. England captain Ben Stokes on 1, who's battled hard so far.
Is Wait into Robinson, 3 slips waiting. And just pushes it to Libby. Worcestershire skipper immediately gets his shine on. But you can get in touch with us streaming at durhamcricket.co.uk, or one word, Durham Cricket. Sam Dallingham alongside Ash Thorpe all day today and tomorrow. I suspect by the time we finish off together tomorrow night, this game will be fairly well advanced if the weather holds firm. Robinson using those feet again. I wonder if at some point Gareth Roderick might think about calling for a helmet and just coming up. I know it's doing a bit, so there's a chance of missing the outside edge. I'm not talking about permanently standing up, but just for a couple of balls, just say, oh, go on then, see what you can do when you can't walk out down the wicket at your will.
It's definitely an option, isn't it? And you see Robinson is batting out of his crease. It's a brave one. The ball's doing a little bit this morning.
Pushed to the right of Kashif Ali.
Oh, it's not a fun dive there in the footmarks for Ali.
It's horrible, isn't it, fielding? Or you can see the limp he's got on there. Fielding on the square. Squares are so big these days.
This one has a bit of use in it now, halfway through the season.
Oh, we were hearing about the planner for the pitches. How many, like 19, 20 pitches on?
Yeah.
It's a serious
and I think he's ripped up the planner about 3 times with all the rubbish weather that we've had.
Yes. He sticks a plan in, and then, as with all best laid plans, you have to shift it around. Stokes jabs that. That's that front foot jab he plays. Just a single. He's been watchful. Couple off 12 balls now. A couple of 13 balls, I think that'll tick over to. Robinson's got 20 from 27. Not being so watchful. Using his feet, both laterally and vertically. Is that right? What I'm saying. I mean, basically, he's coming down towards the bowler, but also moving around in his crease.
He's moving a lot.
He's moving a lot, yeah. Little Jack in the box. Little Ollie Rob. Tries to swing that one. I can see what he was doing there. He plays a second shot. It's almost a hockey shot, roll the wrist. Just didn't get up, but it was outside, leg stump.
Yeah, he'd be disappointed he's missed out there. That wasn't a good ball from Waite. It was one on his hip. He's tried to put away. Sometimes they're the ones that actually just hit straight down deep fine legs throat.
Amar Verdi would be waiting. I don't know if we'll see him with ball in hand before lunch. Half an hour before lunch here. Into the 20th over. Back of a length. So with all these seamers playing, so Durham have gone for 5 frontline seamers. They do have Colin Ackerman and Scott Borthwick. Teams will have to be a little wary of over rates as the days go on. But then at the same time, if you're going to bowl sides out so quickly, you probably just about get away with it, don't you?
It's an interesting one, isn't it? If you get a result, so Durham lost, I think they lost a point in the game against Worcestershire, and they won the game within 5 sessions. So how have you really delayed anything? Do you know, it's an incredible, it's a funny thing about our game, isn't it?
Yes. There are some nuances, some good, some bad.
Yeah, so we've actually got an email there from
we?
Matthew Mullins, who says, "Afternoon guys, fantastic commentary as always." That's very, very kind. Nice green pitch, not a good start for Durham. Only way Ollie Robinson gets the inside if he's at Surrey. England's loss is our game. Nice to have Sir Ben back. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you, mate. One pitching outside leg stump. Ben Stokes doing the fielding again. Kick it away, Ben. As Smith comes back into the attack from the Lumley end. Yeah, it's an interesting one, mate. Like, we are hugely disappointed for everybody from a Durham point of view that Ollie hasn't been called up, averaging over 80 this year. We've talked about his wicket keeping. It is at a really, really good standard. Jamie Smith doesn't keep all the time. I think you mentioned maybe that they could have got them both in and Smith to play as a batter on his own. Smith comes in again to Stokes, who tries but can't beat mid-on. And you just, you look and you like, if Ollie can't get a game now, what more does kind of the man have to do to get a crack? So the whole Surrey thing was mentioned. We talked about it a little bit earlier with the likes of Jennings and Stoneman leaving Durham and then getting England call-ups when they were at Surrey and Lancashire. But yeah, you would hope to think that kind of conspiracy, isn't it? Especially with England captain Ben Stokes keeping a watchful eye on Ollie. And Stokes edges wide and through the vacant gully region, and it will run away for 4. Stokes picks up his first boundary. The score moves on to 76 for 4 and Stokes on to 6. You know, and we always probably will feel it's the us against them mentality
Yeah.
up here at Durham, which I absolutely love as well, by the way. And we are protective of our own. We want our own to do very well. If you're looking at the whole kind of, there's air quotation marks from me here, buzzball theory as well. I mean, Ollie Robinson's strike rate's probably up there with anybody in the country right now as well. So I'm not sure he could have done much more to get that call up. As Smith comes in, and this one hits Stokes on the pads.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because in part you go, right, well, they both can play this week in the Championship, and stick him in a squad because like you don't want to give. In football, sometimes they say, well, you don't want to give away cheap caps, but they do get people around for experiences, and it would be good experience for him to be in that full England squad. But then at the same time, if they've decided he's not going to play, why take him away from Durham for the Blast? They got a couple of games at the weekend, so it's a difficult balance, isn't it? I'm sure Stokes would have had a word.
He's defending this one away rather than talking to Ollie Robinson at the moment. But yeah, I mean, and as the email says, and I think we've already mentioned that, you know, it's definitely Durham's gain. You look at the wicket-keeping front from Durham, you've got Hayden Mustard coming through. Hayden's actually away with England under-19s at the moment. Also, young Robbie Bowman, who's part of the academy, has been keeping for the second team. He's an absolutely outstanding prospect, but 16 years of age, so he's probably not ready. So would Durham have to actually grab somebody in on loan to keep wicket? And this one strikes Stokes again as it nips back into the big left-hander. And it's a good over from Smith as Stokes just keeps looking down at this pitch. It's not going to change, mate. She's green. That's what we've asked for as a club, so
He'll fancy a bowl on it later, though.
absolutely. He'll not be complaining once he gets that red cherry in his hand later on. Probably this afternoon, the way that this is going.
It's been a joy to be here for Somerset and this game, both of which Ben Stokes has played in. And what I've noticed, people probably won't be surprised, is that the amount of bowling he does out there before a day's play. Like the lads are playing, and he's very much part of the dressing room here. I should stress it at Durham. Like he's a huge part of it. But pre-game, he's out there bowling with Alan Walker, isn't it?
It was, yeah, today. Yeah,
it was Alan Walker. He was out there with him on the mitt.
Was.
Must have to take it in turns to
Yeah.
admit to him. His weight. That's just got through backward point there. Ollie Robinson didn't quite hit it as firmly as he might have liked, but it was timing really. Boulder will be disappointed. Difficult one that's just on the square, so maybe giving, I think it's Kashi Valley who gets sent out towards deep backward point now after just that one boundary through there. And maybe you could say, well, in a low scoring game, you do need to cut those boundaries off. Just give them one rather than three.
He is very strong through that area as well, as we've seen so far today, with probably 4 boundaries going in that area.
Easy one. They'll think about 2 actually. It's a good bit of fielding.
I wonder if we've got a sub-fielder.
Yeah, I
on
don't think
there.
it is Kashi Valley. I'm trying to work out who it is.
Looking for the white floppy hat that he's had, and that's probably his.
Yes, that's what I was thinking. Has he changed hats? It could be Yadi Singh again, despite his injury. I'm not sure though. I'll have to find out. So maybe Frank, if he knows. We did have a sub-fielder last week.
The Oracle of Worcester cricket.
That one's just kept a little bit low. Gareth Roderick does well. I don't think it flicked a pad or anything on the way through.
Not sure what's happened there. If he's got maybe a bottom edge on
Well,
the
yeah, I
toe of the
wondered.
bat, I'm not sure. Just tried to catch it. Kind of obscured here a little bit by Ollie Robinson at the non-strikers end.
We've got to criticise him for something this year. We've praised him to the hilt. So
Get out of the way, mate.
you stand wherever you like, Ollie.
Yeah. He'll not listen to me anyway. I don't blame him.
Verdi at backward point. Does the fielding? There'll be no run. Maybe any Worcestershire fans on the stream might be able to give us a hand. I'm sure there's plenty of you out there. Welcome. Sorry you couldn't be up here, but brilliant to have you joining in on the live stream. Plenty of Durham fans, plenty of Worcestershire fans. People getting going on this Sunday afternoon. If you are tempted to pop down, still pop down. It's not the warmest. Bring yourself a coat. Maybe even a bobble hat. Push and run from Stokes. Smith is just dropped deep, has a shy at the stumps. It's a good bit of backing up from Jake Libby, actually, because it was a slightly wayward throw from Nathan Smith.
Probably wasn't expecting it either. He thought he was going to come round and collect, and then he's just absolutely thrown it at the stumps full pelt. He's doing well. Yeah, you can get in touch with Sam and I at streaming at durhamcricket.co.uk or via the various social media platforms. 81 for 4.
Just mistimed a touch there, Robinson. Gets away with it. End of the over, 22 gone, as Ash was saying, 81 for 4. Ben Stokes has 7. Ollie Robinson has 26.
A little bit of a lull in the game now, isn't there, from a Worcester point of view? They've got all them wickets up front. 82 now on the board to Durham, despite losing those wickets, have gone. Let's say that at a fair clip. Just under 4 runs and over. So the game is moving forward. The scoreboard's moving forward to the point where they've got a sweeper in for Ollie Robinson out on the point boundary. Don't want to be leaking too many. Worcestershire's game awareness good that they think that 200 might be a pretty big score on this pitch. As Smith comes in now. Over the wicket to the left-handed Stokes. And a big drive from Stokes. Goes through to Roderick behind the stumps.
Almost certain that's not Yadi Singh because he's got a beard.
I can't see that far,
looks
mate.
like a young lad.
Our tinted windows here. Very spoilt in our commentary position.
Hopefully Kashi Valley is okay because he was limping, wasn't he? That one.
He hurt his knee, yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Might have taken a bit of skin off. Happened to me a couple of weeks ago, actually. This one thuds again into the thigh pad / pad of Stokes. It's happened on numerous occasions now. As the Worcestershire bowlers are bowling very, very straight to him, offering no width. A real battling morning so far. Ball on top, 82 for 4. Ollie Robinson counter-punching with 26. Ben Stokes battling hard for his county side on 7. Before he moves off into the Test match world from next week. Oh, what shot was that?
Looked like
I'm not sure how to describe that.
I think he was premeditating a shot towards that Durham school tarpaulin.
I thought he was going to pull it, then cut it, and then just abandoned all.
It was like a pitching wedge, wasn't it?
It was weird.
I think he knows it too.
Yeah. This is probably where he'll run down the pitch next ball and try and belt it. Because he was in 2 minds there. He doesn't like being in 2 minds, Ben Stokes. Smith comes in now. And he doesn't run down the pitch, but he drives firmly, and Miroff gets a hand to it, but can't prevent a run there. That was a lot more positive from Ben Stokes, who was probably still thinking about that ball before. So it's definitely not like him, that.
He'll be annoyed at himself, Jake Libby, for not saving that for a single. Stokes, his shirts, when he plays for Durham, he wears massive shirts because he has these huge shoulders because his name is like halfway down his back. It's only him. Look at where that name is.
Got to get the big man sponsor logo above that, though. 2 great England all-rounders. But yeah, I actually think Ben's trimmed up quite a bit. He goes through phases where he really bulks up. And that one strikes Robinson in the mid-rift, and Stokes calls him through for a quick single. I'll pick up a leg by, I think. Yep, as the umpire signals. But yeah, he goes through phases where he gets really big top. But I think you can see with his leg injuries. Not that I'm, been known to look at men's thighs. However, if you look at Ben Stokes at the moment, his quads are absolutely enormous, and that'll be trying to compensate for his knee issues. he's in a great place physically at the moment.
I'm in nowhere near the same nick as him, but I'm having knee issues because I basically skip leg day all my life and then run on it. Only ever used to do with arm muscles.
You can tell. Smith comes in and Stokes defends out into the offside. I was just talking about your big arms, mate. That was all, not your legs.
Well, I'm having to do. I'm in real pain because I'm doing all these horrible little gritty exercises on doing quads and hip flexors and all sorts. Oh, it's agony.
Yeah.
Having a massage on your hip flexors. I know I'm going off piste here, but it's exactly.
We use the old foam rollers on there, and that is probably the most painful part to use it. Yeah.
It's remarkable. 84 for 4 here as I'm just talking about my own
why
personal
not?
fitness regime. Yeah. It was embarrassing. I went in and the physio went, right, put your left leg up and now resist me.
Yeah, nothing.
And now resist me. I am resisting. I've got nothing. So your glutes are not firing at all. And it's just the other side. You go, wow, that is so different.
Yeah.
Remarkable how it's all connected.
And that will affect the way that you walk and obviously the way that your body takes strain, yeah.
Tommy Taylor, fascinating things, the human body. It's all interconnected. Then was massaging the back of my neck, releasing stuff. Taylor back into the attack. He's got a wicket already. Enough about me. Robertson slashes that one. Kashi Valley is back on the field, which is good to see, and he's moving quite quickly.
So the
Saves
dive
a
back on
boundary.
those knees there.
Yeah, it's a test. That's a test for those knees. Couple of runs applauded by this. I reckon pretty healthy home crowd. I'm just peering forward. And actually, if I look at it's the first time I've peered forward and looked down, and there's a decent number of people right in front
You
of
always
us.
get them just below us here, yeah. Pretty good view. Not far, probably mid-on kind of view of the pitch.
Best seats in the house.
Still very overcast, not a part of blue sky above us at the moment.
Shot. That is a glorious stroke from Ollie Robinson. No need to run for that. It's pure timing. He's not tried to overhit it. It was in his arc. He's leant into it, punched it past cover for a boundary. He moves on to 32. Durham to 90 for 4.
Yeah, glorious from Robinson. So strong through the offside. If he gets the width, he's very, very keen to throw his hands through it. And like you say, he hasn't tried to overhit that. It's very, very elegant. And for a little man, hits a ball with immense power.
You just think a little bit in him today, point to
yeah.
prove. Driven that one, they'll run a single, and Jake Libby actually does really well. Just misjudged it slightly and then lost his footing.
I don't know if that's hit one of the footmarks in front of him and maybe just took a change of direction, but there's nothing worse as if it happened to me yesterday. The ball spun. I'm useless, to be fair, in the field, but he's charged at that Jake Libby, trying to affect a run out, and that change of direction, he's done well to stop that going for 4.
Did you stop yours?
I did, yeah, with my foot. I missed it with my hand. And it was not going anywhere near as quickly as that.
And did you stick a foot out, or did
No,
it hit
it
your
just
foot?
hit my foot.
You're good at you to be honest, Ashford.
Yeah, yeah.
Around the wicket to the left-hander.
That's not a good ball.
Nah, he was trying to do what he was doing earlier on to Lees and just pitch it on leg and move it away, but actually he's probably pitched it half a foot outside leg stump into Ben Stokes' pads, and it's just flicked away for a boundary. Durham going along nicely here, actually, 95 for 4. We said a bit earlier on, we've got 15 minutes until lunchtime. And if you win the toss and elect to bowl first, you probably want to take at least 3 wickets. But on a pitch like this, on a day like today, I reckon 5 might have been par. This is now the highest partnership of the innings. It's just frustrating. I mean, they're 2 high-quality players. That's the thing about Durham. They just keep batting.
You don't want Ben Stokes to get going here either. He's starting to look a bit more fluent at the crease.
Partnership worth 40 between these two, and that's it. The problem they've got, Worcestershire, is these two. They only need to bat. If they bat together for 2 hours, then it almost could take the game away from Worcestershire early.
Yeah, it'll move forward quickly.
If Durham can get to 300 here, I reckon they'll be pretty happy. I know it's a long way away, but 2 hours, I'm just saying in theory, 2 hours of these two batting together could do that. Kashi Valley again, having to test that knee out at mid-wicket.
Does follow you.
95 for 4, 24 gone.
Who do you think will be the happier of the teams at the moment, Sam?
Durham. I think with these two, at lunchtime, if these two are still in, I think Durham will be delighted, perhaps a bit strong. But I think they'll be happy enough.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's really important 15 minutes here, or 13 minutes, that Worcestershire pick up one of these two. Durham do bat deep as well. We were talking about that. I don't know if we're talking about it off air with the long batting lineup with Peter Siddle at 11.
Test match 50s.
It's Test match 50s. Matthew Potts at 10, who's cracked 150 or something earlier this year. Smith comes in to Robinson, who tucks this away into the leg side. The intensity between these two seem to have picked up, and Ben Stokes seems to be timing the ball quite nicely now. He's on 12, Robinson on 33. That partnership's up to 40, which is huge in the context of what we've had this morning. Worcestershire still with 3 slips in place. I think identifying the fact that they need to keep taking wickets and break these partnerships. I say the game's moving forward. Smith into Robinson. Robinson pushes out into the offside. I'll tell you what, the sat-nav of Ali will be doing some miles so far today. The old GPS system. He's out in the deep and he's running all the way across now to the point region for the left-handed Stokes. 96 now for Durham. I don't know where tinted in here, but it looks really dark.
It does. I was just
out
thinking
there.
that.
I might just pop my head, have a look through the next window and see. Stokes chases a wide one, and it flashes away through third man for 4, and that brings up the 100 for Durham. Just momentum starting to build now with the home team.
Yeah, 100 for 4 they'd have definitely taken. Is it starting to rain? Maybe not. Maybe the tinted windows are doing it for me.
Them car lights just come on outside the gym at the far end. They look very bright. I'm surprised that the floodlights actually aren't on.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that. I know it's a bit dark. Maybe I'll try and open the window, see how tinted our windows are.
Around the wicket, Stokes edges. It doesn't quite carry through the hose at slip. Good delivery, good change of angle from Smith. Yeah, it's all to protect the old vampire in the production room, Stevie. Doesn't like the sunlight.
I think the subfielder a few moments ago was young Rayan Edevalaf, by the way. I was trying to work out who it was. Young academy lad at Worcestershire.
Stokes tucks this away, this time into the leg side, but can't find a run.
Worcestershire.
Sorry, mate. Carry on.
They would love to get another wicket.
Oh, it's huge.
They're almost in need of one.
Yeah.
They really need one here.
Yeah, you feel that, don't you, in the game? I think Hose has just hurt his hand here. It's like he go off the ground. He already looks like he's got some strapping in his right hand. But yeah, huge thanks again to the media company who do all of our behind-the-scenes work, the production. Steve. Ross, I believe, is in with us today. I hope Ross is up on the roof. He loves it up there. Those windy conditions. Providing all the great camera shots. And all the great work. Getting this live stream out here on Durham Live. 100 for 4 on the board.
And if you're just joining us, by way of reminder, Durham was stuck in. They lost Scott Borthwick in the first over of the day, LBW to Nathan Smith. Colin Ackerman followed soon after, so they were 8 for 2. Great catch from Gareth Roderick. Off this bowler now, Tommy Taylor. Dave Bellingham, he got in, started to look pretty good. Then he got out. It was a brilliant delivery from young Ben Allison, who's on loan from Essex. And they've also lost Alex Lees to Matthew Waite, which is why they find themselves 4 down. Cut away by Robinson to Kashif Ali at backward point. This partnership now worth 46 for the 5th wicket. As you can tell, the pitch has a tinge of green. We'll have the head of ground staff here. Vic will be on after lunch. Look forward to chatting to him. I haven't spoken to him for a few weeks. He's always interesting when he's on, Vic, as well.
He accused me of something not very nice the other day, actually. He said I called his pitch scabby, and I did not. I definitely did not.
And what did you call it?
He says I'm a grumpy commentator because I call him the grumpy groundsman.
Oh, well, I'll leave you two on together. I reckon this could be fun, as that's defended by Ben Stokes. Taylor around the wicket to the left-hander. And we've seen him just pitch the ball midland leg and move it away from left-handers. We're trying to do the same again to Ben Stokes. Big period of the game. 8 minutes before lunch. Worcestershire would love another wicket. If not before lunch, then soon thereafter.
Yeah, absolutely crucial period right now. Taylor round the wicket to Stokes, looking to pick him up.
Stokes is starting to look in good touch though. No scoring shot there, but just the way he's driving the ball. You can see mid-on and mid-off are hanging back, aren't they? Because they know how firmly he strikes
deep, aren't they?
it. In T20 cricket, you'd be taking singles to mid-on, mid-off. They'll be on the edge of the ring.
Yep.
Probably don't want to risk a run out at this stage in a county championship game. But a brilliant morning so far.
It's been great cricket, hasn't it? Like Worcestershire with 4 wickets pretty much in the first hour, and this partnership just fighting back for Durham.
Taylor, that's a beauty. Really wide of the crease. So it's just on the walk a little bit. I think, give him his dues, just pulls the bat away very last moment. No, you're not so
I reckon
convinced?
that's a play and miss, mate.
Right, genuine play and miss. Maybe I'm being too kind.
Yeah.
That won't be my opening line.
Stokesy might tell you he's just let that one go, but I reckon he's had a little flirt at that.
I'd love to say that if I were to speak to him later, I would tell him that I think he played and missed it.
Yeah, after you ask him about the hair transplant.
Hair transplant. And you got done by a beauty for Tommy Taylor. Plays that one, keeps it out. Little flick. Tommy Taylor's played with a smile on his face. There's been a lot of cricket played with a lot of smiles this morning, which I've enjoyed. Batters knowing that they're going to get balls that move away from them, knowing they're going to be riding their luck a little bit at times and enjoying it. Bowlers likewise, nothing too heated.
It's been a competitive morning, hasn't it? You know, you don't want sometimes these flat pitches where just one, you know, the bat dominates. I think this, if you play your shots and there's pace in the pitch to play your shots.
I think that's what Vic seems to be able to get right, despite a terrible winter weather-wise, over 101 for 4. Seen so many, you know, the pitch at Trent Bridge last week in that Somerset game, so many stodgy pitches that are not going to produce results. Warwickshire had a few early on in the season, and yeah, I know it was difficult, but the thing Vic does get is results pitches, and that's what you want, really.
Yeah, I mean, we've gone through phases where we've had some real flat ones here as well, and it was impossible to bowl sides out. And I think the communication between the management team and the players, and they're all working as a club, which is exactly the way that it should be. 101 for 4. Smith back from the Lumley end, and Ollie Robinson on drives. It's a bit flamingo style. The back foot up in the air. He's on 35, Stokes on 16. We'll probably have time for one more over after this. So the Durham batters probably identifying they want to go in at 4 down. And I think you would class them as being on top with the current conditions out there. Worcestershire desperate to pick up that 5th wicket and break this partnership. This is defended nicely by Robinson out into the offside. Just have a look at Stokes. Yeah, it might be just the jumper itself, yeah, unless it is just him, or because you look at Ollie's shirt at the back and it definitely doesn't look like that.
It's strange, isn't it? Just Robinson indicating getting a bit of extra bounce there, Smith. They're back on at Southport. Lancashire are batting, 57 for 1. Lyon and Anderson in there bowling attack. That's not bad. Not bad.
Some wickets and experience there. Oh, that is a beauty from Smith. comes back and beats Robinson between bat and pad and dislodges the middle stump. Worcestershire with a huge wicket right on the stroke of lunch. The dangerous Robinson goes, bowled by Smith for 35, Durham 101 for 5.
Absolute beauty from Nathan Smith. And you saw Robinson just indicate straight away to Ben Stokes. The previous ball, we'd gone, oh, that's got up a little bit more than I expected. That one, he was hanging slightly back and it's gone a little bit low, but take nothing away from Nathan Smith. It's a beautiful delivery from him. And that I reckon, Ash, probably puts us about even at lunchtime.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Which is what we
Robinson
want.
goes, yeah, absolutely. You want an even contest between bat and ball, and we've definitely, it's probably a little bit more in favour. Oh my goodness, what a ball from Smith. And as you're absolutely right, Robinson just indicated that nip back in. As we see Graham Clark come out at probably the most horrible time to bat, unless it's before stumps, I guess. He's got, this might now be the last over before lunch with that wicket.
You almost want a night watcher.
Yeah,
like you have a lunch hawk.
The old night hawk.
A lunch hawk.
Yeah,
someone.
the lunch hawk. It's probably me. I'm classed as a lunch hawk.
To send Sids out for cons. I don't think you can turn to a bloke with 70 odd tests and go, Sids, can you do the lunch hawk?
I reckon
for
he'd
Clarkie?
do it.
He would
I
definitely
reckon
do
he'd
it.
do it.
Most batters love it. Ollie Stone made runs last
Yep.
week. Give most batters a chance. Stone's another one actually. I was just looking at that scorecard at Southport. Stone and Pennington taking the new ball. I thought as soon as Stone was fit, England would be sniffing around again.
It's a pretty serious attack, that.
Yeah, it's not bad. Dane Patterson as well. He's the equivalent, just hoops it around. 101 for 5 then. Graham Clark with potentially 3 balls to survive until lunch. Really, that's his only aim here, isn't it?
Absolutely. And you see Ben Stokes and Clark just taking a little bit of extra time. As they're watching that clock, as you said, 3 balls. They want this to be the last 3 balls before lunch. I think the umpire just telling Ben to get on with it, and Ben just smiling and probably, yes sir, no problem. As Smith comes in now and Clark gets a thick inside edge, Ben Stokes says no run, thank you, you can face these last couple.
4 slips in now then. Adam Hose with the strapping on his right hand. Rob Jones, who, thanks very much Rob, his hairstyle makes him distinguishable from anyone else from miles away. Ethan Brooks at 3rd slip and Ben Allison, who's kindly wearing a wristband, quite a big armband on his left hand, which helped me identify
Distinguishable.
him.
That's what we need, isn't it? Distinguishable features. Especially without the numbers on the shirts. Clark, a good leave, you'd have to say. We talked about the 2 types of leave for Bedingham. Wasn't far away from clipping the off stump. As the 2 Durham batters have a wander down, do a bit of gardening, trying to force that clock to tick over to 1 o'clock, and they're successful.
There it goes.
So this will be the last ball before the interval. 101 for 5.
Just umpire Shangunam having another word. I know what you're doing. Yeah, but you can't stop it, can you?
There's seriously nothing they can do. And Clark defends nicely down the pitch, and that will end what's been an absolutely brilliant session of cricket here at the Seat Unique Riverside. The score on 101 for 5. It started off with a wicket in the first over, it's ended with a wicket in the last over, both to Smith. 101 for 5, you'd have to say. She's pretty level. You had Borthwick LBW to Smith very, very early on in the piece. Out for 1. Excellent bowling, and Worcestershire, after winning the toss and inserting Durham, just needed to get them wickets early. He was out without scoring. You then had Colin Ackerman, who was caught nicely behind the stumps by Gareth Roderick off the bowling of Taylor for 1. Had a little partnership between Lees and Bedingham. Bedingham then left 1, and Allison clipped the top of his off stump. He was out for 21 before Lees just started to get going with the introduction of Matthew Waite, who then got revenge really quickly, picked up his outside edge and was nicely caught by Adam Hose in the slips for 17. Then a partnership between Robinson and England captain Ben Stokes of 46 was ended right in the last over by Neil Smith, when Robinson was cleaned up by an absolute beauty from Smith, nipping back and knocking middle stump out of the ground. So he was gone 35 off just 44 balls, including 5 lovely boundaries. So we're going to leave you now, Sam and I. We're going to go and have some lunch. I believe there's curry on the menu, which sounds absolutely delightful, at 101 for 5, and the game right in the balance.
South Africa cap 357. It's got to feel pretty special now.
Oh yeah, I think so. I didn't think maybe like 2 years ago that it would happen, but it's happened, which is quite cool, and hopefully there'll be many more to come.
Can you take us back to when you got that first phone call that you were going to be included for that India series? What were your emotions there?
Well, I was actually playing for the SAA side against the West Indies, and the test coach was coaching the SAA side. So he actually didn't call, he just called me into like a room, and I thought I was in trouble almost. And then he just said, "Well done, you've made the India test squad," which was quite surprising. I mean, I've spoken to him about it before, but it was still quite a shock. The first people I called was definitely my parents, because I think they've done a lot for my cricketing career. So yeah, quite a proud moment, and yeah, I'm glad it happened.
And then obviously you go on to you get a 50 on test debut. Not a lot of people get able to do that, so that must have been as well like a special feeling. How difficult were the conditions out there?
Well, I think honestly, because we won the toss and bowled, and it was almost overcast like this, maybe a bit warmer, and we bowled them out for maybe like 220, and then the pitch settled down to a degree. But I think our openers and number 3 did quite well. So when I came in, it was a bit flatter. I'm not saying it was easy, but it was definitely a bit flatter. And then once I got off the mark, the nerves kind of settled, and I could actually just enjoy the occasion.
And then you came out of that series with a 1-1 draw, and then due to the SA20 going on, you were one of the more senior guys after 2 caps going down to New Zealand. You've mentioned in previous interviews you pulled yourself out of the SA20 auction or to be considered for New Zealand. Was there any sort of hesitation there, or was it just you've now got a chance to play Test cricket again for South Africa? You want to take it?
Well, I think so. Like that conversation happened, I reckon, August last year. So before the draft obviously happened, before the India Test matches happened. So like the coach called me and kind of said, "Look, if you don't put your name in." So like everyone thinks like I pulled out like I was dead certain to like get into the auction or get into the SA20, but like I just thought, like weighing up the pros and cons, I thought to play a test match for sure for your country, I think overweighed the chance of playing in the SA20, yeah.
And then you go down to New Zealand, first test, you don't get the big century, but the second test, second innings, you finally get to that 3-figure mark. Can you talk us through, once you got past 50 and kind of that second part of your innings, and then obviously the elation when you do get that first century for your country?
Well, I think in the first test, I got so many messages after the test match saying well done, but also saying how silly I was to try continue the 6 hitting and stuff like that. So like when I eventually got to that mark, I tried to just stay sensible and calm, which luckily I did. And yeah, it was obviously quite special. I knew back home, I think it was like maybe 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning back home in SA. And I knew from speaking to guys days before that they'll be up watching regardless of what time. So I knew that my family, my friends would be watching. So I think just having that was quite special. I mean, New Zealand's miles away, so no one was really there in terms of like SA and family and stuff. But it was really special to know that they were watching and stuff like that, yeah.
Did you get a sense, was there a feeling of vindication because you obviously left South Africa to come over to here and play for Durham, and everyone was kind of talking about the time that you were putting your South Africa ambitions on hold and there was more chance of an England call-up, and then you obviously reversed your decision and you made yourself available to South Africa. Was there a sense of vindication with over the winter getting those test call-ups and those test opportunities?
No, I think I'll never regret coming over here. I think I owe Northie and Durham a lot because I've learned a lot. I've grown as a person and as a player. So like I think so because like coming through and watching guys play, getting like not jealous but just like knowing or maybe thinking that I could do the same job playing test cricket. So it was quite cool eventually making the step up and then doing okay as well, because I always think the biggest thing about test cricket I always think is like before you actually do it, it's like believing or thinking, can I actually do it? And I mean, I've only played 4 tests, so it's a small sample size, but like playing against those Indian seamers in tough conditions, I think getting through them and doing okay, just like it almost gave me a lot of confidence going into like New Zealand, also playing against a good attack, but obviously on flatter wickets. So like coming like across like Bumrah and those guys on tough wickets definitely made me confident to go out and score runs in New Zealand, which was quite cool.
And then looking ahead to the season, obviously we're kicking off on Friday against Hampshire, so the club season comes first for you, but that the international scene will now be always in the picture. How do you balance the two? Is it a case of just you put your best foot forward with Durham first and then South Africa will take care of itself? Is that the mindset?
Well, I think firstly, I've looked at the schedule. So if South Africa continues to happen, I don't think I'll miss, especially 2024 this season and next year. I don't think I'll miss. I think I'd maybe miss 1 or 2 Champo games, which is obviously lucky. And secondly, I think every game is a chance to score runs and do well for Durham or South Africa or Western Province. So I think like I'll take it game by game and try to do what I've been doing for Durham for the last 3 or 4 years, and that's score runs and try win games. Yeah.
John, let's start. Great news coming out of Durham this week. We've been awarded a professional women's team. That's great news for the region, isn't it?
Oh, it's fantastic. Yeah, really pleased for them. Great shot in the arm for women's cricket, great shot in the arm for the club and everyone involved in it. Massive amount of work behind the scenes, and to see it bear fruit, it'd be just so good for if you were a young female cricketer in the North East now, you know you've got a pathway just exactly the same as the men have, really.
Let's go back 30 years. I guess it's exactly the same situation as the men's waiting 30 years ago, isn't it?
Oh, it's the similarities are stark, really. It's absolutely the same process, the same. See a professional side close up. It's just brilliant. They got the chance to follow in their footsteps and make careers out of it.
Let's move on to the men's and boys academy side of things. Season's here again. It's come around pretty quick again, hasn't it? It's an exciting time of the year for everyone involved.
Yeah, it's class. Lads are chomping at the bit to get going and get outside. If it ever stops raining, we'll be ready to go. Yeah. So just nice to get out the indoor school, and seems like we've been in for a long time, but yeah, it's just about here now.
Touched on the indoor school. How's pre-season gone for the academy and pathway sides?
Yeah, really good. Yeah, it seems a long time. They've done started in November. Really long block, 3 6-week blocks of practice. Yeah, they're ready to go. They're absolutely class. Looks fit as they've ever been, strong as they've ever been, champing at the bit, ready to go.
Just give us a sense of what they've been doing over the last few months in terms of getting ready for the season.
Sort of skills blocks for first couple. Lots of running, strength work in the gym. They've worked incredibly hard, and then latterly just sort of sharpened up with some nets.
Dubai, the guys went to Dubai in January. Just tell us a bit about that experience for the younger guys in the squad.
Yeah, we had a super time. It's unbelievable pitches, like class opposition. Just set the whole thing up beautifully for them. You know, to see a different style of cricket, like you see on the telly with the IPL, really, the fellas hitting it that you don't necessarily get on the North East pitches here. Then, yeah, they're different, like chalk and cheese with their practice beforehand to after. They're trying to take the game on. It's much more like you see on the telly now.
Let's look ahead to this season. There's been a change of structure within the ECB recommendations at the younger age groups. Just give us a sense of what's going on and why the reasons behind that.
Yeah, just to postpone the start of the county age group cricket to give everyone the best possible chance of staking their claim, rather than just picking the team out from the kids that have been fortunate enough to play hardball cricket at a young age. There's you know, trying to move that first selection to later. They get such a good deal now when they get into the county age group squads that you want to make sure that you've got absolutely the best players from the broadest possible backgrounds, the broadest possible exposure to cricket, really.
Let's look ahead to the academy season. Without naming names, how's the squad look?
One in 10 minutes, Sammy?
Welcome back to the Seat Unique Riverside for the afternoon session between Durham and Worcestershire. The game poised finally with Durham on 101 for 5 and in need of another big partnership after lunch between the in batsman, England captain Ben Stokes, and Graham Clark, who's new to the crease, replacing top scorer so far in the innings, Ollie Robinson, who made 35, who was bowled by an absolute beauty by Smith, which cut back through the gate and removed his middle stump. The covers have been on over the lunch break, a little bit of light rain in the end, nothing too serious. However, we were talking about the light a little bit during the lunch break, and it has deteriorated so much that the lights have come on here. So when you talk about bowling conditions being absolutely perfect, they've ramped up even a little bit more. And after the lunch break, we're going to be playing under the lights here in Chesley Street.
Just need a pink ball and you'd be right at home, wouldn't you?
Go for the pink ball.
Oh, wouldn't it be lovely?
It'll be
coming. It will come. We've got the Kookaburra.
Yeah.
The next thing is...
They tried it, didn't they? It wasn't a great success, was it? The old day-night cricket.
Yes, I'm pretty sure I remember Lanks playing. Did Lanks play a game?
Did indeed.
I think Renshaw. I remember talking about Renshaw about a day night game. Anyway, Taylor. Big shout, LBW Early Doors. First ball after lunch. That looked very close. Umpire O'Shaughnessy shakes his head. Tommy Taylor looks back as if to say, what's that missing? And Ben Stokes walks away. He's rubbing the inside of his thigh. So height may have been the issue. I think that's got a little bit of flesh, as Ashthorpe was saying. Ben Stokes' legs look massive at the moment. Well, that muscle will need to be doing a bit of protecting, but that's tight.
Big shout, that is a big shout.
He's down on his haunches actually, Stokes. That's hurt.
Yeah, not nice. The old inside of the thigh. Might have even got a bit of knee there for Ben Stokes, who's doing some flexing, a little bit of stretching as he tries to get a bit of mobility there, but that's hurt.
Could have been worse though. Could have been worse. Ben Stokes could have been wandering back almost. Essentially, if he'd have been given out, he'd have wandered out into the middle and then turned around and wandered straight back. Promising signs from Taylor around the wicket to the left-hander. Driven Stokes. He's with a bit of a flourish there. Didn't quite get all of it. No run. Jake Libby, the Worcestershire skipper, does the fielding. We've got Vic, head groundsman here, joining us for the post-lunch session. I'll just talk you through this over and then I'll bow out and let Ash and Vic have a chat. Floodlights on. Stokes is just about... Yeah, I can see why it wasn't given actually. I've just seen a little replay. Perhaps sliding down leg. That one onto his legs. Tucked away nicely, Ben Stokes. That's that little clip off his hips he plays. He's still moving a little bit gingerly. You just saw him play that shot and he's in a bit of pain, but that will make him feel a little bit better about life. Moves into the 20s.
Just a little bit straight there. He's trying to get that away movement from the left-hander, Taylor. I'd have been screaming for that first one as well. Struck England captain on the inside, probably on the knee, missing the pad. But he's got two straight there and clipped away beautifully by Stokes for 4.
Opens the face, just runs it to the right of Kashif Ali. Pulls him through for a single straight away. Hello, Vic.
Hello there.
How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I've enjoyed some wonderful, day-night cricket now. It's,
excellent.
I see you're still in your shorts.
God, this is miserable today, isn't it? It's dark, it's cold, it's horrible. I suppose we've had our 1 week of summer.
Well, we had it for the longest day, wasn't it? We
Yes,
peaked
right,
on that
yeah,
longest day.
yeah.
With beautiful sunshine.
Yeah. Had 1 week and everybody was moaning it was too hot.
Hose pipe bands.
Solid from Graham Clark. He was out there yet to score. Out there because Ollie Robinson fell just before lunch. Huge wicket for Worcestershire that was as well. 106 for 5.
Just going to read out a little email that we've got while the lunch break was on from Joe Scott, who is out in La Manga in Spain, Vic. So I'm sure he's got some sunshine. In fact, he's winding us up saying it's 33 degrees and he's sat on the balcony watching Durham.
Lucky man. Hope he's got something good in his hand.
Absolutely.
Push into the offside for no run.
And he says, from a selfish standpoint, I'm quite pleased that Robbo hasn't received the call-up for the national team, despite clearly earning that opportunity. I think if Durham have any designs on winning a trophy this year, he will play an integral part. I'm still gutted for him on a personal level. Hopefully he gives the selectors a real headache for the rest of the summer. And a big shout out to Stu, who's watching in Turkey. All the best and thanks for the great coverage. Cheers, Joe. Enjoy the sunshine while we'll sit in a dark and, I'm going to say, dingy, cool day here in Chesley Street. I'm going to see Ben Allison rejoin us after the lunch break from the Lumley end. Vic, talk to us about the pitch, mate.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's green. It's very green.
Come on, I want details. Give me millimetres and all of that kind of jazz.
There's 9 millimetres of grass on there. It's possibly not quite as hard as one would like it to be. And the moisture level is just about where I'd want it to be. Okay. So just a little bit softer. It was obviously going to nip. One look this morning would tell anybody it was going to nip. Mm-hmm. The fact is, we were unlucky with the toss. It came down the wrong way. If we were sat the other way round this afternoon with Worcestershire being 106 for 5, I think we'd have been fairly happy with the morning.
I think it's been a pretty even morning with Durham's scoring rate, as Stokes has again struck on the pad this time. No appeal.
It's clearly been very hard work. You could tell that from all of the batsmen out there. Nobody's been able to play with any degree of confidence as yet. Hopefully, I often think, and this is more like an older Durham wicket from, say, 4 or 5 years ago. Mm-hmm. I often think the key in these sort of situations are partnerships. If you get a partnership going, it tends to look very much easier, which is possibly a stupid sort of statement, because if wickets are falling, of course everybody's bubbling. But I've often seen these games whereby if you can develop a partnership, it looks so much flatter. The downside of that is if they break the partnership, the chances are they'll rattle 3 or 4 out. But yeah, I mean, it's an interesting pitch, there's no doubt about that. It's very, very similar to the Somerset pitch in the last game. All of the readings, whether moisture readings or hardness readings, are almost identical to the Somerset pitch.
And it makes for fascinating cricket to watch. We've seen a lot of cricket where batters dominated ball and it all gets a bit boring. And this, I thought, was a great, really even first session of cricket. I thought if Durham had gone into lunch 4 down, they probably would have taken the spoils from that first session. However, it was an absolute beauty from Smith to knock over Ollie Robinson just before lunch as Stokes defends.
And it's difficult, isn't it? Because the lads were on the road last week.
Yeah.
And for a while it looked as if it was very difficult to take 1 or 2 wickets.
Yeah.
So I think the intent was that we didn't want that sort of game. And then it's trying to come up with a fair balance between bat and ball. As you say, the paying public are loving it because something's happening every ball.
Absolutely. As Allison comes in again and Stokes defends out into the offside. I think there's enough pace in the pitch to be able to play good shots, which you've seen from Ollie Robinson and David Bedingham, who looked really, really good until their dismissals. Ollie played the ball square and late, and Bedingham was able to play some shots on the up. And the bowlers have got their rewards when they've pitched it up and bowled in the right areas. And I think that's all for good cricket. It reminds me a little bit of a New Zealand pitch, actually, where you look at them on some of them on the first day, and they're really, really green. And then flatten out as the days go on.
Yeah, I'm not sure that live grass should be so much of a concern. People see something green and
Panic.
yeah, absolutely panic. And I think the downside for this one was that it simply was a little bit softer than I would have liked. And that was, without trying to make excuses, I think that was something that came from last week where we had that heat, and it then becomes a balance of trying to keep moisture in. Obviously it had to be open on Wednesday when we had the Women's International on the pitch very next door, which is not ideal. But for a lot of the time it stayed under a flat sheet when the sun was shining.
I think it's a good reflection of the amount of moisture, is that you probably can't tell that that was used for the Women's International next door, that's greened up pretty much immediately.
Yeah, that's a lot of water though. That was watered immediately the game was finished, and constantly giving it water every day will encourage that plant to come back.
Yeah, it's certainly doing that. You can definitely hear Jamie's in the crowd after lunch. As Clark is away, as he tucks this away out into the leg side, and will pick up a couple as Ben Stokes loses his bat at the striker's end. If I was Gareth Roderick there, I might have just accidentally stood on the back of it. Yeah, I'm not a great person, am I, Vic?
Typical local club captain.
If that happened to me and I was batting and somebody stood on it, I don't think I could use a bat. I'd be looking down at that and going, oh, that's not good.
Yeah, but you've probably got about 6 bats in your bag, haven't you?
6 bats, Vic. That's not true.
I'm sure you have.
That's not true. I have more than that. As Taylor comes in. And again it's straight, and Clark clips this one away but can't beat mid-wicket. So yeah, talk to us about the process of communication between kind of the Durham management team in Marcus and Ryan and your guys in preparing this surface for the game.
Well, we were told after the Somerset game that pitch should be the blueprint for pitches going forwards.
Okay.
And as I say, this one is as far as the readings go, is almost a mirror image of that, and actually the scoreboard would say the same sort of thing.
Clark defends this one out into the leg side for no run.
So that was the aim. I mean, we selected this pitch purely because it had the best coverage of grass on the square, and hence it was next to the international pitch. As I say, that wasn't ideal, but even then I had to change the international pitch, so it didn't work out particularly well. But yeah, it had the best coverage of grass on it. It looked the best area to play for what we were aiming for.
Clark edges this one, but it rolls along the floor there. I think a bit of an attempt at leave in the end and got the toe of the bat. And luckily for Clark, it trickled through to Roderick behind the stumps. And that ends the over. Durham on 108 for 5. And as Vic says, partnerships are the key to batting in these conditions. As Ben Stokes and Graham Clark just starting their partnership after Ollie Robinson was dismissed in the last over before lunch. So we're about halfway through the season now. Are you happy with the square? How she's going?
No, very, very far from it, really. We're still struggling from the winter we had. The grass on the square is far from ideal. We've got a lot of weed grasses on the square.
Is that just purely down to the amount of water that?
Yeah, I mean,
lack of temperature and sun.
Yeah, when the new seed was planted, the end of September, beginning of October last year, because of the water that we had, the rain that we had over the winter, plus the cold temperatures, it hasn't really germinated and grown. It sat in water and it rotted. And then, as anyone will know who looks after a grass area, lawn or whatever, it's all about a competition between weeds and fine grasses to
get the
see,
nutrients out.
to see what develops. and unfortunately we've got a lot of weed grass, which is thick, stalky grass, as opposed to the fine grass that we're looking for.
Yeah. I think a lot of club grounds will be exactly the same. I know Chesley Street up the road is exactly like that.
They will be exactly the same, and it's been a pretty horrific season. And
Stokes down the wicket. And whoosh is a great way to describe that, as it flies away over third man, 1 bounce for 4. Stokes had enough of just being content to see Allison off, and he's picked up a boundary, and importantly for Durham, picked up another 4 runs. That takes us on to 112 now for 5. Stokes moves on to 25.
So it's been a real struggle
Yeah.
finding pitches for this season. Every year, once we get the fixtures come through, we do what we call a pitch plan, which is planning where you're going to play each fixture on during the season. Normally, you can pretty much stick to that plan. This year, I don't think we've played one game on a pitch that we planned for.
This time Stokes does defend. Yeah, Sam and I were talking about it earlier, and actually I said you're probably under. I said at least plan 3, but you probably don't even have a plan now. Do you just go and just see?
Just
kind
where
of like
we
the
are.
cricketers play what's in front of you and just
Yeah.
see what's in the best
Yeah.
condition.
Just where we are. And the plan for the T20s, for example, was we'd like to play on a new pitch every time.
Sure.
We've ended up playing on one pitch for most of the games.
Yeah. So Allison comes in again. Stokes again down the wicket, makes better contact. It probably drags out a little bit leg side, but pick up another boundary. England captain on the march, moves on to 29, and Durham on to 116 for 5. Yeah, and talk to us a little bit about this. So there was some excellent run scoring. I think it was the Lancashire game, wasn't it, where both sides clipped 200.
Yeah.
And that was an outstanding pitch. Versus one that probably wasn't as great for batting. I think the Leicestershire game at home wasn't probably as great for batting.
That was the perfect example of what I'm trying to say. The pitch where we played Lancashire, and subsequently, who else did we play?
But Yorkshire on the same pitch?
Yorkshire on the same pitch, yeah. That pitch had a fair coverage of grass, and I was quite happy with it. The pitch that we played Leicestershire on was one of those that had the stalky grass. It also had bare areas. So when the ball hit the grass, it tended to skid through quickly. When it hit a bare area, it stopped. So what we call a two-pace pitch. And the batsmen never had the confidence to be able to just play their shots, hit through the line and play their shots on that pitch. And a lot lower scoring, and that's the main issue that we've had with the pitches this year. The Ladies International, I should have played on pitch 9, but that would have been exactly the same as the Leicestershire pitch, so I changed it at the last minute.
As Clark pushes this one away, and he'll pick up a single out into the offside. Yeah, and that's frustrating. I mean, you want people to enjoy playing on your pitches, and when you get some of that negative feedback, it won't sit well. What I will say is that isn't the reason that Durham lost that game by any stretch of the imagination. So Durham were in a massive position to win that game, and through the combination of some excellent bowling from Leicester, a run out for Durham, they didn't quite get home on that night. So there's by no means to blame the pitch for that result, but obviously you want to prepare the best pitch that you can,
exactly,
to let players express themselves.
That's the key. And I mean, I'm my own biggest critic. I know when a pitch isn't playing well, and that one didn't play well.
Was that 4 wides or leg byes? That's flown down the leg side, and it's gone as byes, and that is so cruel. The wicketkeeper had absolutely zero chance of taking that. We've seen Roderick being very athletic so far this morning. He's unable to get to that one. But importantly again for Durham, another 4 runs to the total. There's him under 121 now for 5.
That looked as if it swung a long
did
way after pitching.
Yeah.
So I mean, we would love to play on the best surfaces going. That's what you always aim for. Sometimes, unfortunately, it doesn't happen that way, and that can happen for a number of reasons.
Stokes with lovely soft hands guides that one away through the vacant third man region, and we'll pick up another 2. Moves him on to 31. And Durham on to 123 now for 5.
And it's so hard to try and read a pitch and to work out how a pitch is going to play. I've never been able to do it. I can't look at a pitch and tell you what it's going to do.
So what chance have the rest of us got if you can't?
Well, that's what I can never understand. I mean,
Stokes down the pitch and gets a bit of a leading edge back towards the bowler.
there are so many opinions.
Yeah.
What it's going to do, what it's not going to do. As I say, you turn up this morning, you take one look at the pitch and you think, my God, I wouldn't want to be a batsman on that. Or if you're a bowler, you're rubbing your hands.
I think this surface, I talked about winning the toss this morning, was pretty key. I think the overheads as well play a lot into that.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, it is a green pitch, but you see the lads can play their shots. There is pace coming onto the ball. As Stokes plays a beautiful shot, which is probably the best touch we'll see today from an Englishman, as that one's touched to mid-off off the right foot. Not talk about the football later.
That was unfortunate, wasn't it? A lovely shot.
It was a gorgeous shot, but I think the extra grass on generates pace with the ball onto the bat as well.
That's the aim. I mean, that is the idea, that the extra bit of grass should zip the ball onto the bat. But it's also going to give a little bit of encouragement for the bowlers. So again, it's that balance between bat and ball.
Stokes again down the wicket. This one finds the gap between cover and mid-off and races away for 4. The England captain, full of intent, moves on to 35, and Durham on to 127 for 5.
Wonderful shot that, wasn't it? Good use of the feet, through the gap, full face of the bat, excellent.
Especially on this minefield. No, it was brilliant batting from Ben Stokes. And he is the one, they talk about the English culture of running towards the fear and running to take on the challenge. That was a perfect example there. He's tried a couple of times, probably without the success of hitting in the middle of the bat, but the intent there. And that was a beautiful flowing cover drive for 4. And what it does is it just allows Graham Clark to go about his work. He's on 3 from 12 and Stokes is now 35 from 60.
Well, it's hard work, isn't it? I mean, you've got to be in there to score runs.
Yeah. So Allison comes in and Clark defends nicely out into the offside.
I always refer to an innings I watched here probably 6 or 7 years ago now. We were playing Hampshire, who had dropped quite a few wickets early on, I think it was, and Sean Irvine came into bat. And it was probably the ugliest 100 I've ever seen. He got hit, he played and missed, he miscued quite a few, but he just worked. He worked and worked his socks off and got to 100. And sometimes you need to do that.
As Clark, that one flies down the leg side, and again, tidy tumble there. I think Ryan talks about problem solvers.
Yeah.
And this is, I'm not saying it's a problem, but the player that adapts best to these conditions is the one that will thrive. And we talked about Ashton Turner, in particular that Leicester game, how he came in and batted beautifully.
Scored a lovely. He did score 50, didn't he?
He did indeed. Yeah. And then you talk about these conditions that you've got to find a way to be able to work and succeed and score runs. As Allison comes in and Clark defends. And ultimately what we want to do is we want to provide a surface that is going to create a result. I'm not saying that we're fixing or doctoring or anything, but we want to provide the opportunity for bowlers to take 20 wickets and for batsmen to score runs.
Yeah, and I think, again, it comes down to this interpretation of home advantage, doesn't it? I strongly believe that there should be home advantage in sport, as long as it doesn't go too far and cross the line to become almost cheating. And you've got to be able to deal with different conditions, different situations.
And I guess you could say the home advantage was immediately taken away from Durham by
the
losing
toss.
the toss.
Yeah.
What did you think about the uncontested toss?
I hated it, but then I'm old school. And I would do away with one-day cricket personally. I mean, 18 first-class 3-day games would be brilliant. I just don't see why we keep messing around with cricket.
As Clark picks up a single. Yeah, it's tough. I mean, again, Sam and I were talking around just the lack of red ball cricket that we're now going to see up until September, basically a 2-month period where there is no red ball cricket, and obviously the 50 over competition will take over here, and the 100 will take over basically the rest of the world come the kind of July, August period.
This type of cricket for me is what it's all about. This is the battle. One side trying to get dominance over the other over a period of time. You've got to adapt your game. You've got to work at situations.
Stokes drives again.
4 runs.
They just took a slip out there and put the sweeper in down, and it's flown away, probably maybe 3rd or 4th slip. But again, the intent of Stoke and the old fortune favours the brave. He picks up another boundary, and the scoreboard keeps moving. Stokes moves on to 39 and Durham on to 132 now for 5. Yeah,
I see the attraction of the one-day game for people coming in and they want a quick result and whatever. But again, you can't bowl down the leg side. You can't bowl bouncers. What can a poor bowler do apart from get hit back over his head for 6? You want flat pitches. If we make pitches which seam at all or spin at all, we're marked down for them. It has to be dead flat. And the technique of some of the batters is, frankly, in my opinion, pretty poor. You just stand there and swing the bat, and or clear the front leg and swing the bat. I'm sounding like Geoffrey Boycott.
I love it. I absolutely love it. You're going into my Grumpy Vic narrative here. Absolutely perfect. As Clark drives nicely but isn't able to pick up a run. But I think the ultimate is Test cricket. And I think for that reason that you must be able to play in all conditions, whether that be the spin of the subcontinent, the pace of Australia, the swing and seam of England and New Zealand. The best players across all of those conditions will always rise to the top. But I'm getting grumpy and old too. That's what my wife tells me anyway.
Wait till you get to my age. But I've always thought it doesn't matter what the sport is, whatever you're playing, those who rise to the very top are the ones who can deal with different situations, who can overcome the golf course. Whatever it may be, you're not just playing against the 11 guys that you're up against. It's overcoming challenges like difficult pitches.
This one is defended by Clark now. Weight right on the money since his return into the attack from the Finkel end. Yeah, you want to see the best. I guess tennis is another great example across the different surfaces that they have to combine.
Exactly, yeah.
You know, the battles of Federer and Nadal, you know, over grass and clay and hard court. And
see, I would have gone McEnroe and Borg, but
well, that's generational, isn't it? We've got a lefty and a righty anyway. John McEnroe, what an entertainer. But yeah, you look at that and you want people competing, and like you say, some people will have an advantage on some surfaces versus others, and can the person that doesn't have that advantage, can they bring their game up to a level that is not going to just compete, but can they actually beat the person that it is more suited to? And you're right, it does get a bit generic, doesn't it, the cricket that we watch sometimes with the white ball, as Clark comes down the pitch and defends out into the offside. But unfortunately, when you look at, I guess, you look at, we're saying this is quite a nice crowd for a county championship game. We've probably got about 1,000 maybe in. When you look at even some of the average T20 games that we have, we've got 3,500, 4,000 in.
No, I mean, I completely understand that the multi-day cricket does not bring in the revenue.
Yeah.
I totally understand that. And if I were coming from a different position in marketing or chief executive or whatever, then I would probably be questioning the 4-day game as well.
Yeah,
but purely as a
purity,
cricket lover, I just see so much more in these games, and it's funny. I can remember championship games from years ago. Ask me what we did in the last T20 match, and I probably wouldn't have a clue.
Black and white telly and all that.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. That's when cricket used to be on telly. You didn't have to subscribe 50 quid a month to have the privilege to watch cricket.
You can get it free on YouTube now, mate. All these brilliant.
Well, that's true, yeah.
But no, I absolutely see where you're coming from. 132 for 5. Durham and Allison's in. He's going to be round the wicket to Stokes. Just 2 slips in place and sweepers out as Stokes defends on the leg side. We have a deep point with deep square leg and a fine leg. So just trying, I guess, to stop the flow of runs. I think Worcestershire identifying that if Durham can get north of 200 here, then they're in with a real shout. Because do you expect this to nip around for the duration of the game, Vic? Do you think it'll change much over the coming days?
I would think that it would continue to nibble around.
Yeah.
Certainly the first couple of days. The interesting factor will be the heavy roller. The heavy roller will come into play, and that generally will take a little bit of pace out the ball, and it will mean that the bounce will go down.
Okay. What about the overheads? Are they due to change over the next 4 days? I know everybody looks at different apps and whatever. One says it's going to rain. One says it's going to be okay. What do you see happening over the next 4 days with regards to the weather?
Well, I only ever watch the BBC, and I've seen a chance of a shower this afternoon, and possibly a bit of showery stuff tomorrow.
Okay.
So
it should stay pretty similar, you think?
Pretty similar, I think, and
Okay.
I think the next week they're saying is going to be similar again. So I don't massively see the overheads changing greatly, unfortunately.
Middle of summer. Well, the start of summer anyway. Hit July tomorrow.
Yes,
feel like it, does it?
rushing through, isn't it?
Sure is. Stokes again is hit. I think he's got flesh. Tell you what, he's going to start this test series with a few medals from batting here at the Riverside, which secretly he'll love that. He'll love being in this battle.
He will if he goes on and gets a big score.
Yeah. Well, I reckon this might be his highest score for Durham this year. I mean, Sam's a bit of a stats man rather than me. I just normally spout rubbish for hours on end, but I reckon this might be his top score for Durham so far this season. He's on 39. Important runs for Ben Stokes, and he tucks this away nicely out into the leg side, and he'll move on to 40 now. This one's picked up by Amir Verdi out at the deep square leg boundary. Durham 133 now for 5. And again, Vic, you talk about sometimes when partnerships are happening, things just seem to quieten down, and the energy levels, even if the fielders kind of drops down, doesn't it? You're expecting wickets all the time, and when that doesn't happen, it's quite deflating out in the field.
Yeah, it seems to be, and it's a natural thing, isn't it? If you're taking wickets every 5 minutes, you're very buoyant, you're running in, everybody's clapping and cheering. But suddenly when a partnership of 40, 50, 60 starts to build, you're thinking, well, it's not swinging anymore, it's not doing as much as it was. Is it time we should get the ball changed?
Yeah, well, that's happened a lot over the last few years, hasn't it?
Hasn't it just?
Not so much this year.
I'm not sure Harold Bird would have changed the ball quite as often.
Well, at the end of that over, Durham have moved on there to 134 now. And this partnership has gone on to 33. So again, that's probably the third little partnership you would say Durham have had. They had the one with Lees and Bedingham. Robinson, Clark tries to drive that one away for no run. But you're right, what will tend to happen is one wicket falls and then the old one will bring 2 kind of thing, and the old put 2 on it kind of. We talked about cricket cliches earlier today. put 2 on it, etc., etc. And
as the players are always shouting, bang, bang.
yeah, absolutely.
But it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, we're sat here talking about a pitch which is doing quite a lot. It was scoring at 3.8 runs and over.
Yep.
And still early on day one.
Clark drives nicely. You get that through the gap at point and you pick up at least 2. And they'll settle for just the 2, as that was a nice push drive there in the gap between point and cover. But yeah, I think we've said that all morning actually, is that the intent of the Durham batsmen, the wicket has had the pace enough in it to be able to play the shots, even some of the shots that have come square of the wicket from Ollie Robinson. Beddingham was able to punch some drive. One flick through mid-wicket was ridiculous.
I think Worcester probably getting a little bit excited as well, starting off 4 slips, no
aggressive.
third man.
That beats the batters. Clark fishes for one that probably started well and truly outside off stump and continued to shape away. But Durham are a team that like bat on ball. They like to score
absolutely,
quickly.
yeah, and I think that goes back to the coach, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
Coach has come in with that approach, and that's what he wants to see. And you need time to bowl the opposition out. Get your runs quickly, it gives you that bit more time.
Clark this time down the pitch, exposes all of his stumps, but it flies down the leg side to safety. He's probably missed out there a little bit, Clark. Still 3 slips in place. I was going to say it was great overhead conditions this morning with the pitch, and now the lights have come on. It's ramped it up even further.
Yeah.
Still pretty gloomy out there. It does look a little brighter in the sky, even though we have the tinting here in the room. This one's pushed away nicely, timed that by Clark, and that indicates again there's good pace in this pitch. He tucks that away and picks up a couple with nothing more than a push through the leg side. What about the outfield, Vic? Are you happy with the overall surface of the outfield now?
Really pleased with it. Really pleased with it. I don't know if you saw the reports from the Ladies International or heard anything of the television coverage, but they were very positive about the speed of the outfield, how it looked. So yeah, the guys have done a top job on the outfield.
Clark defends. I know one thing that will be annoying, especially John, is the little marks that have been left by all the electronic advertising boards around the outfield. I bet that kills him inside.
Yeah, John's a perfectionist, shall we say, and yeah, he's not enjoying that too much. But thankfully, we haven't got any concerts this year, and they really do mess it up. But,
looks like a train track has been around the outfield, just very slightly.
and of
and
course,
it won't be slightly to John. That would be a lot.
no. He goes home at night and worries about it.
It's good to have pride in your work, and this one's down the leg side, and Stokes misses that one from Allison.
And of course, the much as I enjoyed the weather conditions last week, with it being warm and sunny, it meant that with the setup for the ground, with the LED boards and everything else going in, there's tractors roaring round
And the training regime for them as well.
Yeah,
they're on
3
the
days of
pretty
training
much all day,
all the
aren't they?
time. Yeah, and that really has an impact on the ground in those conditions.
Stokes down the wicket again and leaves.
So the irrigation's been used quite a lot. We have that coming on every night, and that helps to keep the outfield green. But I think it's in good condition at the moment.
It's definitely the best I've seen it this year.
Yeah,
it's come on nice.
And when the sun, when the sun comes out, it just looks.
Yeah, it does. It makes such a difference, actually. Just the colours and that's hooked away by Stokes. It's in the air, but it is going to beat fine leg, and Matthew Waite does an excellent job trying to claw that in. But Stokes will pick up another boundary, not in control of that hook shot. It's a good bouncer from Allison, but Stokes picks up another 4, moves on to 44. And the total now, He's moved on to 138 for 5. Is that 142 for 5? I think it is. The scoreboard just a little bit slow.
I think he has a habit of freezing just for a couple of balls.
It's just to annoy me, I think.
Now, it's Graham can't keep up with it.
It's definitely not Will and Sue, because they're listening and I would never slag them off.
Oh no, it's definitely Graham.
He is grumpy. I'll tell you what, on the scale of grumpiness, you don't even come close.
No, I won't have that. I won't have it said about Graham he's grumpy. He's just passionate.
We definitely couldn't have Graham in this room. 142 for 5.
I think he's my best mate.
He's a belter. I tell you what, he does work hard. Stokes this time with much more control.
That's a beauty.
Absolutely
of a shot.
nails that for 4. It's not quite as high. It's just a little bit down leg side, and Stokes helped it on its way. As Vic described, it was a beautiful hook shot. And raced away for 4 more. 146 for 5. Stokes on to 48. All action cricket, Vic. This is what we want to see.
This is what we want, yeah.
Did you see the ball? Have you seen a replay of the ball that got Robinson out?
No, I haven't.
Let's see if I can pull it up here for you. Stokes drives this one to mid-on and takes off for a run. He's absolutely rapid and makes that no problem at all. And the crowd now, you can start to hear the crowd now with this partnership building. They're also starting to get into this partnership as Ben Stokes, you'd have to say, is feeding them their energy by his innings so far. The crowd love having Ben here back playing. I'm just going to bring up a replay of that bowled for you. Have a look at this little bit of nip we're talking about. It's a good ball.
That's not a bad ball.
It's a good ball.
Not a bad ball. They're allowed to bowl one a day.
Absolutely.
They're over their quota then for the day.
Going to have weight again from the Finkel end.
He'd only been out once in 24 dismissals bowled before that. Ollie
Really?
Robinson, yeah.
Do we get that from useless stats as well?
Yeah, we
What
do.
a guy. They're not useless.
They really aren't.
He
Waits
needs
in.
He needs to change his name.
Oh, that'll be 50 for Ben Stokes. Sorry, I've come in and stolen your glory
Not
there,
at all.
Ashford.
Not at
Scrambles through for a single. 50 off 73 balls for Ben Stokes. He just survived that one early doors after lunch. Rubbed his leg a few times, still limping. It is his best score for Durham of the season, quite comfortably. 10 fours in that 50, so lots of runs coming in boundaries. It's his first half century since way back in January in the first innings of that first test for England against India.
The crowd are loving that as well.
Absolutely right.
It's glorious to turn up, and you and your ground staff are out there early doors, right? And Ben Stokes is pretty much the first player out there bowling. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, well, obviously we see a lot during the training period and whatever when the crowds aren't here, and we see what goes on. And the thing that's really fascinated me this year is the amount of work that Ben has put into his game. The time that he spends in the nets on his own with, when I say on his own, but he was in the other day with 3 coaches, Marcus Trescothick,
Collie was up as well, wasn't he?
Paul Collingwood, yeah, and we have Will Gibman out there as well, and they're just throwing balls at him, and he practices and practices for hours, and then he comes in and bowls for another hour, and the work that he puts into his game is, I mean, it's really surprised me this season, watching him do it, and that's how he gets so good.
Yeah, it's not by luck, is it?
No.
At the end of the day, he's obviously an extremely talented person, but you're absolutely right. What people don't see is the amount of hard work that. I mean, you add to that then his physical training as well. I was talking about.
Yeah.
not that I had a chat, but said good morning and that to him this morning, and a little handshake and stuff like that. And the physical shape that he is in is incredible right now.
Outside edge from Clark. You heard on the effects mic the groan from the Yorkshireman Matthew Waite. He will feel he doesn't deserve to be going to the boundary with that delivery, and I think I could probably agree with him. That's 150 up for Durham, 152 for 5 here on day one with that outside edge boundary from Clark. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all. It's 50 partnership as well. 51 these two are put on. Valuable runs that. Wicket of Ollie Robinson falling just on the stroke of lunch. 3 balls before it. Clark came out to face 3 balls, and Worcestershire would have thought, oh, we might have a sniff. We might be back in this. Ooh, left alone.
That ball going down there to third man for 4, something that John and I bang on about, John from the ground staff and I bang on about it time after time. Why is it you never see a third man now? It almost seems to be a weakness to put a third man in.
Well, how many balls have gone to fine leg versus third man?
Well, most runs go through third man. Yet it seems to be you're admitting
as if
something.
by magic Sam's got the wagon wheel out.
Let's have a look. Just on boundaries, we can see 28 runs. So my quick maths says 7 boundaries down to third and just 2 down to fine leg. I'm with you, Vic.
It should be 1 run.
And point. Don't have a deep backward point. Make them play that shot, and it's because it's a proper shot. But plug that gap. If you want to save easy runs, it's down at third. You'll get me off my long run. I'll be running in farther than Ben Stokes.
It's runs from an error as well, isn't it? You're actually letting them get 4 runs for an error.
Yeah.
28 out of 152 as well. So as a percentage, that is a decent percentage.
But the fact is, Sam, that's why we're sat up here.
Not far off a third, though. Sorry, a fifth, is it? Oh, great fielding. In the covers there. Stokes lashed that off the back foot. Is it the captain in the covers there?
Yeah.
Jake Libby dived away athletically to his left, and he's wringing now his left hand, trying not to show pain, but ultimately that hurt.
Yeah, you're right, it's about 18%, I reckon, which is too many in a low-scoring game. If that suddenly, so you make that 7 singles, scores 130 for
different
5.
complexion on the scoreboard. Stokes pushes this one out to the man at deep point, and he's annoyed with himself because he'll feel that he should have run that through the area we were just talking about, down through third man. He's got a bit too much on it, and he'll just pick up the single there.
And that shouldn't be a run, because there shouldn't be a deep point,
circle,
and he shouldn't be able to run it down to third because there would be a fielder there, and then that just closes that avenue down. It's an easy out shot. Sorry, Vic.
No, I'm totally with you.
Oh yeah, you raised it, didn't you? Fine, I'm happy.
But Allison, I think, who's been up there with the most impressive of Worcestershire's bowlers this morning, gets a crack at the right-handed Clark, and this one goes along the floor a little bit there, Vic.
Yeah, that looked low, didn't it?
Yeah, I was just going to ask you, at lunch I was going to go out and have a look, and with the amount of live grass, and you said it's at 9 mil, is there any indentations from the ball as of yet?
Surprisingly not.
Okay. Is that what you were looking for?
Yeah, that's what I was looking for, yeah. You may have seen me down on my hands and knees there, and it's just to see whether it's actually dented the pitch. But there are a few ball marks, but it hasn't dented at all.
Allison in again, and Clark gets this away fine. 2 on 2 long leg. He'll pick up a single. And score moving along nicely here for Durham. Worcestershire need to have a breakthrough. Is this partnership the highest of the innings so far? We've already talked about the Durham's depth in their batting. They still have. Let's have a look at that card. They still have Deleda, Ben Rain, Matthew Potts and Peter Siddle to come. So there's a lot of strength in that tail. In fact, they won't like me calling that a tail. That's a really strong lower order. Peter Siddle, in fact, at 11, definitely won't like me calling that a tail. It's Allison. Juices a little bit of a false defensive stroke from Stokes. But there's a lot of runs. And Ben Rain, I mean, we've seen a lot of Ben Rain over the years. He's in probably the form of his life with the bat for Durham.
Yeah, he's a handy player to have coming in lower down the order, isn't he? He can play both ways. He can hang around and support someone at the other end, but he can get on with it as well, and often scores runs when we really need them. Matthew Potts has done a similar sort of thing this season as well.
He worked really hard on his batting over the winter. Stokes down the wicket again, just clears mid off. Didn't quite get all of that. And I'm not sure if he's broken his bat here, but he's standing in a really weird pose. But he's got 4, and another 4 to the total. And again, fortune favouring the brave. That ends the over. Stokes moves on to 55. Durham on to 159 now for 5. And this partnership starting to become dangerous here for Worcestershire. Oh, it doesn't end the over. What's happening? It does, it doesn't. Everybody's just standing around having a chat.
I think it is. The scoreboard's gone
Yeah,
off.
it is. No. Yeah, I was confused there. I'm sure he called over. Stokes is still looking at his bat. Square leg hadn't moved. But we've now got the in-between over shuffle on as players come around for Matthew 8. And you can hear a shout of overrate, in fact, from the skipper.
Doesn't seem to be impacting his bowler too much.
He's still wondering. I think he was off the field for that over, in fact, Matthew Waite.
He's got ball back in hand from the Finkel end. 154 for 5. Turn to mid-wicket for no run. Yeah, I wonder if umpires these days, he's used to be the old counting stones and then the clicker. I wonder if they're less worried about it because it's all done electronically and they've got radios in their ears. So suddenly you go, oh, hang on a minute. How many have we had, lads?
Yeah, they're in constant contact with the scorers and
Yeah.
the match referee via the old walkie-talkie system. But yeah, they're all normally put on the scoreboard.
Got it past mid-wicket there, but still no run. And I think we've got another sub-fielder on. This is Harry Darley. Thanks very much to Frank Watson for letting me know.
Graham will be grumpy now. His scoreboard's gone off.
He's back.
Is it
He's
by
back
magic?
with us.
Is it still right? It looks right to me. 158 for 5. Clark's got 40. Still no Amar Verdi in the attack. Driven nicely, but it's a beautiful bit of fielding from the big man as well. Ben Allison, who is bowling at the other end. The days of fielders grazing down at third, well, largely because there are no thirds, as we've just been saying. But the days of quick bowlers just sort of waving them by or using their feet, as Ashthorpe was telling us he was doing in the field yesterday.
By accident.
That's a brilliant bit of fielding from Ben Allison in the covers. Saved the boundary.
Definitely wasn't like that, mine. If you want to get in touch with us and you have any questions for Vic, it's streaming at durhamcricket.co.uk, or if you even want to chat with Sam and I.
Straight bat of Clark there. Some lovely comments for you, Vic, on the YouTube.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Graham Noble. Excellent comments from this groundsman. Really honest and clearly loves his job. I think you do love your job, don't you, Vic?
I think it's probably fair to say that, yeah.
Even though you're grumpy at times. It's not me. Ashthorpe calls you grumpy.
I tell him passion, not grumpy.
Josh Sloan says, I love this guy. Have him on every day. You're always welcome, Vic.
Well, maybe there's a future there when the bones are too old to be pulling sheets, and maybe tomorrow.
They take a run. Just didn't quite time that, Graham Clark. But it went square and Kashi Valley came round and does the fielding. You're always welcome up here, Vic, you know that.
I enjoy coming up, I really do. It's always good to chat cricket.
Does it become challenging now then for the next couple of months with no red ball cricket until September? Do you have to start to think about that already?
Yeah, it's in many ways it's going to be quite a relief for me because of what I've been saying about the pitches and the grass or lack of grass. Because we've got this break, I think from about the middle of July until the end of August, where we've got, I think it's 350 over games, plus quite a lot of other cricket. local finals and youngsters cricket, but it gives me a chance to actually get onto the square and do some work and to do some early renovations whilst the weather's still quite warm, or the temperatures are quite warm, to try and get new grass coming back on. Normally we would leave that sort of work until September, October, but because we go on so late this season, I'm going to take advantage of this spell and actually renovate quite a few of my pitches during that spell. Oh no.
Little tickle. Ben Stokes stands there. I thought, my immediate reaction was there was a little noise. It was a shorter ball from Ben Allison. As Vic says, from a Durham perspective, that's very much, oh no, Ben Stokes has to go for 56. The short ball, it wasn't particularly well directed. He's shaking his head as he wanders off. Gareth Roderick took a step or two to his left. Hard to say from the replay, but from a Worcestershire perspective, that's an absolute delight. Ben Stokes, the England skipper, has to go for a very well-made 56. 11 boundaries on a tricky pitch. I think that is worth a few more runs. It's been difficult under these lights, under the overcast skies. A little bit in it for the bowlers as well. 160 for 6.
Yeah, it's a great knock from Ben Stokes. Looked very disappointed to be given out, although the reaction from the Worcestershire bowler and fielders indicated that they thought it was pretty regulation, as did the umpire. Stokes has to go, but like you say, ends a fantastic innings. Gone caught behind by Roderick off the bowling. Valentin's 56, included 11 fours, 79 minutes, and in the context of this game, how important will that be? You talked about, you know, your 50s and 60s being worth 100 on different pitches plus, so...
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's massive, the wicket of Ben, but also it breaks that partnership, and we just hope that one doesn't bring two doesn't bring three. Hopefully these two can get stuck in and start to build another partnership, but that's a massive blow for Durham.
My initial reaction was out. I thought
immediately. Watching the replay, the ball looked miles away from anything else. So if there is a noise, it's got to have come off bat or glove. I mean, personally, I didn't hear anything, but I mean, from the reaction of everybody, it just seemed regulation, didn't it?
And Ben was clearly very disappointed, wasn't he?
But,
whether that's that he got out or whether it's with the decision, one doesn't know. But he was clearly not happy about it.
Has delayed it. Next batter in. I think. So I think he was disappointed with the decision. The finger was straight up. They reacted as if they knew it was out. And I'm sure, I don't know if he doesn't know because he's swiveling, like, and it's almost brushed his glove, and he hasn't felt it.
Like you say, it's a long way from anything else. So if it's made contact with anything, it's bat or glove. But unfortunately, Ben Stokes is on his way. Not unfortunate for Worcestershire to pick up a huge wicket, and I'd say on the whole, Allison deserves to pick up that. I think he's bowled really well this morning. And Delida defends out into the offside. And again, it keeps the game moving forward, but breaks a big partnership there.
What were you saying, Vic, before we were so rudely interrupted by a wicket? I can't remember what
He's
it was.
going to get renovating his pitches.
Yeah, going to be getting a bit of renovation done, so nothing terribly important. But
and have we got much fun? So we've got a little bit of blast cricket, those 3 out of the 4 home Metrobank games.
It's
and
the South-North game, isn't it?
Yeah, there's the South-North game against Hampshire, I think that is, on Friday the 9th of August.
Ellison nicks the outside edge of Delida's bat. And Vic, in the old terminology of bang bang, one does bring 2, and Delida's on his way with a bit of a wishy-washy drive outside off stump. And a feather through to Roderick. And Durham in a little bit of danger of this all wrapping up really quickly, and now 160 for 7.
Yeah, probably a ball that so early in one's innings, I don't think he had to play at it. I can see why it was tempting. I can, but I'm not sure he has to play at that one. First delayed it, but he did play at it. He did get outside edge, and Allison's got 3 for.
He's gone for a few runs, Allison. He's gone for 50. He now has 3 for 50. He's gone at just over 4s. But I think he's really challenged Durham today. I think he's bowled well. He's used his height and his pace. And He's just got that angle, isn't he? He just leans away a little bit and pushes the ball back into the right-hander. And I think Bastilleja will be very disappointed with that dismissal.
He would probably, Allison would probably have only gone for 21 if he'd had used a third man.
I tell you what, Ollie hit him for a few fours.
Yes, he did, yeah.
Through point.
Being very flippant there.
You were. I don't like it.
But Have I just been sacked?
To be fair, no, absolutely not. To be fair, he did get a few through third man, and Stokes got a few lucky ones away from him as well. But he's definitely deserved those 3 wickets this morning.
He was the pick of their bowlers last week against Surrey. Just angling in, is it wide of the crease, which is maybe wide the leader. If I leave that alone, is it going to hit my off stump? And I'm going to look very stupid.
It wasn't committed either way to it, like a defence or a drive was. It was a push. And Buss will be very disappointed with that one. And we see Ben Rain now come out to join Graham Clark. 2 Durham stalwarts at the crease. Both served this club very well for a long period of time. And Durham need them now to build another partnership to get that score over the 200 mark. As things at 160 were 5, you have to say Durham were probably ahead of the game. As you say, the old adage, put 2 on the scoreboard.
We were starting to dream of 250 plus, weren't we?
We were. Allison in again, and Rain defends this one to mid-off for no run.
Well, like you say, he's been in decent nick, hasn't he? 93 against Warwickshire, unbeaten 50 against Hampshire, 40 odd here against Somerset, 43 in the reverse fixture. So genuine all-rounder, Ben Rain.
Oh, absolutely, and he does it, and I think Vic mentioned it, he does it in different ways as well. He can either be that anchor role with a batter that's in, or if he's batting with the tail, he can really take it on. So this could be quite an interesting period of time here with him at the crease. And it's a good leave, and Allison with his tail up, with a double wicket maiden there. Excellent bowling from the big man on loan from Essex. And if he's not in Essex's thoughts for next season, I think Worcestershire might be more than interested. Excellent over from Allison. Double wicket maiden. Durham 160 for 5. Sorry, for 7 now.
Well, that's changed the atmosphere quite a lot, hasn't it? You can see, you can just feel that Durham were beginning to get Worcester on the back foot. And a double wicket maiden has changed that completely.
The energy's shifted from the crowd out to the fielders again, hasn't it? You
Yeah.
can really, you're absolutely right, you can change it. A bit brighter in the sky, away to the west. By no means blue or sunshine, but it's just a lighter grey.
Defended in to the offside, where that man Allison is doing the fielding. A lighter grey, that's a lovely summer phrase, isn't it? At least we've gone from dark grey to light grey. Rain's held off thus far, though.
A little bit of drizzle at lunch, Vic. I saw the covers on there briefly.
Yeah, just a few spots. It wasn't very much at all. I mean, you wouldn't have come off if they were playing.
Yeah.
They wouldn't have come off, but just wanted to protect the pitch a little bit.
2 slips and a gully. Cut away, and there's that boundary. It's a decent shot there from Graham Clark. Just played backward of square. There's cries of catch it were, I think, a little bit hopeful. He was in control of that, Clark. But he's down to that vacant third boundary. Into the 30s is third. Durham 164 for 7. Clark got a bit of a licence now.
Yeah, I just think now if there's any width there, he can cash in, and we've seen what he can do in white ball cricket. He's a very aggressive opening batter, and probably somebody perfectly suited to batting at 7 in this championship side.
Driven, that's a
Great
lovely
shot.
shot. That is great shot, glorious, lovely. With the free cries from up here, Jake Libby just has to trot away towards the Toblerone and retrieve that from the boundary. Back-to-back 4s.
Yeah, short and wide the first one. Waits tried to correct that, going a little bit fuller with the second one, and Clark cashing in. And this is what Durham seem to do so well, is when they're in trouble, they come up with a little counter-attack. There's 2 pretty good players at the crease to do that at the moment. 168 for 7.
driven straight. It's a good bit of fielding from
Don't
Matthew
throw
Wake.
it, that's a level one.
Yes, you can't do it anymore, can you? It's a great bit of fielding.
Nicely timed by Clark again, wasn't it?
It gets past Wait, it's a boundary there. So what sort of games have we got non-professional on the ground in the next month or two, Vic?
I think we've got penciled in is a club final. Not quite sure what the competition is. I know there's an under-18s game. There's a North East Warriors game. 2 or 3 of the really small ones who set up sort of 6 games on the outfield, just playing around the outfield, chance to shine. And what's the other one? Dynamos, is it? And then we've got some holiday camps as well, where the coaches have kids in for 3 days, I think it is, and they spend some time on the outfield. So there's lots of bits and pieces going on.
It's lovely to see the youngsters getting a chance to play up here. Oh, that's a beauty from Matthew Wait. Graham Clark again. As we've seen so many times. I've lost count, although I wasn't counting the start, so I don't know if I really can say I'd lose count. But there have been plenty of times where bowler and batter have just shared a smile and a little nod of appreciation. 168 for 7, 42 overs gone.
Brilliant experience for the youngsters to get to play out in the outfield. I see when do they call it the Super Fours, I think, Vic, where you have the net up down the middle and you have the edge of the square in use for the pitches and the kind of 2 games going on at once for the youngsters.
Yeah,
that must be great as a youngster to be able to play out here on this stadium.
I sometimes think it's even better for the parents.
Oh yeah, well, a lot of them live through the kids, don't
Parents love it.
Yeah.
But it's good to see the kids out there. I mean, my first role in cricket really was as a coach, and I love to see the kids getting the opportunity to play and to develop their game. So little done in schools now.
Ben Rain drives nicely down the ground and will pick up at least a couple to get off the mark, and he will settle for the 2. Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, you probably hit the nail on the head there. You see the kids running around having a good time. They would probably do that on any ground anywhere, but yeah, for the parents to be able to sit and watch their kids with their names up on the scoreboard and things like that is a great experience for them all.
And of course, all of those games now are live streamed as well.
A lot of them are, yeah, absolutely. Ben Rain tucks this away out into the leg side and will pick up another run, so he's busy at the creases. Verdi does the fielding. 171 now. We've said that Will Dobson emailed us and said that the scoreboard was just running a bit slow, as we said, probably because I complained about it, and they rebooted it to see if she'll run a little bit smoother. So thanks, Grumpy Graham, and thanks, Will, for letting us know that.
Graham's obviously turned it off at the plug,
yeah,
left it for
switch
10
on,
seconds
switch it back
and
off again.
switched it back on.
It's a long 10 seconds though, isn't it, when you have to wait. When you have to
You
reset
count.
the internet. I try to, but I get to about 6. And, surely it's fine
That'll
now,
do.
yeah.
What's your method for seconds? Elephants, Mississippi?
Elephants, I'm an elephants man.
Yeah. As Allison comes in again, and this is edged and dropped at slip.
Adam Hose.
Yeah, just diving forward a little bit there. Took a good catch earlier in the day to dismiss Alex Lees. This one, he'll be disappointed that that one's gone down.
That looked pretty regulation, didn't it, as far as slip catches go?
He dropped a couple this year. He took a good one to get Ollie Pope last week against Surrey. Pope was running at the bowler basically. This one was flying. He took a couple of catches in the game, but he has dropped a few previously this season, Adam Hose.
He's got a bit of strapping. He hurt his hand earlier, and I don't know whether them things are playing into that, and Clark leaves this one alone. But as you say, I mean, we've got a great sight of that. That was coming directly towards us behind the bowler, and that you had a good sight at that. You'd be disappointed to put that down.
Didn't seem to come at much pace either,
No,
did
It
it?
wasn't travelling quickly at all, was
That
it?
might have been part of the issue, actually. Sometimes when they fly at you,
You don't have a chance to think.
yeah, you just grab it. I think Allison's height as well. He's a lovely tall bowler to get that bounce Not one of them horrible skiddy bowlers that you're always, you know, catching at velocity below your knees. But a chance for Clark, who drives uppishly but beats the man at backward point and away to make it 36 runs down towards the third man. Maybe a little bit square a third man, but if there was one in place, he definitely would have cut that off. But another boundary to Durham and another boundary to Clark.
This is what we've got to do, isn't it? Just keep nipping them around, just keep building in tens, and just keep pushing that scoreboard up. No need to do anything silly. I think this pitch will continue to offer enough assistance to the bowlers throughout the game, so the more runs that we can build in this first innings, the better chance we're going to have.
175 now for 5. And Clark is beaten again. This has been an excellent over from Allison, who covers his face, probably mutters a word or two. If his cat was with him, no, I wouldn't say that. Kurt Zuma did that and got into a load of trouble. But that ends the over at 175 for 7. And you've got to feel a little bit for Ben Allison there. Just going to have a look at this. Oh wow, he's made an absolute meal of that, hasn't he?
It did. I think it's the pace, or the lack of pace, that does him. He actually gets down to it quite early, and his hands are too hard there, Adam Hose.
Looks like he's got his hands in the wrong position,
Kind of, yeah, he did almost try and catch his hand rather than catch the ball. It was a bit of a weird one. We'd be disappointed, as will Worcestershire, and how much will that cost them? 175 for 7. Clark on 27, he's been busy, but had a chance in the last over. Ben Rain new to the crease on 3.
Matthew Waite still going into his 11th over of the day. Still not seen any spin yet. That doesn't overly surprise me. 43 overs, well, into the 44th over now. So still a lot of cricket left to play today as well. That's the one thing these two sides will have to be wary of. Over 8.
Yeah.
If we've got any Worcestershire fans viewing today, they might be interested to know that Worcestershire was the first cricket club that I took any real interest in. That would be back some time ago when they had the likes of Glenn Turner,
Yeah.
John Inchmore, Paul Pridgeon, probably been playing. Rodney Cass, was he the keeper?
Mate, you are definitely asking the wrong man here.
But Glenn Turner was my first real cricketing hero.
Was he in New Zealand?
Yeah.
Used to chip it over when the international started. He used to chip it over the infield, didn't he?
He used to score 1,000 runs in May.
Did he?
Yeah.
Wow.
White in. Turned to the leg side for no runs. And why was that? Were you a local boy too?
I wasn't that far from Worcester, being sort of Oxford way, but the lights have gone off.
That might be Graham too.
The meters ran out. No, I was just fascinated by watching Glenn Turner bat, I think.
Yeah, my first memory of
Norman
him was
Gifford would have played as well.
Giff, yeah.
Came up here.
He did.
Edge
Out.
gone. That's a genuine outside edge. A beautiful delivery from Matthew Waite, just angling it across the left-hander, Ben Rain. And he had to play at that one, really. Too good for him. And there's no shame in saying that. Ben Rain nicks that one behind to Gareth Roderick. And Durham have lost their 8th wicket, 175 for 8.
Yeah, just trying to push that one down the ground, getting an outside edge. Another comfortable catch through to the keeper behind the stumps. That's a big wicket, that. Ben Rain dangerous down the order. He goes for 3. And Waite picks up his second. He now has 2 for 37. Yeah, back to Glenn Turner. Yeah, my first memory of him is watching Australia play New Zealand when they started the old coloured cricket, the World Series Cup they used to call it. Yeah, and he used to just go in. He just used to have the knack of just hitting it just over the infield and running. But yeah, back in the beige days of New Zealand's one-day kit.
January 1983, I think we're talking about here then, are we? World Series.
Oh, he'll have played in a few of them, I reckon. But yeah.
84 he made against Australia. You'd have seen him bat plenty of times, though, for Worcestershire. His record was phenomenal. 284 games, 22,500 runs at 52s, 7,200, 93 50s.
Wow.
That's a conversion rate and a half, isn't it? 93 50s,
That's a career.
7,200, and that's just Worcestershire.
No wonder you watched him.
And you think of the pitches they were playing on in those days. I mean, we complain about green pitches here today. Imagine what they were playing on.
Yeah. Matthew Potts is the new batter in, batting at 10 for Durham Cricket, much earlier than he would have hoped. And that's because Ben Rain has nicked one behind off Matthew Waite. He had a couple of summers, 1970, 2,379 runs, 10 hundreds. 2,400 runs in 1973. Just the 900s for him that summer. That's 2,000 runs in 1981. That is a serious career. You can see why you enjoyed that pick.
Yeah, he was a fair player.
Waits in. Potts is defending, and suddenly there's just a bit more energy. You can feel it from the Worcestershire players, and that is because they've taken 3 quick wickets. 160 for 5 Durham were. Ben Stokes was going along nicely at that point too. Suddenly Stokes delayed it. Ben Rain all gone in the space of 4 overs. Worcestershire suddenly back on, if not on top, certainly parity has been restored. Driven, lovely
What
shot.
a lovely shot.
Just showed the faces of the bats to that Matthew Potts. It's gone, well, I've watched you guys out there, apart from maybe Dave Bellingham, all struggle. And I'm just going to show you how it's done. Lovely checked on drive for 4.
Yeah, glorious from Potts. Keep telling the story of he was a young opening batter when he played for my club. Same foolish lad that he is today. Maybe calmed down just a little bit thanks to Holly, his partner, but he was an opening batter, and then all of a sudden, if you see his dad, you'll work it out pretty quickly what was going to happen. But he had a massive growth spurt and went from bowling about 60 miles an hour to about 80 miles an hour within weeks. Incredible, just
Over a summer?
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Within weeks, I'm telling you.
So you could be the oppo. You could have gone, right, we played against this guy
100%
earlier in the season, and you turn out thinking, okay, right, this will be fine, and he's bowling 80.
He went just through a phase, and just Paul Coghlan did something similar as well. It was just a genuine medium pacer that all of a sudden something in their physiology just clicked. Smith back into the attack. This one's nudged out into the offside.
Well,
that was a great spell that from Allison. But yeah, if you see Potsy's dad's about 6'8", I reckon. He's huge.
Is he?
Yeah.
Is he? I'm not sure if this is indicative of Matthew's batting or anything or whatever, but I've just noticed that my lads are all outside now, and they've brought the heavy roller round. So they're not expecting the tail to hang around for too long by the look of things. I hope they're very wrong.
Well, we were talking about one man from Otago. Nathan Smith is also there, and he'll be hoping to finish it off quickly, won't he?
As he comes in and loads up. Potts tucks this away into the leg side and sets off immediately for a single.
Jamie wanted 2.
He always wants 2. Shouting for the bowlers and then wants a 2. Love Jamie. You'll hear him loud and clear on our effects microphone. I saw his dad put a tweet on last night that he was going to come after lunch, and we can certainly tell that he's arrived after lunch. But yeah, Potts, like I said, worked really hard on his batting, and that came to fruition. I think it was at Warwickshire early in the season. He got a big 100 there. I think he might have gone in as night watchman at the time.
I think he did.
It was Clark defends this one out into the offside. We're talking about the lunch watchman maybe to go in when Ollie got out, but he definitely was a night watchman and maybe got 150 or something to that effect.
Was he one short of the 150?
It was around that mark, wasn't it?
It was his best, wasn't it?
Oh, by miles. Absolute miles. But he's always been more than capable with the bat. Scored Premier League 100 probably at the age of 14.
Didn't they shake hands when he was on 149?
149 not out he was.
Oh, Vic.
Wow.
Good knowledge. And
I can
cruel.
Remember championship games.
Yeah, that's very true. Even away from home. As Clark drives at that one, and that carries through around chest height through it to Roderick. So a bit on that one from Smith. We'll be looking to come in and clean up this tail as quickly as he can. 181 for 8 now, Durham. There's a lot of effort in that ball from Smith. Strong. All-rounder from New Zealand. Again, the kind of signing that you just want in your club for the whole year. That continuity. And you know you can rely on him. This one strikes Clark on the pad, and it looks straight, and it was full. And Smith picks him up. Clark playing across the line on that one. And he goes for 28, and Durham now fallen in a real heap after that partnership. Have lost 4 wickets for 21 runs. 181 now for 9. Clark
Right, gentlemen, if you'll excuse me, I think
I'd
better go and join the rest of my team. Pleasure's talking to you as always.
Thanks very much for coming up, Vic.
Enjoy the rest of the game.
Top man, thank you so much.
Vic's just realised he's been around sporting environments for long enough to know that if he's not down there for that last wicket, the amount of stick he will get from his team for the next couple of months is not going to be worth it.
It's just an experience would dictate he rides that out till that last wicket falls, and then you go, all right, lads, you've done. Not like that at all. No, but brilliant stint again from Vic.
Thanks, Vic. Come back anytime.
Full of knowledge, and being the cricket nerd that I am, I love listening to what millimetres of grass is left on and things like that. And this game has moved on at a good lick, as Worcestershire now have Durham 181 for 9 after winning the toss. Your target is to make sure that they're 3 or 4 down at lunch, and you want to be making sure that you're batting in the same day. And Worcestershire are going to tick all of those boxes by the look of it, unless we see something remarkable from the last wicket pair of Matthew Potts and Peter Siddle, who now comes out to join Potts.
Oh, at the current rate, we might see Scott Borthwick and Alex Lees have another go, because we're actually this is only the last ball of the 45th over, so we've got more than half a day left. I never know how the regulations work around tea and end of innings, but
yeah, I think they just make it up. Smith comes in and Siddle leaves this one outside the off stump. And that ends an excellent over from Smith, who now is 3 for 31. I think he's obviously bowled really well. I think Allison for me has been the pick of the bowlers with 3 for 57. A little bit expensive, you would say, in the context of the day, but probably been unlucky in going for some of those runs. Matthew Waite has picked up 2, and Taylor picked up the wicket. Who did he grab? He grabbed Ackerman, didn't he? Caught nicely, actually, by Gareth Roderick behind the stumps early doors.
It's been outstanding, Allison. He's contracted, I looked it up at lunch, and he's contracted until the end of 2024.
Okay.
Which, by my reckoning, is this year.
Yeah, it is.
I know COVID threw things off a little bit. Wait.
I'm with you.
So I reckon he's out of contract in the winter.
Well, he's doing himself a few favours here if he's looking for new employment.
Yes, I reckon one might be swiftly passed under his nose before he has a chance to go back to Chelmsford. Why don't you just sign this little bit of paper, Ben, before you head off for a few weeks, because I think he's been superb and will only get better. It's been a brilliant effort from Worcestershire in the ball. With the ball, yes, conditions are favourable. Pushed into the offside, but they've just barely got bowlers standing. Tommy Taylor playing just his second red ball of the summer. Adam Finch went down injured last week, hasn't been able to play. They're missing Joe Leach, the leader of the attack, for so many years.
Yeah.
Well, tragic circumstances have left them without a spinner, and they've had to bring people in on loan. It's not easy. Haven't had to bowl Ame Verdi yet. Yadi Singh out for the season. No Ben Gibbon. And yes, these conditions are favourable, but it's also a high quality. If you look through that Durham scorecard, we've got a guy who's made 149 unbeaten in a first-class game at 10, and a man with a Test match 50 at 11. So it is not the kind of team where if you get through the first couple, you know you're in you're in the money.
Absolutely. What you would say as well is, and you tend to find that this happens, is that it's probably the brightest it's been all day now. The sun definitely not shining by any stretch, but we have a bit lighter grey in the sky than we've had all day.
All these shades of grey. It's been a great effort from Worcestershire, particularly when they've been thinking, well, because Bedingham gets a start. Robinson looks really good, and he gets a wonderful delivery from Smith. Just what you want your overseas to do for you. And Ben Stokes makes 50 odd. So high quality players have got in, and they've managed to get them out. Potts on the walk there,
Yeah.
playing that drive.
His
That's
own
a
little flamingo.
sign of confidence there, Ashford.
He's a very confident human being, Matthew
Is he?
Potts. Oh, yes.
So remind, which club was he? Was that Washington?
It was at Washington back in the day, yeah, before he joined the academy. Outstanding talent, like I say, probably came as a top order batter, and like I say, his body just changed where his little filthy medium pace turned into something that was more than usable at club level, and the academy took that on. And wow,
Flicked into leg side. That's a lovely shot. Just rolled his wrists on that. I think he's going to get at least a couple. It's a good bit of work from Nathan Smith, who keeps it to 2.
the one thing that John Windows and his academy team can do is identify a fast bowler and turn them into something special, and they've done that again with Matthew.
It feels like one should never, if I had my time again, I would decide I'm not going to be a bowler, because most high quality bowlers, the story says they started out life as a batter.
Yeah.
So start as a batter and let someone realise you bowl sharp.
Well, if you look at Durham's current crew, Ben Rain started off as a batter. Paul Coughlin started off as a batter who bowled a little bit, and then his bowling has taken over. So yeah, there's definitely a history of that. And what they'll look at is obviously their athleticism. They'll look a little bit at, I know Jeff Cook was a big one of going, introduce me to your mum and dad, so you could check out what their kind of physical kind of status might turn into. So yeah, they've done a good job over the years. A big conveyor belt. Oi. Siddle a little bit stuck on the crease there as Smith beats the outside edge.
Yeah, that was a beauty. Just needed it to be a tad straighter, didn't he?
Just waiting for that one to end up in the hands of one of the slips, to be honest. It's the right length, though. I think you found that the wickets they have to, obviously Stokes was out with the bouncer, but the ones that have caused the most trouble, that have sometimes gone for runs, have been the ball on the fuller side. Smith coming in there, probably bowling his quickest spell of the day so far. His tail's up. It's the win. Just having a look at the flags on top of the members' pavilion has really dropped down. The flags are pretty limp. And again, it is probably the brightest part of the grey that we've had so far here today at the Seat Unique Riverside. Here on day 1 at Chesley Street. After day 2, there is a members forum that is available to our members in the Jeff Cook suite. So if you join us after play, it'd be lovely to see you. Siddle defends this one out into the offside. For a chat with, I think it's Alex Lees, Scott Borthwick, with head coach Ryan Campbell. Might be a little bit of a quiz on the go as well.
Oh,
So
nice, okay. Who's quizmaster then in the?
yeah, I think it'll be me.
Yeah.
I think
Got
it'll be
your questions ready?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Plenty of time left.
What sort of route do you go down? Are we doing rounds? Or
I think this quiz is going to be on the season so far, so there might be a little T20 section and a little red ball section as we kind of hit the halfway point of the season.
Sensible start, that.
Yeah. That's a great delivery again from Smith, and Siddle presents a full face and plays and misses.
Would you like a multiple choice, or will you be a bit stricter than that and say, no, I want an answer from you?
Yeah, I'm a bit stricter than that. I tell
You
you
like
what,
that?
we've got some really knowledgeable members
you?
as well. Yeah,
Okay, so you have to go deep.
I thought I'd nailed them, and they absolutely grilled me. The scores were
Okay.
ridiculously high in the last one.
So you need things like,
Yeah,
like what's the best power play of the season?
Run
right?
rates and
Oh,
like
okay,
what's
wow.
Ollie Robinson's like run rate for the last season. One of the members nailed it. Yeah, what's his average? Who scored hundreds against who?
Okay.
We had this situation last year where we had, I think, players it might have been 1 to 8 had all scored a century in the championship. So you had Lees, you had Jones, Borthwick, Beddingham, Robinson, I think Ben Rain. Who else? Bryden Cast, Graham Clark. So I think batters 1 to 8 for Durham had all scored a century, which was pretty incredible. Had a great season last year in Division 2.
Having a good, decent one this year, I'd say.
And yeah, they're absolutely more than holding our own in Division 1. As Siddle clips this one away down to fine leg. He'll pick up a run off the last ball of the over, which won't upset the Worcestershire fielders too much, as he'll retain the strike for the next over. And Durham move on to 184 for 9, and Siddle is off the mark.
Perhaps what we should do, Ash, is just slip in a couple of false stats today, and then you could ask the question around them and just see who's listening.
Do you know who I need to do this quiz? Yeah. I need our useless stats man to find me some randomness.
Privately rather than...
Yeah, don't make it public.
Okay.
Just saying. You know, if you were willing to offer up some randomness that you seem to come up with, how many people have been dismissed by Benz and...
That's good. I like that.
I love it. Definitely shouldn't be calling himself useless stats.
Tommy Taylor back.
Yeah.
Bit of extra pace, perhaps. Smith does the fielding at mid-wicket. Still got to be his Alan Richardson. Doesn't make the mistake of walking behind the bowler's arm. I get to so much cricket, and still people who have to stop.
It does happen.
Big thumbs up from Alan Richardson to a couple of Worcestershire members, I'd imagine, who've made the long trip. They've probably got a week out of it, actually, haven't they? Because Worcester are up here on Friday in the T20.
Yeah.
Week in the northeast.
Where would you rather be?
Nowhere, actually. Opens the face, no run. Like a little bit of sunshine, but there's some lovely coastline up here. Beautiful part of the world. I was going to say 4 days of cricket. I feel like we're not going to get 4 days of cricket. So you might have to fill an extra day, Worcester members, if you're up till Friday. You probably already made plans for Thursday. Want to get yourself down to the Shields or Tynemouth, or go a little bit further up. But I think this is how short Worcestershire are of players, that the head coach is having to bring jumpers and...
I think he might be anticipating the end of the innings.
Push to mid-on. Jake Libby, the skipper, will be delighted with his side's work so far. He called correctly about 10:30 today. I don't think anyone had to wait around to find out what he said.
Not sure words were probably exchanged.
No.
It was probably just the nodding of shaking of hands.
I think they probably agreed beforehand, whoever's winning it. No surprises. Ooh, that's kept a little bit low. Siddle was trying to hoik it from outside off stump, but I think it was... He judged the length right there, it just didn't get up, and that's a couple we've seen from the Finkel end actually go low. Still 184 for 9. Siddle has 1. Matthew Potts has 7. Tommy Taylor, who took the new ball 4 or 5 hours ago, he's got 1 for 43. A couple of balls left in his 12.
So close to the off stump that.
It kept pretty low, that, didn't it?
I'm not sure he's picked up the length as well as you reckon.
Yeah, it's back of a length.
It is back of a length.
It should get higher than that.
Yeah.
Well, you would anticipate it getting higher than that.
It's a big shot.
It is.
It's a big shot.
Playing elsewhere in all the other Division 1 games. I haven't even gone down to Division 2 yet, actually. It's not a deliberate omission, but...
It's nicely punished by... pushed even by Siddle.
Couple of runs around the over. Denies Tommy Taylor a maiden. 186 for 9. Because, yeah, actually, they're playing festival cricket, not just in Division 1. They're playing down at Chesterfield as well.
I'm just going to say the game was moving forward at Derbyshire, but I'm sure I saw it score a lot of wickets.
Let's see if I can get... Division 2 score, what's that? Yes, Derbyshire, not an ideal batting performance for them, actually. 76 all out. Yorkshire are 61 for 1 in reply, so it feels like 4 days of cricket at Chesterfield is unlikely.
That is a game moving forward. It's got us well and truly covered.
Just starting to come good, Yorkshire, aren't they?
Yeah.
Big win over Gloucestershire. Sean Masood's back in.
Former Durham man, Otis Gibson at the helm. As Smith comes in, and Potts cuts that one beautifully away for 4. Allows that one to come all the way in and guides it down to the vacant third man area for 4. Beautiful shot from Potts. Moves the score on to 190 now for 9. Durham will be looking to try and push that to the 200 mark.
High quality shot there from a few Potts. He's got a decent bit of pace on him, Nathan Smith. Gloucestershire are all in and out as well, so Durham won't be the first side to be rolled out. They're 179 all out, Gloucestershire.
Potts this time just punches to mid-on.
And Sussex at Northants 143 all out. So there's a couple of games moving forward at a decent lick.
Is that at Hove, that one, or is that?
That's at Northampton.
Oh, okay.
In fact, in all 4 Division 1 games, we're into Division 2 games. We're into the second innings already.
Game's moving forward.
Feel like we've been shortchanged.
Oh,
Bowled him.
that has just clipped the off stump. It has just flicked the bail off. I thought it was a nick at first, and the bail has literally just trickled off. And that's a beautiful delivery. It was a big shot from Potts, but it was a beautiful delivery.
Talk about hitting the top of off stump.
And it just grazed the bail. And Potts is looking down the pitch, and all the fielders are walking off, and I was trying to figure out what had happened. But Potts goes for 11, bowled by Smith. And we now join those Division 2 games with the first innings all done for 190. So Worcestershire will be extremely happy. I guess they might think that they could have kept them a little bit quieter. The run rate was quite good from Durham. However, 190 on the board. That's always that one, isn't it, where you can't judge a wicket until both teams have batted. As the ground staff, Vic and the crew, Barry on the heavy roller. They'll do their sweeping up and their remarking. There's 7 minutes of rolling, no doubt. Just go through the scorecard. First man to fall was Borthwick, LBW to Smith without scoring. Then came Colin Ackerman, who was caught behind by Roderick off the bowling of Taylor for 1. We then saw a little partnership between Bedingham and Lees until Bedingham shouldered arms and was bowled by Allison for 21. Alex Lees was the next man to go, caught behind, he was caught by Hose at first slip off the bowling of Waite after taking 2 fours in the over. We then saw an excellent partnership between Robinson and Stokes, and Robinson was bowled through the gate with an absolute peach from Smith. He went for 35. We then saw Stokes, top scorer for the innings, go caught behind, out hooking, caught down the leg side by Roderick off Allison. Next man to go was Deleda, who was caught behind. We had Ben Rain, also caught behind. Deleda off Allison, Rain by Waite. Graham Clark was an LBW to Smith before Smith wrapped up the innings, having Matthew Potts bowled for 11. So Durham all out for 190. What we'll do is we'll take a short break while the ground crew get ready for the second innings, and the Worcestershire batsmen get their pads on, and Durham get ready to have a bowl.
the Riverside. If you are just joining us, Sam Dalling alongside Ash Thorpe. Day 1 of Durham versus Worcestershire. And we had an early tee because Durham were bowled out for 190. So it's Worcestershire batters you see out there, Gareth Roderick and Jake Libby, the skipper. Roderick is on strike. Ben Rain from the Lumley end. 3 slips. Boundary to start from Roderick. Just over pitched in that new ball, which they want to keep new for as long as possible. It's going to have a little bit of the lacquer come off it as Ben Stokes just has to chase it down to the vacant stand. So a lovely start. We saw this morning pitching the ball up was the way to go. A tinge of green probably would be an understatement to describe this pitch. It's a decent pitch still. Sun has now come out as well. There's a bit of blue sky for the first time of the day, so it's the best time of the day to bat as Roderick with that really open stance of his. Going to come back for 2. Graham Clark down there at long leg does the fielding. So the 3 slips for Durham are Borthwick, Ackerman and Lees. I think Paul Coughlin is out there. He's not playing, so that means we've got a sub-fielder on. Not seen any spin yet. Worcestershire had Amar Verdi on loan. Well, they didn't need him. So it means we've got a long session, 47 overs, 46 after this one. And Roderick starts with another 2. So 8 off the first 3 balls. It's like a power play. Siddle's out there at mid-on. There's Coughlin on backward point with the 23 on the back of his shirt. First delayed is out there. Ben Stokes is out there. Dave Beddingham maybe hasn't reappeared, in the sense he hasn't appeared at all since he's batted. And there is Paul Coughlin, who we were talking about. Hey, without loss. Hello, Ash. How was the Magnum?
Mate, it was very good, and thank you for picking up the first few deliveries there while I scoffed an ice cream. If you'd like to get in touch with us, we're streaming at durhamcricket.co.uk or via the comments on YouTube. And for a long last session, about 47 overs I think it is, left in the day's play.
Left alone by Roderick, the first one he's left.
Bit of intent to start, isn't there? I think that's the way to bat on this pitch. If it's full and you can get your hands through the ball, then I think you're going to take your scoring opportunities. Starting off with a bit of blue sky for the first time today. I'm not sure how long that's going to last if you look over to the west and kind of everywhere around us apart from above our heads. It's definitely grey clouds.
First over of the innings done. Worcestershire, courtesy of Gareth Roderick, have reached 8 without loss.
Definitely ahead in the power play.
They made 63 last week in the second innings against Surrey. There was a little bit of resistance. They ended up losing by an innings and a handful of runs it was. There was some resistance in that second innings.
Give them a bit of confidence, won't it? Making sure that they're batting today, having won the toss, knocking Durham over. Matthew Potts is going to open the bowling from the Finkel end. But you feel if they're going to challenge Durham, then this first innings is going to be absolutely crucial. This session in particular, and as we speak, it's got pretty gloomy again already.
Oh, we had 10 minutes. Come on,
yeah.
Ash. We got to
over the tea break. It was lovely. Got time for an ice cream.
Yeah, it was about the only ice cream worthy weather, wasn't it? Maybe you should just keep eating them. It'll stay out.
I'm willing to try the theory. As Potts comes in now, hits the bat hard. I just chat to him this morning. His body was a little bit sore after a long last day in the dirt down at Essex. One thing you can't fault from Potts is the effort that he puts into every spell that he bowls. Standing there, hopefully next to his international captain over the next few weeks, Ben Stokes. One is down to Vic's favourite third man area and will race away for 4. Was guided away, you'd have to say, by Libby more than edged. And he picks up his first boundary. He's off the mark with a 4, and Worcestershire 12 without loss.
Yeah, Jake Libby won't change the way he plays. He is happy to occupy a lot of time. It still scores at a fairly decent rate, but his record for Worcestershire, this is his 54th first-class game for them, closing in on 4,000 runs at a touch under 50. 1,200, 17.5 centuries. He's been a brilliant signing.
He allows this one through to Robinson behind the stumps. Three slips in place for Durham, not over-attacking. And you'll be pleased to know, Sam, if you look down the pitch and then a little bit further away and down to the left, there's a third man in place.
Oh, there we go. Yes, I don't even look there anymore. I just assume it's going to be empty.
I like the way you followed my directions
I did,
there.
yeah,
That was really good. It was excellent. Just pots in and drags Libby forward, who's solid in defence. Out to Ben Stokes, who probably covers 2 men out in the offside.
I didn't know where you were sending me, to be honest.
Yeah.
I wonder what
You were in, though. I like the fact that you
I bought in, yeah.
just blindly followed what I was saying there. I'll keep that in mind in the future.
I was almost a little bit disappointed because I'd assumed that you might have just said there's a fielder at third rather than... So I thought there was going to be something more exciting.
I think
down
that is
there.
exciting today.
Yeah, you're probably right. You get there. You could have got me there more quickly if you just needed to,
Yeah,
though.
very true. Just thought there was a story to it. As Potts. I thought wrong.
No, I liked
Often
it.
happens.
If you, had, you know when they do those, whatever the testing, I can't remember what it's for, but when they follow people's eye, you sometimes see a TV documentary and they follow the flickering of their eyes and what they see. I think you'd have seen my eyes go straight
I could
ahead,
see you follow the
slightly-
instruction.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was good. That was good.
honed in, almost like robotic. the kind of windows just slightly obscures my view of third. I should move myself really because
It's pretty square.
the window isn't moving.
As Potts comes in and finds the outside edge of Libby, who's looking to push. And guess who does the fielding down at third man? This is our 12th man on the field, Paul Coughlin, who is arguably one of Durham's best fielders. Maybe second best fielder out there, with Ben Stokes being on the same grass.
Takes a decent catch off his own bowling, Paul.
Yeah, he was surprised as anybody, to be fair, and you could tell that from his reaction. I think his wife Gemma was just pleased it hit him in the hand and not in the face.
Yeah, that could have been real nasty. Libby takes his mark. A man of patience. A man whom Worcestershire have built so many innings around over the last couple of years. 3 slips away. Cry his weight there. Someone in the Durham fielding side was impressed by Paul Coughlin's long barrier there. Had a nice little cry of, "Oh, Paul."
Do you know what I've liked so far about the Worcestershire replies? The footwork that they've used. There's a lot of intent, whether it be defence or attack. They're really moving well into the ball. Obviously 2 very fine players, Roderick and Libby, been around for a few years now.
Roderick would have had the best view in the house, really, as they say. He's behind the stump, so he'll know exactly what this pitch is doing, albeit that, as we saw in the first innings, you might be able to know what it's doing, but sometimes you just can't stop it. And Libby is a thinker about the game. Frank Watson actually was telling me that he's a very good snooker player, Jake Libby. So very good at patience and angles are 2 things he's exceptional at.
Neither of those are strong points for me.
Why you're a bowler?
I'm not anything anymore. I think I'm a fielder.
Just a little dab. Slightly too straight from Ben Rainey. You can see what you're trying to do. He's seen that success that Worcestershire had early on, just wobbling it around. For the ball. Might risk going for a few runs, but as we've seen this morning, you might also take the outside edge.
Yeah, that phrase, isn't it? Risk and reward.
I did have a look at the forecast a second ago.
Did you?
It's not great because I know I don't like to do it pre-game, but once I'm here, it's fairly wet tomorrow, 84%.
I think did say a chance of showers this afternoon, didn't he? You'd have to say that blue sky that we did have overhead has totally disappeared.
It looked set to stay, I thought. It was quite a big opening, wasn't it? It wasn't just a sliver. It opened up nicely.
You have to say the brightest thing on the ground is literally the pride flag that is waving proudly behind the sight screen at the moment, as everything else is very dull and grey.
Just one. Without loss.
It's a funny thing, isn't it? Just having the 190 on the board, it almost puts extra pressure on the bowlers to go, right, you have to do exactly the same as what Worcestershire's done. And sometimes rather than just being patient and bowling the ball in good areas, you go searching for wickets, which can lead to runs accumulating quite quickly.
End of the third. 15 without loss.
Yeah, nice start so far from Roderick, who's on 9. Jake Libby is on 6. That's Durham going in pursuit of early wickets, the same as the Worcestershire attack this morning. Great toss to win. When he turned up this morning and he looked at that pitch, she was very green. And the overheads were similar, to be fair, to what they are now. But you'd have to say that that pitch is starting to lighten up a little bit compared to what it was this morning. It was very similar to the colour to the one as you're looking on the stream to the right of it. As Potts comes in and that crashes into the pad, and he's got the first one. And that follows the pattern that Worcestershire bowlers did this morning. Full, straight, challenging the batsman, and Roderick's on his way. LBW to Matthew Potts for 9. The first wicket down with 15 on the board.
Beauty from Matthew Potts. One of those that
your finger was up immediately.
I was straight up. I'm a bit surprised it took umpire O'Shaughnessy a little bit longer than me to give it. I was worried I might have gone prematurely with the finger, but it looked very, very good. Matthew Potts liked it. Nimble bit of working celebration for him as well. They were all round him, giving him high fives, and Ben Stokes came up behind him, so he had to kind of reverse double high five him. It was excellent work from Potts.
You adapt to the England captain, not the other way around.
Yeah, well, particularly when he just been named in the squad. Yeah, perfect way to celebrate for him. Gareth Roderick, who'd looked bright to start with, I think he's shown the way to go about things here. He has to go. Brings out Kashif Ali, who was the first Saka graduate to sign a professional cricket contract. It's not the last. I think they're into double figures now.
It's excellent, isn't it? That pathway opened up for South Asian cricketers in the UK. There's so many good players around. And it's taken a brilliant initiative to start feeding them through to different counties as well, which is a good thing. They're starting to filter out all across the county game.
Yeah, credit to Tom Brown, who started that programme down at Warwickshire. I'm pretty sure, I think they had a historic moment this week. I think it was the first time they had 2 teams playing against county second 11s at the same time.
Oh, so they had 2 sides
2
out.
games.
Wow.
Two.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's definitely I've just doubled. I knew I'd seen it on Tom's LinkedIn. First time 2 teams playing against professional county sides simultaneously.
It's showing the strength and depth there of the pool of players that they have in that programme.
And that is with or without 15
that are in professional programmes
who are on trial at pro side. So you've got the 10 or so that have signed.
Yeah.
15 on trial at various counties, plus 2 sides out. Including a young Tendulkar, I believe, was playing a little bit of Saka. Yeah,
nice.
So I mean,
this guy Kashif Ali, I was really impressed with him.
He's a real stroke maker.
Made runs here last year, and Potts comes in and talk about stroke making. That is right out of the middle of the bat first ball, and Potts does very well to prevent that going for 4.
It's the strangest of backlifts. It's not orthodox. It's right out. We'll see it again. If people will keep an eye on it. It starts almost pointing at point. His hands are in an odd position. but it works for him. So look at how front-facing
It's very
that
closed
bottom
off,
hand is.
isn't it? Yeah.
Right around, odd grip of the bat. Works though.
Potts working up ahead of steam here as Ali just lets that one through to the wicketkeeper.
Couple of hundreds in the first game of the season against Warwickshire. That's what put him into the headlines.
Yeah, he got injured as well, didn't he? Like, he hit the ground really running.
Yeah, he missed a couple of games.
And I think he missed the game against Durham down in, was it Kidderminster? I think they played. I don't think New Road was available due to the flooding at the time. Potts comes in again. This is tucked away nicely by Ali. He's underway with a boundary down to fine leg for 4. Using his wrists, just allowing that one to race away down the fine leg for 4. 19 now for 1.
You know what I was saying earlier about how you should, if you want to be a bowler, you should start life as a batter. He's the opposite. Started as a bowler, became a batter. One of his remarkable stories, he didn't play hardball cricket until he was 15.
There's a lot like that now, isn't there? Potts comes in and there's a big drive, and Ollie Robinson matches Roderick's athletic ability and dives across. That must again swung after it pitched and saved Scott Borthwick's shins as he dived across. But yeah, you see lots of, I guess with social media around now, lots of tape ball and tennis ball stuff especially from the subcontinent going around.
Yeah, Yadi Singh, the bowler they've got on the books, is this similar. 16, 17 before he played a proper game of cricket. All tape ball until then.
Incredible stories as Potts comes in again, and this is tucked away off his hit by Ali down to Ben Rain at fine leg, who does the fielding. And that ends over number 4. And we're action packed again. We've got our first wicket. But there's also been plenty of runs scored as the pairs hit 20 for 1 after 4 overs.
He'll play his shots as well. Kashif Ali is a stroke maker, which is probably what's needed on this pitch. And if Libby can, because when Lee's got out, he just started to open up a little bit. But for 10 overs or so, he just played that role, thinking, I'll just stay here and let others play their shots. And I wonder if Libby and Cash might go that way. We'll find out. Outside edge. Doesn't anywhere near carry really to the big man. I think it's going to be 4. What a chase. Paul Coughlin puts in the dive almost after the ball had crossed the rope. I don't think there was any chance of him getting there, but you cannot fault the commitment. Genuine outside edge. Ben Rain wanders back after a quick word from umpire Shan Mugan. Both of them are smiling away. Kashif Ali moves on to 9.
The action continues. Another boundary. I love this kind of cricket. The game's just moving at a great pace. Runs, wickets.
Just pushes that back. Shows us that full number 27 where we are in the commentary box.
Yeah, I like the fact they haven't got their jumpers on to bat in.
I remember talking to him. I was very lucky to chat to him earlier in the summer. I think it was after his 200s. And the 27 is because in that first ever game of cricket, he batted at 11 and made 27 not out in a friendly game. And that's why he's number 27.
Love it.
There's a story behind it. Just turn it to leg side where Graham Clark does the fielding. Suggests that if he'd not got a bat on that, there may have been a fairly vociferous appeal. Peter Siddle finding something hilarious.
He's always got a smile on his face.
Brilliant character, isn't he? When he's got the ball in his hand, he can chunter away. He's a proper competitor, but he's softly spoken, always smiling. I presume he's been away in Europe cycling, hasn't he?
You bang on. So I didn't realise he was such a... I don't know if he's done the Tour de France route or something, but Scott Borthwick was showing me pictures of him at the top of mountains in snow, and he's obviously in his full cycling kit. I was going to say dawdling around France, but I think it's a bit more than that. I think he takes it really seriously and absolutely loves it.
Yeah, it's like, oh, Right then, red ball only bowlers. We've got a couple of weeks off from a grueling schedule, so if you could all just stick
Just
your
do
feet.
the Tour de France. No worries.
Not sure anyone's telling Peter Siddle what to do.
Yeah, absolutely right.
He's got a wonderful fitness record, actually, Siddle. He's one of those. But I remember talking to Andy Cannick a little bit about it, and bowlers of previous eras can sometimes be a bit like, well, why don't they just get on with it? You know, we'd bowl and bowl and bowl. And he's right in a way that sometimes the only way to keep actually fit is to keep bowling.
Agree.
Sometimes like, you can run as many 5Ks at under 15 minutes as you want, but that ain't going to help you too much bowling 25 overs in a day.
I think people are individuals, aren't they?
Siddle actually, he cycles and then just plays red ball cricket. And
Yeah.
that's just how he keeps
And eats
fit.
bananas. Eats a lot of bananas.
Loves his coffee, doesn't he?
Yeah.
End of the over, 24 for 1. Decent start from Worcestershire, bright this.
Yeah, they've started really nicely. Obviously the wicket with Roderick in the last over, but the batters have come out and showed really good intent with their footwork, which is half the battle, transferring that pressure back onto Durham. And what Durham will start to get twitchy about is if this scoreboard starts to keep climbing here without many wickets early, with just 190 on the board. Good psychological battle, this one. And that is a peach from Potts.
Oh, it rolls off the tongue nicely, that, doesn't
Peach
it?
from Potts.
That's lovely.
I'll tell you what, it must be bad because Vic's took his deck chair away down there next to the scoreboard. He normally sits and watches the game. He's like, I've had enough of this. He might start watching us on the stream instead.
He'll be in trousers by the end of the day.
Ridiculous.
Never happened. That's the
It
day.
doesn't. You don't see it, but you know it's cold when Vic's in tracky bottoms, mate. I have the pleasure of seeing him go on about his work in the winter. And Potts a little bit straight, and they set off immediately for a single. That's a great run, that from Libby. Identified that was just away in the gap enough to scramble through for a single. And again, that shows good intent, that they're looking to score, they're looking to be busy, not just looking to survive out there.
That's the way. You look to survive. That's probably a surefire way to get out on this wicket.
And playing a miss. Ali looks to be busy off the back foot. Attempts a punch. And this one goes through to Robinson behind the stumps. Yeah, it's that borderline between being positive and being reckless, isn't it, on these kind of surfaces? The one thing that Durham will do is they'll bowl enough good balls in good areas, so when they do bowl something loose, you've got to cash in. And this one again beats Ali on the back foot. So Potts has found a length that suited him, a little bit more back of a length. I think if he was being massively critical of himself, he'd want to be a touch fuller. Trying to challenge the stumps and challenge that outside edge. A little bit less chance for it to deviate away and beat the bat. We have gone quite gloomy again here. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the floodlights back on shortly. And Potts a little bit straighter this time. It's tucked away nicely by Ali, who is very quick between the wickets and gets back for 2. It's excellent running. Nice and positive work there from the Worcestershire pair. As in pair of batsmen honoured in the fruit, which adorns a cap. Well, 3 of 27 now. Sorry, 25 for 1. No, it is 27. That ends the over from Potts. 27 on the board for the loss of Roderick, who was LBW to Potts a couple of overs ago for 9. Libby 7 not out. Kashif Ali 11 not out. Off just 14 balls. He's looked busy since he's come to the crease. I think Worcestershire will be pretty happy with the start so far.
deficit 163. Any sign of lead, I think, will be invaluable here.
Yeah.
They've picked up maximum bowling points already. Batting points, I think we'll see. Well, we saw none from Durham. 250, I think, is a very good score on this. If they can get a batting bonus point or two, Worcestershire, they'll be delighted. They need victories. They need to start winning games. Shout for LBW. I'm not sure if he got an inside edge on that.
Just a little bit too much, I think.
He was trying to turn it towards the leg side. No interest whatsoever from umpire Shan Mugam. Ben Reen not really even asking the question. I think it was hope, not expectation. Shaping back in towards Jake Libby, who does take a step across to flick it to leg. It hits him, what, top of the knee roll?
Yeah, I think it's missing leg.
Not miles away.
No, I've seen worse shouts than that.
Good running that. Jake Libby is very quick. Just dropped it into a gap, turned it around the corner. There is an orthodox mid-wicket. I think, is that Graham Clark still there? He's not in his floppy hat for once, Graham Clark.
Yeah, ridiculous.
It's unfair. And there's a long leg as well. Anyway, Libby gets two.
It's definitely not required today, to be honest. The old wide brim. Trying to look for just through social media at the moment. All I'm seeing is no Cole Palmer, disgrace, disgrace, disgrace. Southgate, disgrace. Kobe Mainu starts for England. And we're going to leave it there. We're not going to mention any live scores because Stevie will probably cut me off the microphone, but he might hurt me as well. I'm a bit scared of him.
Yeah, Steve is fair play. He's going old school. He's got it recorded. Going to go
hope it's
home
on
watch
VHS.
It.
That would be amazing.
Wouldn't it? Rain is in.
I tell you, if anybody's got the tech to do that kind of stuff, it'll be these guys.
It's like, is he saying it's the equivalent to chefs? So, you know, like a chef, Michelin star chef, around all this fine food, cooks it for everyone else, then goes home and might just get
in the microwave.
Yeah, microwave meal. So people that work in tech and do the live streams, they're surrounded by all the latest stuff. Go home, VHS, the old school aerial. They need to talk to Frank Watson about a new one. Driven nicely by Jake Libby. Finds the gap. Paul Coughlin will chase it on. In fact, even Paul Coughlin gives up on it, and that's when you know it's going away for four. It was square of the wicket, in between two fielders, and races away to the boundary.
Again, I like the intent. I think he's tried to hit that straighter, but maybe a thick outside edge. But this outfield's rapid as well, isn't it? That's run away down towards the old scoreboard for four. Like you say, even the long legs and quickness of Paul Coughlin couldn't reel that one in. Moving along nicely, Worcestershire, 33 for one.
Libby in behind that. Such a compact little player. It's all very proper. He's got a solid technique. He'll play his shots. The head won't go upward very often. Rarely loses his shape. Just plays all within his little zone. 33 for one. 7 gone. Still 40 left today.
Oh my God. 40 overs left.
Of which we probably won't see much spin.
No, it's going to be a long session. Be interesting to see how Borthwick rotates his seam attack here. He's got a lot of seam options. He's got Rain and Potts opening the bowling. He's got Ben Stokes. He's got Peter Siddle with lots of international class alongside Buster Lader as well in the attack. It's going to be Matthew Potts now from the Finkel end. This one's right on the money, and Kashif Ali defends that one out to mid-on for no run.
Yes, that's a serious attack, isn't it, when you start listing off the names. Stokes will be quite happy to strap in for an 8, 9, 10 over spell.
Oh, he does that as well. I mean, Rob Key must die a little bit inside when he sees Ben Stokes play for Durham, because he literally does. He doesn't care who he's bowling for. He just wants the ball and wants to bowl long spells. Oh, Potts, that is a glorious delivery. That it is nipped away off the seam. Ali has a little laugh. Potts, not so much. I'll tell you what, there's no batsman hitting that.
It's too, yeah. You'd have to be an exceptional player to get anywhere near that. And Kashifali is a very good player.
He is. And again, the only criticism you might have there is it's just that little bit back of a length. And this one's fallen it straight, and it's beautifully picked off by Kashifali. And again, that will run away for 4. Worcestershire going really nicely here, 37 for 1. And that's what you've got to do on these pitches. You've got to ride your luck with the good balls and put away the bad ones. And Worcestershire so far have done that really nicely.
Yeah, lovely shot from Kashif. Potts just looking for that LBW, just straying a little bit too straight. And Kashif puts it away, as you said. He looks in good touch.
He does. He's busy. He's 15 off 18. With that third boundary. And Potts on the money again, and Ali defends off the back foot. Hitting the bat hard, Matthew Potts.
Scores a lot of his boundaries square of the wicket on the offside, Kashif Ali.
Yeah.
Those 200s he got against Warwickshire, they were very heavily there. You can see the way he sets up, but also decent free mid wicket. Not a lot straight down the ground. Again, his technique suggests that.
He's very wristy, isn't he?
Yeah.
Graham Clark now dropping back onto the deep square boundary. And he'll have to do the fielding here as Ali tucks it away into the leg side. And he'll just settle for the single. Moves on to 16 now. Worcestershire 38 for 1.
Yeah, Olivia was happy enough with 1. Kashif Ali was almost looking for 2. They probably wouldn't have got there, but
That's a long way down there, isn't it?
It is. And he dropped it rather than flicked it right to him.
And again, if I think you're talking white ball cricket, you're probably hustling back for 2 there. Potts now to Libby, who defends off the back foot, thinks about a run. And we've got Callum Parkinson on the field also, but he's now going to depart. I think Delada was off there for a short while, maybe just for the over, and he's going to come back on now. 38 for 1 at the end of the 8th, and a great start by Worcestershire, just losing the 1 wicket to Matthew Potts. Be interesting to see how long it is before Stokes and Siddle come into the attack. As a captainee, you just tend to potentially rush things a little bit, trying to bring those players in rather than just sitting in and being patient. And Worcestershire have deserved to put that pressure on the Durham by bowling them out for 190.
Yeah, Ben Rain's going to continue from the Lumley end into his 5th over, 0 for 20 so far. Kashif Ali, even his 4 defensive strokes are slightly wristy. Right, let's have a little look around the ground, shall we? Tee at Somerset. Warwickshire doing well, actually. 214 for 6. Partnership between Ed Barnard, love Ed Barnard, 79, and Burgess. So they were in a bit of trouble, but have been rescued. Hampshire at tee, 160 for 3 against Kent. James Vince is 80 unbeaten. There'll be attractive runs, naturally. Driven straight to the fielder. Sorry, 4 down for 109 at tee. Jamie Smith, though, is still there. 39 unbeaten for him. Celebrating his call into the England Test squad for a potential debut against the West Indies at Lords. Sai Sudarsan, not a bad bloke to bring in just for 1 game. Sorry, he was at Worcestershire at New Road, and I was like, who is that? I don't watch a lot of IPL cricket, and there was someone chatting to Alex Stewart in Surrey kit, and I'm thinking, who is that? Driven all the way along the ground, throws his hands at that one. Kashif Ali, that's his strong point, that's his scoring area. He moves into the 20s with 4 more.
There's width on offer there from Rain. Kashif Ali didn't die wondering there, threw his hands right through that ball as it raced away. As we talked about a little bit earlier, floodlights starting to come on here. Why do they call them floodlights?
Presumably because they're flooding the ground with light. But as opposed to just lights.
Yeah.
Could just be lights.
Yeah.
And rain in. Just a single. Do you remember the old school, and I was growing up, the old Norwich Union 45 over games? Sky would do, most teams would get one game a season with Sky doing a day-night game. It would be really exciting. And you'd turn up to whatever county ground you went to, and behind, you couldn't get parked and you couldn't play cricket behind the stands because the Sky vans would be there and those floodlights that had been driven in.
The portable ones, yeah.
They would cover the square, but most of the outfield was pretty dingy.
Yeah, I got to play in a couple of those.
Did you?
One here as well, yeah. It didn't light up the riverside very well. You obviously can see from the size of the playing surface, it's a big area to cover.
You
kind of fantastic.
Talking to your teammates saying, right, can you give me a shout if the ball comes in that direction?
Yeah.
He was in that white ball side, then you were...
Well, we had Harmy, thankfully, on our side, so yeah, we had a decent side then. But yeah, it wasn't brilliantly lit up, but it was still a great experience for us. We were playing under lights. There was a big crowd in.
Maybe having to jab his bat down on that one. Under the over, 9 gone, 43 without loss.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's the end of Ben Rain for that spell. I think what'll make Borthwick nervous is that Worcestershire are already 43 for the loss of just 1 wicket. Ben Rain's going at 5 runs and over. Matthew Potts is going at 4.5 and over. They're the kind of things that, with only 190 on the board, you really start to take notice of. So that scoreboard moves along quickly, and you only have that lead now of less than 150. You start to feel a little bit twitchy, and you start to make decisions. It's a great delivery from Potts, and well played by Ali. And excellent fielding from Paul Coughlin, using his full length there in the gully to save that one.
I've just got into a little cricket archive hole looking at some of the scorecards of the games you played in.
Oh God.
Playing at 3 and 4 behind, I remember Nicky Peng.
Yes, good play. I think the one that we played here, we might have been Sussex at home.
That's one that you did too, yeah.
Oh, a wild swing from Ali. Here, I've got somebody's sent me in. Why is a floodlight called flood? The word flood has nothing to do with water. The floodlight is called flood because it is designed to provide a broad and powerful beam of light that can cover a large area, much like a flood of water.
Like a flood of light, so I think I was there.
You can have that, I'll give you that. Yeah, thanks Cookie for sending that in.
37 you made in that game against Sussex. Batting above Paul Collingwood, good side that.
Yeah,
as well,
absolutely.
the
So it should have
Colonel.
been.
Yeah.
Yeah, not at all. What a player.
John Lewis is captain.
I think we might. Did we win? I think we might have won that
We
one.
won that one by 4 wickets, yeah.
Yeah, lovely.
You didn't shepherd the chase quite.
Nah, not me. That. Leave the glory to somebody else.
Skipper was not out at the end, was he?
I'll do the work up front.
Good side though. Good Sussex side. Montgomery, Goodwin, Baz Zuderite, Martin Jenkins, Pryor, Hopkinson. Oh, those were the best days of cricket. I
the
reckon.
glory days.
Massive baggy shirts that were way too big for you.
Well, they weren't massively too big for me, but for everybody else they were.
Held the sweat in nicely. Probably a bit of chafing as well.
Back in the old days where everybody used to have the T-shirts underneath and stuff. Doesn't quite wash as much these days. That is driven beautifully by Kashif Ali out through the point region. And a great chase out there. Prevents any further runs. It's just the 2 by Buster Leader doing the fielding. Kashif Ali on the move. 23 not out now.
Any Durham fans or Worcestershire fans out there that remember got some memories from those old floodlit games?
Do you want to check your VHS, Stevie?
Stevie's
Make
just
sure it's
gone
on record.
He's gone to press both buttons, play and the 0 at the same time. Got to check it.
Hope he's rewound the tape. Well, that is a bit of an action replay there, as we've seen that length. Kashif Ali wanting to drive hard off the back foot. And it's working so far because he's missing them. Is the best way to describe it. As that one flies through to Robinson. Behind the stumps. Big effort ball. Big grunt from Matthew Potts. He'll be frustrated here. He's going for a few. He's gone for 20 so far. One ball remaining in his 5th. Worcestershire rattling along even at 4.5 and over. This one's cut away. Too much width from Potts. And that races away for 4. And that, maybe a few words from Potts there. He doesn't look particularly pleased with life at the moment. But Kashifali moves on to 27. And Worcestershire now 49 for 1 after 10.
Yeah, off to a flyer.
Absolutely flying.
Making it look simple out there. And so, Durham skipper Scott Borthwick has gone, I think it's time for Peter Siddle. And it's not a bad man to bring on first change, Peter Siddle. Not in his prime, I wouldn't say, in fairness, in terms of age, but in terms of his bowling.
Twilight, if we're looking at lights.
Twilight, yeah. Turns 40 later this summer, but he's still a brilliant bowler. Wonderful. Loves county cricket as well, loves coming back year after year. He drives it. They think about a single. Kashifali almost goes down to meet him. Ends up turning him back. Oh, yeah, I loved watching Siddle bowl growing up. And he was just such a fine performer at test level. And then watching him live, he's just a bit sharper than you'd think. Just the way he zips it through. It all happens very quickly.
Yeah, he does get a bit of nip off the surface. Wonderful. I love his little stretch as well before he starts an over. His little hunch over. And
very busy. And that arm just that's a big shout. It's a big shout. It's been turned down, I think, from umpire.
Maybe a bit high.
Shanmugam. Peter Siddle really likes it. The expression he's giving back is that it's just slid down. Siddle went, it was sliding? Yeah, okay. He accepted it. Close. Durham fielders. Colin Ackerman head on hands.
Ooh, that's a good shout.
Hands on head, not head on hands.
It's a really good shout. Maybe he has done too much. Seen worse given.
Might have got away with umpire's call there, I reckon.
Yeah.
If it had a DRS.
I think that's a good decision.
Yeah. Ooh. Maybe just pushing at that one, getting onto the front foot a little bit early. Inside edge.
Not sure you can be 100% sure that's out.
Nah.
There's a lot going on there, and as much as I'd love to see Durham pick up another wicket, I think that's a fair decision.
Yeah. Even if it, at best it's clipping, I reckon that.
Definitely a good shout. Could have gone either way.
3 slips wait. Durham need a wicket. Libby using his feet. Ends up a couple of yards outside his crease. We saw a couple of the Durham batters do that. Beddingham, Robinson earlier. Still not easy to bat out there, but
he's right on the money, isn't he, Siddle? From ball 1.
Don't get many looseners, do you?
No. Durham need another breakthrough.
It's getting to that stage, isn't it? Ooh, just thinks about poking his bat at that one. Pulls it back, I think, Jake Libby. Plenty of encouragement. They'll be a little bit more lively now, this Durham fielding side. Peter Siddle's giving them a bit of encouragement here.
Yeah, the chest's out from Siddle. He's enjoying this.
Of the battle, doesn't he?
Yeah. I think we might see another one who loves a battle into the attack shortly also. Number 38 on his back.
Not a bad second change. This is his 4th appearance for Durham, Siddle. 3 wickets on debut against Hampshire in that drawn game. Starts with a maiden. 4 in the Somerset win. The win inside 2 days here. And 3 wickets against Essex. So a couple of his former clubs he's played against. So he's played for Nottinghamshire.
Yeah.
Somerset, Essex, Durham. Is there one more? I think there might be.
Was he at Lancashire at all?
Yeah, I think that's the one. I think you've nailed it there, Ashford. Not for long. Yeah, 2015.
As if by magic, Ben Stokes appears.
Oh, well remembered. 4 games for Lancs as well. Good knowledge. Good Peter Siddle knowledge.
It was a good guess. It was a good guess. Ben Stokes from the Finkel end will take up the attack. Let's see how many overs he gets through.
The maximum he can do is 18 from this end. Wouldn't put it past him.
And he's in. Oh, was that a drop catch first ball? I think it was. It's a square drive from Ali. Bazdileda diving full length to his left. And I think that's a chance that's gone down. Ali just using his hands, opening the face of the bat. Bazdileda unable to hold on to a tough chance.
He'll bowl better balls, Ben Stokes.
Oh, yeah.
It would have been a bit of a gimme wicket there.
And there is a better ball. And there is an edge. And Libby goes. He just makes things happen, this man. I mean, freak in the most nicest positive way that I can use it. The man is a freak. He picks up a wicket. He could have picked up a wicket first ball. He picks up a wicket second ball as Alex Lees takes a sharp catch on his left hip. And he picks up a really important wicket for Durham. 50's on the board. Worcestershire now 50 for 2.
It's travelling at Alex Lees, that. And Jake Libby, it's a strange shot because he almost guides it to him. He wasn't sure whether he wanted to play it or not. And I think he's trying to pull the bat away and just ends up steering a slip catch to Alex Lees, who, because of the angle, because it's come off the face, is actually pretty close, and it's travelling at him hard. And an awkward height as well, actually, on the hip. You are up there's fine, down there's fine. You just have to adjust for the hip. They needed that, though. They needed that.
They did, and the talisman provides what Durham really needed there. An important breakthrough. Worcestershire just brought up the 50, and Rob Jones comes and joins us out in the middle.
I enjoy it. I think we can see on the celebration, the first thing Ben Stokes do is just puts his finger out towards point to say to Bazdileda, and then has another word because it's Deleda that dropped the catch previously. Enjoying a little smile, gets away with one.
Yeah, it's a great description of the way Libby played that. I think the way that Ben, a bit like Ben Gibbons as well, that they just come from kind of beyond the 12 o'clock, and they make that angle and make you want to play ball sometimes that you don't have to. But the England captain strikes second ball. As we say, Rob Jones, the new batsman, the man who moved from Lancashire a couple of seasons ago. Lights on, tough conditions to bat and really tough conditions to start. Can Durham get a couple in succession? Nice positive start from Jones as he pushes that one out into the covers.
Yeah, it was a strange one. Jones had just made 100, hadn't he, for Lancs, I think, in the One Day Cup, and said, I'm not signing a new deal. And fair enough, they said, okay, well, then we don't want you to play for us again. Which is, it's kind of, I don't know. I get it, I do get it. I think they've lost a player there, though, in Jones. I think he's a good player.
Yeah, it was something about the length of the contract, wasn't it? He wanted maybe an extra year or two on the contract, and Lancashire weren't kind of prepared to go with that. And he decided to take up that opportunity with Worcestershire last year.
I just think he sort of wanted a... He was at an age, 25, where he wanted some regular cricket.
Yeah.
Not to be in and out.
Stokes beats his outside edge with one that stays a little bit low. But yeah, he still talked about at my cricket club, so Lancashire were playing in a second team T20 game, and he's hit one of the biggest sixes I've ever seen, and it was with a straight bat out of our ground across a road, not the first house but the chimney on the second house. It was a massive hit.
Wow.
He's not a big man either, Rob Jones,
No.
when you come across Rob, but such a beautiful strike. He's in for a challenge now with Ben Stokes with his tail up, and he drives. He drives nicely, and I think, well, he will comfortably get a boundary as that races away across his outfield. Vic mentioned he's really happy with the way that the outfield's running at the moment, and you can see why. So despite the wicket, still 5 runs off the over. Worcestershire now 54 for 2. Kashif Ali had a life in that over. He's on 28, and Rob Jones is off the mark with 4.
We just saw the first example of Rob Jones's idiosyncrasy. So he, even when he knows he's getting a boundary, he has to tap his bat in. He's one of those players. So he'd hit that. He made sure the ball had gone over the rope or the toe barone by the time he was just into his second run. But he ran all the way back and tapped his bat in. Has to do it. Oh, that's a beauty from Peter Siddle. Kashif Ali has taken a couple of steps towards him. He's angled it in and it's carried through to Ollie Robinson about waist height. You have to be a sublime player to get anything on that. Oh, just shaped away from him. Lovely from Peter Siddle, yet to concede a run from his 7 balls.
And that's what Borthwick will want now. He'll want some control on that scoreboard. Doesn't want this run rate to keep going at 4.5 as it is now.
And he plays that quite nicely, actually. Just takes the hand off the bat, but down into the ground. And just a single brings Jones back on track. I think it was a first-class game, actually. I think he made 111 in a Champo game, which is what made it really hard for Lancashire fans to take. Some grumblings of being miscontent, is that the word? No. Discontent, that's it. I'd completely lost my word. Last year and this year, I know they've had a change of head coach. And I think the fact that Matt Parkinson was able to come up on loan here and then leave, and Rob Jones, they would be going, hang on a minute. Jones is defending. Why are our young gun players, what's happening here? Why are they all leaving us?
Yeah, there's lots, isn't there, on the members' forums and things like that from Lancashire.
Yeah, some of it's a bit over the top and a bit, kind of like, come on. Be sensible about it, but there's also plenty of valid points that they make. Anyway,
they've got a great leader and a great man in Dale Benkenstein, that is for sure. Yeah. Much loved in these parts.
Oh, soft hands from Rob Jones. A shout of no from Peter Siddle, because I think he feels that there's a little stare actually at his slip fielders, because yes, it didn't carry, but the fact it got through them and went away for a boundary has annoyed him.
Yeah, that is frustrating. He's created, or got the edge. It wasn't a chance, but what you don't want is to give away easy runs, and Alex Lees was unable to reel that one in. It bounced well in front of him, but that awkward length where you can't quite read the bounce and you've just got to guess. And it raced away for another 4 for Jones, who's again off to a fly. He's 8 from 6 already.
2 men on your screen there. England's current Test captain, Peter Siddle, played so much international cricket. Those two are Durham's second change bowlers today. And not quite a third, but a deep backward point.
Yeah, he's very square, isn't he?
Fuller driven. Ben Stokes makes that look very easy, but that actually is quite a difficult bit of fielding. Would have hit Ashthorpe somewhere on the shin.
Would have been chasing after that one, I reckon.
Would have been pleased with a bruise on the shin.
Yeah.
It would have been. I jest with you. It would have been the same for me. I don't think I would have got down. I'd not even been in the picture for it.
I might have fell on it. The only way I'm stopping that is if I fall on it. I found a method the last couple of years ago. I think it's called smothering.
Cuts it away. Doesn't get everything on it. They think about two. They do get two. It's a great bit of running because it's a good bit of fielding and a good throw right over the stumps. But good intent from Worcestershire there. The easy thing to do would just stroll one and say, no, we're not even taking it on. But there was 2 there. That was evidence. And they came back for 2. So 59 for 2. Worcestershire at 13 overs gone. Very dark out there now.
I was just going to say that the lights have come on in the car park at the far end of the ground. And when is it deemed that this light is too dark?
Well, they're having a discussion, aren't they? Scott Borthwick and Ben Stokes and umpire O'Shaughnessy.
You can see the shadows now if you're looking at the stream, that you've got 6 shadows of the players now on the floor.
Past the longest day, so it's downhill. It's understandable on the 30th of June.
Got the Christmas carols on already.
4:30. Stevie will be happy. You have to watch football.
This one's on the hip and tucked away by Kashif Ali, who looks very, very comfortable in that area. Picks up another single. And just the added now annoyance to Ollie Robinson when these balls are fielded and they're thrown in. He's got the floodlights to contend with also. But yeah, when does it get to the point where the umpires think that actually this isn't fair to the Worcestershire batsmen? But at the moment, they're scoring at the best part of 5 runs and over. And Stokes beats the outside edge. That one, like his natural angle, looks like it's going to be an in-swinger all day long, and then he just manages to get that ball to shape away from the right-hander. It's a great asset to have, and great skill. The noise level rev up from the slip cordon, Captain Scott Borthwick in particular. This one's wide and left alone again, a bit of shape. Stokes is not happy with himself with that delivery.
Understandably so. Wasn't his best.
No, it wasn't. And one thing you can always tell with Ben is when he's not happy. Jamie's telling everybody in the crowd that he wants a wicket. Can Ben Stokes oblige? This one's fallen wide and punished by Rob Jones. Another poor delivery from Stokes, and one that Jones cashes in on. He moves on to 14, and the score on to 66 now for 2.
He was disappointed with that delivery as well, Ben Stokes. Just not quite finding his line of length. He started with one.
It's very wide, wasn't it?
Yeah, unusual for him. He's bowled a couple because the first ball he bowled was that drop catch, yeah, but it was a full toss well wide of off stump.
This one strikes Jones on the pad, but definitely going down leg side. Not even half an appeal on that occasion. What will be disappointing Durham at the moment is that run rate. They've picked up 2 wickets in 14 overs, which, you know, you would take that. But the run rate, as I said, is nudging towards 5 and over, and that will be concerning for the captain, especially with just 190 runs on the board. In what you would have to say is perfect bowling conditions. Stokes again very wide, and probably said something that isn't repeatable by me.
Not on air.
Ends the, well, definitely not on air. And that ends the over as Stokes scratches at the crease. Always a good one, that, isn't it, when you bowl a poor ball, just to blame the footholes. I'm not sure that is why he's doing that.
It's frustration.
Yeah, I think that is exactly why that is. I can't kick anything else but this.
He's now kicked it a good 16 times.
Lucky he's got a good boot sponsor, because he's running out of spikes on them, I reckon. The ones with the 3 stripes.
Kashif Ali just stood there watching him, probably not going to say anything.
Yeah, whenever you're ready, mate. In fact, Stokes gives him a little tap on the backside as he ran off. Not what Durham need as well. Overrate is going to play a game. I think Worcestershire were -2 after the end of the first innings.
Siddle, and Kashif Ali uses his feet. Cries of catch it.
Potts does very well there.
He does. He's got a lot of ground to cover. He's a good fielder, Matthew Potts. Gets a round of applause from Peter Siddle. Siddle just be chuntering away to himself. It was a dashing shot from Kashif Ali.
Not quite Glenn McGrath-like. He was probably the best of the chunters. That Stuart Broad and Jimmy Anderson weren't too bad either.
Cox comes in, keeps it to 1. Can't use Jimmy Anderson in the past tense just yet.
Not quite. We've got another week or two, haven't we? The West Indies due to take on a county select 11.
Up here, is it? Or
No, I think it's at Beckenham.
right.
I think I might be wrong.
I remember when India played up here. I think that was during COVID times, wasn't it? Yeah, I don't know who's in that county select 11. I haven't actually seen
Ben
it.
McKinney from Durham is in it.
Nice.
I know that, which is really good for him and his development. I think there's kind of 11 different counties represented.
Ali
I'll
gets
try
forward.
and
Let's
find
have a
that
look.
out while you're...
I'll go on then. I'll let you
You got
do
it?
No, I haven't.
You
yet.
sure?
I haven't. Yeah. Always interested in those sides.
Yeah.
Sometimes
it's coming.
it's a mix of, depending on which competition is being played at first team level. I remember, I know James Rue, I think, made his first class debut in that up here. Had that amazing stump pick he took. Who was the spinner? It wasn't Rayan Ahmed, I don't think. Yeah, there's always some names to watch. A bit like the swing and a miss from Kashif Ali. Peter Siddle won't even look at him.
So yeah, that squad is Farhan Ahmed, who's how old is he? 15, 16?
Yeah. Who they reckon? I remember chatting to Rayan Ahmed when he first broke through in the One Day Cup, and he was like, "My brother's better than me."
That's a good humble.
This was before he
take
played
on
for
it
England.
all, isn't it?
Yeah, but he's like, you think I'm all right? Then wait till you see my brother.
I love that. You've got Sonny Baker from Somerset, Harry Duke from Yorkshire, Bertie Foreman from Sussex, Ben Geddes from Surrey, Josh Hull, who I like a lot, from Leicestershire.
Inside edge, get a single.
Eddie Jack from Hampshire, not a name I'm familiar with. Will Luxton from Yorkshire, Durham's Ben McKinney. You have Jamal Richards from Essex.
Oh, okay.
Hamza Sheikh from Warwickshire, Harry Singh from Lancashire, and John Turner from Hampshire. So
some pace in that attack then. Turner's played for England. Sonny Baker is sharp and bowling well.
yeah,
Josh Hull, left arm option. Jamal Richards is a good bowler. Okay, that's a good side.
Foreman provides some spin options with young Ahmed. So yeah, Harry Duke will grab the gloves.
Yes, he played up here on loan for Essex. Was he on loan? Yes, in the first. Yeah, the game Kushi got 100. Second championship game of the season here.
That's right.
Let's come on. End of the over. 69 for 2.
The umpire's just getting together here at the end of the over. So yeah, just talking about that. A lot of recent England under-19 representation in that select 11 squad. But yeah, watched that T20 the other night here, and Josh Hull was absolutely outstanding. Big left arm, strong, quick, bowled with really good skills with the white ball. Interesting to see how that transfers into the red ball. And I think the players are going off due to bad light, and I'm not surprised at that. I'm not surprised at all. It is really, really dark out there, and the floodlights, it is literally like a T20 game out there.
And the problem is, because there's no Callum Parkinson now, look, they wouldn't really have wanted to bowl Callum Parkinson now anyway. But
I think they'd have gone off.
I think they'd have said, because you want to be this newish ball. What is it, 15 overs old? I don't know how much of a choice the players get in it. Presumably there is some input. The umpires will say, well, if you've got spinners you want to bowl, and if you say no, you shouldn't have to.
I think that's pretty much the exact conversation that happens. But if you, I mean, like I say, we are in behind tinted windows in this room, but
that's true.
Looking at the stream and everything like that, it looks extremely dark.
The fact is 20 to 5, and the floodlights are on in full now, and the car park lights, which are presumably triggered by what the light is like outside.
And it is dark. I've just managed to open one of those tinted windows with great difficulty.
I thought it was with grace, actually.
I'll take that. But it is dark out there, and when you're facing the likes of Ben Stokes and Peter Siddle, it's not particularly friendly. The groundsmen have been called out, so we have a delay for bad light. So what we're going to do is leave you there, and with the score on 69 for 2, we'll leave it there, and we'll come back when we have the prospect of play.
South Africa cap 357. It's got to feel pretty special now.
Oh, yeah, I think so. I didn't think maybe like 2 years ago that it would happen.
Well, welcome back to the Seat Unique Riverside after a short delay through a bit of bad light and a bit of drizzle in the air. However, we are back for play. The good news for you and the bad news for us is that we haven't lost any overs. So we are going to be here. Sam might get paid overtime, but I don't. So I'm on a flat rate. This is ridiculous. I'm bringing in the unions. But no, we do have play, and it's brilliant that we can get back out there for those that were just about to settle in for the football. Unlucky, because you love cricket more than football, so you're going to watch Ben Stokes continue from the Finkel end. And Stevie's got his wish because he was desperate to be able to just press play on his and record on his VHS. So he's in luck as the football has just kicked off. And for anybody watching and listening, we won't be giving any live updates because Steve promised he'll mute us the moment that we mention football.
And maybe those in the live stream comments, if they could be so kind as to mention it. Stevie, you know, we've got to look after Stevie.
Absolutely. The main man.
Speaking of main men, it's Ben Stokes.
He is in, and this is... Yeah, he hasn't quite got his line right, Ben Stokes. He's been a little bit wide. And this one again is wide and allowed through by Kashif Ali. It is still pretty gloomy out there. The lights are on. But obviously the umpires are happy to continue in this light. There was a tractor and a rope just run around the ground to get any moisture off the outfield.
They were with humans as well. They weren't just
Yeah, they just did it themselves. Yeah, that was impressive. As Stokes comes in the ball again, and this one's straighter, and Ali defends out to Ben Rain, who rushes in with the enthusiasm of a 21-year-old, and then probably regrets that now. I try that every now and then, and I regret it instantly. 69 for 2 on the board. Again, if you want to get in touch with us, you can email us at streaming@durhamcricket.uk, or we can go on the old social media, where the X platform,
like that platform,
yeah, formerly known as Twitter. Stokes comes in, and this is allowed through to the keeper. You've got Sam J. Dalling, or Ashthorpe 25, I think mine is. I'm just going to have a look.
I think you are saying 25.
Yeah. I'm definitely not 25 years of age. I am Ashthorpe 25.
You were once.
I was. I was born at a young age. Seems so long ago. Nearly double that now. Next year, actually. Stokes comes in, and this is pushed away. Out to Bastilledo, who does the fielding in the point region. Yeah, coming up double 25 next year, mate.
Just a number.
Yeah, so I keep being told.
It's on the cliche bingo, that, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. You're only as young as you feel and all that rubbish. England 2-0 up in the ODI series. England women.
Thought you were giving us a score update.
No. Just a teaser. Oh, Ben Stokes, brilliant off his own bowling. Yeah, that was definitely not in the football, Stevie. Just hope to give you a little panic there.
Wow, I don't know. I think he probably was pretty sure that England would not be 2-0 up in England football after 11 minutes. Yeah, brilliant win for them. Emphatic, a little bit like the game up here.
Two big wins, yeah. Two very, very powerful, dominant wins. Stokes in again, and Ali miscues a drive. So now into the leg side, and that ends the over. Stokes finishes after a short break. 69 for 2 on the board after 16. Yeah, as you say, two very dominant performances from the England women. I think Boucher got 100 today. Really strong start from both units, really, the bowlers and the batters. Really, really dominant, and that'll make John Lewis and the coaching staff very happy.
Yeah, there is. I mean, the spin bowling department. Sophie Eccleston, who's still very, very young, 5 foot for her again. Charlie Dean, even younger. brilliant off spin. I don't think Sarah Glenn played in this one actually, despite it being a sort of home ground. Yeah, they're a wonderful side. And they go. The difference we're going to see, I mean, the depth of talent they've got now, as Peter Siddle is going to continue from the Lumley end, left alone, outside, off stump for no run. The depth of players now that aren't in England sides and aren't even that near England side is amazing. And what's going to be great is that someone like Sophie Eccleston is a bit of a one-off, but you won't need. What always amazes you currently, you look at these scorecards, you go, wow, they've been playing for England since they were 16, 17, and now they'll get a bit more time to develop, and there'll be professional games for them to play, and academy games, and England A, so there's more of a route in.
Yeah.
Someone like Eccleston probably would have gone straight in anyway. Ooh, goes to the Yorker, doesn't quite get his radar, and it's a great tumbling stop by Ollie Robinson behind the stumps.
Yeah, like you say, it's just becoming more and more professional every year. The Tier 1 due to kick in. Where we are very pleased and very proud to have a team of our own in that competition.
Started to sign a few as well.
I believe so. I'm not sure what's out there and what isn't at the moment, so I will definitely not be saying any names, apart from the coach has been announced.
Ooh.
And Siddle beats the outside edge. Yeah, Danny Hazel returns home from her stint down at Yorkshire, where she's done a brilliant job setting up that programme. That will be in a safe place once that's handed over at the end of the season. So yeah, I believe lots of work going on in the background. Yeah, who's officially signed as of yet? I'm not sure any names have been released. There is definitely rumours of players going around. Some from within the Yorkshire setup and some from external. And Siddle again beats the outside edge with a beauty. So yeah, exciting time for the club in general. They'll play their games here at the Riverside as well. So Vic will have to get his planning even more sorted for next year with the amount of games. Yorkshire Diamonds have played some games up here this year. But there will be a lot more cricket, and a lot more cricket for the females up here, which is absolutely brilliant. So exciting, and who knows what could happen if you look, into that future. Look what's happened with the male game up here in the last 30 years.
Again, Siddle oversteps this time, so it's a no ball. But Rob Jones just has a little look down the pitch. He keeps hitting that same spot. There's Jones holding his ground, bat in his crease. Siddle looks accusingly at the line as if it's jumped.
Yeah. You never bowl one as a bowler, do you? It's always the umpire. I can't have been over.
I think what most bowlers would find is they've probably got away with a fair few in their career.
Yeah, no doubt. 71 for 2. Worcestershire probably would have been happy to continue out there in the way that they were going. They're having to start again now.
Oh, outside edge and gone. Peter Siddle, who has been beating the outside edge of Rob Jones. This time I think Jones was trying to turn it into the leg side, and it's gone into the safe hands of Alex Lees at third slip.
Yeah, it's a good grab, but right on cue there, just saying that Worcestershire were going really well before that break. Siddle, bang on description from Sam there. He's looking to hit that probably pretty straight, but definitely to the leg side. It's got a thick outside edge, and Siddle picks up a well-deserved wicket. Alex Lees takes a good low catch, and Worcestershire lose their third wicket with 71 on the board.
Yeah, needed that. Durham, they're feeling a bit happier. There's still time. There's still a long time. 30 overs left after this. We might even see Durham bat again. Who knows? There's games moving on at such a pace. Sussex, Northamptonshire. Sussex bowled out for 143. Northamptonshire bowled out for 97. So they're in to the third innings. Leicestershire 179. Middlesex 70 for 6. Queen's Park, Derbyshire all out for 76. Yorkshire 165 for 4. England Morgan are 3 down, just shy of 100, having bowled Gloucestershire out for 179. So Division 2, wickets are falling very quickly, and here's Adam Hose into the middle order for Worcestershire. Has moved around a little bit in his career, chasing red ball games. I like the fact he wants to play red ball cricket. He left Somerset at a time where he was quite explosive and getting into a decent white ball side they had at the time. Went to Warwickshire to try and play some more red ball cricket as well. Didn't quite happen for him. Come down to Worcestershire now and he's playing red ball cricket regularly. We know he can score runs quickly. Time is not the issue here.
Yeah, absolutely not.
$71 for free, Worcestershire. Who's on strike? Oh, and that's lifted. This is a brilliant over from Peter Siddle. I think it's not a wicket maiden because he bowled no ball, so it can't be. But it was an absolute beauty of an over. Peter Siddle, first up after the break. No signs of his 39-year-old body needing cranking up again. He is a well-oiled machine, fit and a brilliant bowler. And he's picked up the wicket of Rob Jones.
Yeah, great over that from Siddle after the resumption. Durham on the money. Worcestershire, what they don't want to do is lose a couple in a heap here. As Ben Stokes is going to continue from the Finkel end. And they have, that's 2 straight after resumption. No, maybe that's hit the back pad. Durham not convinced. Ali just walked away to square leg as if nothing was a problem. Durham were convinced, but we'll have a look on the replay.
But I think that's a great decision, just based on the reaction. Durham all went up. Umpire O'Shaughnessy.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. And I think, I mean, the only thing I didn't like there is Ali's just tapped his back leg just to say this is where it's hit me. However, I think ultimately the right decision has been made. And I think the Durham players pretty much accepted that as well. This one, Ali is nicely in behind. He defends out to mid-on.
I don't mind him tapping his back leg because they all appealed, probably half knowing it didn't hit his bat.
Potentially,
so,
yeah. Potentially.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? Some umpires won't like that either.
No.
It's a funny one. I guess, yeah, always the benefit of that goes. I mean, we had one in club cricket yesterday that I'll talk to you a little about in a minute. As Stokes comes in again, and this one's down the leg side, a little bit like that. And we felt that we got an LB that should have been given out, not out. And I'm not saying that's the reason why we appealed for the one down the leg side, but it just didn't, well, for me in the field, didn't feel it was that. I didn't appeal at all. And the bowler was convinced that it hit it, and I don't think anybody else was. And eventually the finger went up, and the batsman was absolutely furious. And rightly so. I just went up to him and said, just don't get banned, just go off. I actually felt sorry for him. And this one's defender out into the leg side by Ali. So yeah, you see them give him, but yeah, I think that was an excellent decision. And ultimately, yeah, regardless of the tap on the pad or not, he's definitely got the right decision there. It's almost like the inside edge one where you're trying to show the umpire that you've hit it kind of thing.
Yes.
I've hit it, sir, I've hit it. Actually, no, I didn't, but I'm pretending I hit it. Oh.
Something in his eye? A fly in his mouth, I think.
I'm not going to repeat what's been said out there, but there's a meme that's going all around the world by a young lady at the moment. And that might have got a mention there as Stokes has copped the fly and it has a spit on the floor trying to get that out.
I'm pleased though, because when you see the England skipper pull up like that mid-run,
Yeah.
you think, oh no. Sam Blacklock.
Just coming up with all the goods. There's sweets, there's ice creams.
The difficulty though.
That one's well down the leg side. It's a horrible sweet to eat while you're trying to commentate those, Sam.
I was just thinking that Sam Blacklock has turned up with some Durham branded pear drops. As that ball moves significantly after the bat. We're going to have to take it in turns here.
Yeah.
Because
we'll get through an over each.
You'll be able to tell quite quickly who has a pear drop in mouth and who hasn't. I'm going first.
Last ball of the over. Looks like I'm doing 2 in a row now. Sam's pair dropped as Stokes comes in, and this is defended away, and that will be a maiden over from Ben Stokes, one that he thought was successful, but nicely played by Ali.
It's the boss that's given us to us. So
yeah, absolutely. I mean, can't refuse.
Is
Can
that
you?
him subtly saying, guys, I've had enough?
Yeah, we'll just put you on mute and you can have a couple of sweets. Ground staff just watching on with enough interest. They're normally sat on chairs most of the time while the play is on, I should say. They do a lot of hard work, these guys. But they quite like watching their fruits of their labour as well. They like watching the cricket. The sky has lightened up, I guess, a little bit from that rain that we had earlier. The light's not taking as much effect as they did in the past. Siddle comes in, and this one strikes hose in the midriff.
Just seen from that Lumley end a few times, ball slightly lift. From that end, it's lifting a little bit. From the Finkel end, it's shooting through.
Absolutely.
I've got nothing more insightful to say than that.
No,
just
you
an
carry on.
observation. I've taken my pear drop out. I'm a pro. My bottle cap is serving up. It's probably too much information for people, but I've got a bottle cap doubling up as a pear drop holder.
It is what it is.
Sometimes you have to. Driven. Straight to cover. Completely lost it. My head is scrambled. I'm thinking spontanise. No, it's not. It's getting confused.
You can make up words if you want.
You can, but of all the words you're going to make up, I'm not sure spontanise is a great one. It doesn't really. Some words sound good. To mix spontaneity and improvise. Siddle. He was playing that at the most.
Yeah, flirty leave, wasn't it? It was like, I want to play it, I don't want to play it too late.
Try and make that look like you haven't played it that, Adam, but we see you. We don't blame you either. Adam Hose just a little bit circumspect to start with. He's trying to push that out into the offside defensively, inside edge.
He's another one that likes to feel bat on ball, isn't he? Like a lad who's grown up playing a lot of white ball cricket, like you said, has moved around in the search for more red ball games, but been around the world, hasn't he, with his franchise stuff? Definitely played in the Big Bash in Australia.
Caribbean Premier League he's played. Oh, got him. Absolute beauty. He'll have to wander off. Peter Siddle has got his second wicket of this post-tee spell. Peter Siddle just pointing to the leg stump. The Durham players are all smiles. Leg stump has ended up a good 5 metres behind the pitch there. That was an absolute beauty for Peter Siddle. We'll try and...
It's the off stump.
Is it off stump?
Yeah, he's played inside the line there, Hose. Just going to try and get that up again for us to have a little look at. But the way he played it, I thought it was leg stump as well.
That's a beauty. We saw one. That is Peter Siddle all day long. Just kisses the pitch, slightly moves away so the batter is playing just fractionally down the wrong line. That's that point from Peter Siddle. That is beautiful stuff. Doesn't matter about your age, Ash, as I was just telling you a bit earlier on. You can do stuff like that. We saw one a little bit earlier on. Matthew Potts, I think it was, that wicket that just kissed the top of off stump, the very top, took the bail off to end the innings. That one has smashed into off stump an inch or two below the bails. And it leaves Worcestershire 4 down, 71 for 4. A little flurry of wickets after they've gone off for bad light. How often do we see play get interrupted and the batting side come back out and lose a couple of quick wickets?
Yeah, the break hasn't helped, has it?
Well, not Worcestershire.
Yeah, absolutely. Durham, on the other hand, absolutely thrilled, picking up a couple of wickets and getting into the middle order now. As you mentioned, we start to see some of the all-rounders coming in at around the 6, 7, 8 mark.
I think it might be Ethan Brooks.
We have Brooks. It is Brooks that's come in. Just having a look at the old scoreboard there. That seems to be having a few issues. But she's off at the moment.
Good start from Siddle, good start from Brooks. Good over from Siddle. And that is the end of it. And the score is 71 for 4.
Yeah, ends an excellent over there from Peter Siddle. Hose just trying to walk down the wicket at that one. It's pitched on off and hit off. Absolute peach from Siddle. Wicket maiden. Like I say, a bit of pressure just transferring now back onto Worcestershire, who made such a good start. But that break in play. And a lot of eyes now on Kashif Ali. Ben Stokes comes in from the Finkel end. And this one is driven gloriously by Kashif Ali. On the up, through the covers. Save your legs, 4 runs.
Yeah, it's just Ben Stokes being offering a little bit too much width today. Kashif Ali has his eye in onto 36. So just changing the field slightly. Deep square leg going back out.
Interesting there. I just heard the words, "Let's have a look, Ben," through our effects mic. Just put something in the back of Kashif Ali's mind. And again, Stokes is right on the money. But Kashif Ali, as he has been most of today, has been up to that challenge. He's on 36 now from 52 deliveries, including 6 fours. Been very positive. Lights are still on. And Ben Stokes does have a look, and Ali is more than up to the task as he controls a hook shot. Much to the oohs and ahs of all the slip cord, and I'm not sure why, but maybe just to tell Ali that he wasn't as much in control as the rest of the world thought he was. But that brings Brooks onto strike now. Faced just the 1 ball so far off Peter Siddle. Yeah, you've got Matthew Waite and Smith, Taylor, Allison and Verdi to come. This you feel is an important partnership for Worcestershire. And Stokes strikes him on the pad. He's a long way across, but he doesn't get any joy. Dalling's finger was up immediately.
I thought just the way he'd walked across.
Yeah, I'm not far behind you there, mate. If I'm totally honest with you, I thought that was a really good shout.
Shaughnessy's having a wonderful game though, so I'm not going to criticise.
No, he's a very experienced umpire. Been around a long time doing the game. Just going to try and catch that on a replay. Yeah, probably just going down leg side, but it's a good shout. Like I say, Brooks did just come across his stumps. And that will keep Ben Stokes very interested. In fact, too interested as this one flies down the leg side, and Ollie Robinson, as if he was in Germany in the Euros, claws that one away from the top corner, but it will be a bye as that one escapes him.
I must have heard batting pad. I thought there was a little noise there.
Yeah. It's a great effort from Robinson to prevent that going for 4. 77 now for 4 on the board. It was a long way down and kept going as well. Stokes will be disappointed that he's let Brooks off strike there. He had him in his sights and he kicks the ground after that one in disgust. Next one defended now into the leg side, and that ends the over. So Peter Siddle will get a crack at the new man after 20 overs. And that rate has just slowed down a little bit as well, hasn't it? 77 for 4, and wickets tend to do that. It's now under 4 and over. Kashif Ali, the main man, 37 not out. And the new man, Ethan Brooks, at the crease.
Yeah, just exerting a bit of pressure on of their own, Durham here. And we've seen it. We've seen how it swung around. You know, Worcestershire started brilliantly. Durham fought back with the bat, and Worcestershire came back and ended up dismissing them for 190. A couple of early wickets, and that partnership. It's toed and froed in this game already.
Yeah. Well, look at Durham, were 160 for 5, weren't they? That changed around very quickly.
Solid from Ethan Brooks.
Has Sam nicked them sweets?
actually. Yeah, before you even got
Disgraceful.
one. Before you even got one.
It's all right. I'll remember that.
He came back in. Also, he'd left the room and then he came back for them.
Yeah. His cards are marked.
Lovely Durham branding on. They're lovely, by the way. I'm really enjoying mine.
I'm
People
pleased
over
to.
here.
That's good. Well, I enjoyed my ice cream as well. You didn't have one.
Wasn't Durham branded that?
No,
though,
it
was
wasn't. It wasn't.
I can taste the blade races in this pear drop. Full shot. That's a lovely stroke from Ethan Brooks. It was a half volley, really. Peter Siddle stuck a foot out, couldn't stop it. Checked on drive. Brings Brooks 4.
Yeah, absolutely glorious shot there, as you said, over pitched, but met with a full straight butt. Apart from that one that struck him on the pad for the LBs, his footwork's looked really good since he's come to the crease. He looks nice and relaxed. But that was a beautiful shot.
Another summer signing, for winter signing, I should say, from Warwickshire. There's 3 of them, isn't there? Ethan Brooks, Henry, who's now at Middlesex. Am I right? And there's an older brother, maybe Ben, I can't remember. Sorry, the third Brooks brother. Solid in defence. The back foot ends up way outside off stump, but it does the job. Hadn't played much first-class cricket. In fact, until last week, where he debuted, hadn't played a red ball game since 2021.
Looks very tidy and organised so far from his short stay at the crease.
Free slips. Beauty from Siddle. Just a nod. Siddle chuntering back at the batter.
Don't you nod at me. Yeah, good delivery from the experienced Victorian. Finding that better length there is that one. Like you said, a few have bounced from that length, haven't they? And that one probably over the shoulder of the bat rather than beating the outside edge. Lovely delivery from Siddle. He'll love bowling with the Duke's ball compared to his plying his trade with the old cooker.
That's why he keeps coming back.
Yeah, no doubt.
Keeps coming back for more. 2 for 16 he's got into his 6th over. Straight drive. Misfield. By Ben Rain. I heard, before Ben Rain had even started chasing the ball, I heard, sorry, Pete. Straight away, he knew. Siddle at that point hadn't turned round, so didn't realise what had happened.
Not sure he's really accepting that apology. Not much you can do, though.
Deep square goes out.
Looked to really attack the ball, didn't he, Ben Rain?
Cashy Sally's in behind that one. End of the over. 21 overs of this Worcestershire response gone. Still got 26 left today, albeit it's 25 to 6 now, and we've already been off once for bad light. So floodlights are on fully. I don't know if we'll get 26 overs.
Well, it's light at the moment up here till 10 o'clock at night, so there's definitely plenty of scope for that.
Can we just keep going? The floodlights are on. I never know. Yeah,
I think so.
I never know the regulations.
Don't know if there's a cut-off. Will Dobson is listening, and he might send us a message if there is an actual cut-off time, or can they keep going forever? This one is defended out into the leg side by Brooks off the bowling of Stokes. Durham after breaking through with Jones and Hose after the break, really looking to cash in here. It's Brooks on strike, just squared up a little bit by Stokes. The first time he's been trapped on the crease there a little bit. Brooks, as he replays that shot in his head, and a few times there. William, you're a legend. He says we keep going till natural light gets too dark, so we're going till 1 o'clock in the morning. No, thanks, William. Much appreciated.
What if the floodlights are on?
If the floodlights are on, that's fine.
That's not okay,
yeah.
Fair.
It's a bit like before we went off before, I guess. That if if it gets too dark and the floodlights take too much control.
And they've set the bar now, the umpires as well. They've taken their reading for the game. So if it dips below that.
We're not there yet, are we? Like, the light now
no.
is much better than what it was. Not that it's perfect by any stretch, and the floodlights are still on.
Good time to bowl this.
Yeah, absolutely. Not a great time to be a new batsman, as Ethan Brooks is. And Stokes is on the money, but Brooks tidy in defence as he pushes this one down the pitch. And Ben Rain collects without any issues whatsoever, as it just trickles down next to the stumps.
Won't be long before the batters out there just start squinting.
Yeah,
just making it clear
just let
that
the umps know.
Yeah.
Seeing them lights in the car park, they're bright, aren't they? Just little subtle comments. Scoreboard's looking really bright, isn't it? Oh, that's a great leave. That is a super leave.
Ben Stokes can't believe it. Big smile on the face of Ethan Brooks. Stokes didn't look at him. He just looked up. Then he looked into his hands. He can't believe it.
Stokes in again. And this one takes the outside edge, and Lee's diving away to his right. He's unable to claw that one in.
I don't know if he gets a hand on it.
No, I wouldn't even class that as a half chance.
Nah.
It's a good effort from Lee's, the big man diving away to his right. And Stokes looks like he's found his rhythm here, and for Rob Key, that's probably not a great thing because he'll just keep bowling for as long as he can.
Particularly having had a tea break.
Yeah.
A light break. So he's bowled 6, but really only was it 3 after this break. So he will count that, Ben Stokes, as a proper break.
I don't think he cares. You know, he doesn't look at numbers. He'll just keep bowling. I had a chat with Scott Borthwick, who's doing the commentary in the T20s, and he just says he's a nightmare. He's like, once he's got the ball in his hand, they're pretty much best mates, them two, and they almost fall out on the pitch.
Into the offside for no run. As nightmares go, I've had worse ones than not being able to get the ball out of Ben Stokes.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yes, Scott said that after the Somerset game when he bowled a 10 over spell. Second net. Like, what do you do? He's like, you can't. You just can't.
That's what he says. He's Ben Stokes.
I'd like to see Scott Borthwick try and bring himself on for Stokes. I'm
You're
going to bowl some leggies, so that's right, Stokes.
Take a break, man. I'm coming on. Not a chance. That might end in violence.
There's that lift from the Lumley end. A couple of yelps of delight. This game evenly poised. What did you say? Done 160 for 5, right? So it's about this point they had a couple of partnerships. Bellingham Robinson, the Robinson Stokes.
I think you had Stokes and Clark as well, didn't they?
Stokes
They put on a few.
That's the one.
But yeah, just those. And then as soon as that Stokes wicket fell, the tail was mopped up for just 30. So things happen quickly. But Ali looking really good. Alongside the new batter is Ethan Brooks. Again, another important partnership. Brooks is on 6. Kashif Ali's on 37. The beginning of a partnership at 12 so far.
Oh, there's that lift again. Just hits the front. He does really well actually there. Ethan Brooks take his hand off the bat. Hit the splice, maybe even a bit of handle. But just a bit of nasty-ish. It's all relative, I know, but nasty bounce from Peter Siddle. It's only fractionally back of a length that's coming from as well. It's not like he's digging it in, trying to get it up around his midriff.
He's found a good spot there, hasn't he, where he's getting a bit of variation off the pitch.
gone for the Yorker, misdirected, and that's one of those where Ollie Robinson will turn around and look for umpire Shanmugam, but he knew what was coming there. 4 byes, nothing Robinson could do about that. He was springy, he was acrobatic, moving to his left, just too far for him to stop. Doesn't go against the bowler that though.
It's quite sharp actually. That looked like a real effort ball, that from Siddle.
Yeah, it
just kept swinging as it's beating the batter down the leg side. It's kept swinging away.
It was Fuller trying to bowl him, get him LBW, having just had him wary of getting on the front foot because of that extra bounce. That one's well taken by Ollie Robinson, who again, ends up on the end of the second pitch, taking that one. So a lot of late movement. 87 for 4, Worcestershire. Maiden from Peter Siddle, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 17. For him, both him and Stokes bowling well, and the beauty of that break for bad light is that he might get a couple more. Certainly out Siddle, he might be able to say, right, have a banana or two and a coffee at
Mr. Potassium.
in a break and get yourself back out there, Peter Siddle.
Absolutely.
You won't want to come off bowling like this.
No, he'll love these conditions of bowling as well. That ball will be pretty good nick. Still swinging, still moving around off this pitch. Stokes in now. Ali is beaten outside the off stump. A little flirt. So Curry's, like you said, you summed that up really well, that the pitch from the Finkel end just dying a little bit as it goes through to Robinson. Where Stokes is bowling from now. And Siddle just extracting a little bit more bounce from the Lumley end. That last over, Ethan Brooks hit on the thumb. William Dobson just throwing up information. This one's short and it's hammered well in front of square. Kashif Ali, another boundary. Lovely shot. Just going to read this one out from William Dobson, who says, if we are off for bad light after 6:30, we don't get those overs back tomorrow. If we go off before 6:30, we'll be able to take over. Take 1 over for each 3.75 minutes we have to go before the 6:30 cut-off. We'll start losing overs from today's play as soon as we go off next. As Ali gets through for a quick single.
Okay. So, as it stands then at 5:45, what did we say? 3.75?
Yeah.
So 45 minutes. So the maximum, if we went off now, we'd get about 12, 13 overs back tomorrow.
I'll let you do the maths.
For
William will probably tell me exactly if we went off now.
37.5 minutes is what? It would be 10 overs back.
Yeah.
So 11 or 12, yeah. But we're not going off now, so it's irrelevant.
Thank you very much for that, William Dobson, Durham scorer. Brooks tries to drive that one away off the back foot. Not totally in control as his hand comes off the bat. Once again, if you've got any information or you want to get in touch with us, it's streaming at durhamcricket.co.uk. Or on the platform X, formerly known as Twitter, you've got Sam J. Dalling and Ashthorpe25. Stokes in again, and this one's defended nicely out into point by Brooks. Currently 92 for 4. Lost a few of the crowd. I think we might be watching something else.
Lost a few on the live stream as well. I think that's probably the case around the country.
Yeah. But thank you for sticking with us as Stokes is in again and Brooks defends nicely out into the offside, and that ends the over. As I said, 92 for 4 on the board. That ends the 24th over. Kashif Ali on 42 played an imperious pull shot in that last over. 42 not out, and then Brooks is on 6 not out. And the lead now for Durham is under the 100 mark. trail by 98 runs Worcestershire, with 6 wickets still remaining. As Kashif Ali gets himself a little drink.
There's the Worcestershire coaching staff. Alan Richardson still in his shorts. Kadir Ali. Brett D'Oliveira, who may have been close to playing. I think he was in the squad. He's got that shoulder injury. He's just got to manage. I suspect he's up because he's going to play T20 on Friday night. So he's up for the week. Love that green, the Worcestershire green.
What do you class? Is that like a racing green? Would you class that as?
Yeah, it's not quite emerald, is it? A Siddle is in. Short ball pulled away. Go all the way along the floor from Kashif Ali. So they said a couple of overs ago, let's have a look at Kashif on the short ball. He's played it all right so far.
There's 2 really well controlled ones behind square, and that pull shot in front of the square was a beautiful shot. Probably not the quickest of pitches to be whacking it in the middle, but what you want him to do is to think that that's still in your armoury in case. Obviously, your main chance of getting him is on the front foot. The 3 wise men wander down in front of us.
Just a single.
Sorry, mate.
Just a single. Potts running in, picks it up, one-handed underarm, scoops it in. Might see a little bit of him again quite soon if they can get the ball out of Ben Stokes' hands. Not seen any of Baz the Lady yet. Do you think, is he more likely to go back to Potts and Rain before the Lady? Yeah,
I think so.
Game in this position. A couple of quick wickets. They could get a healthy lead, but these two put on a partnership.
Bus is one who takes wickets in bursts as well.
Oh, that could have gone anywhere. Kashif Ali. That one kept a little bit low potentially, or maybe he was just in a bad position.
Yeah, he wasn't exactly climbing on the front foot, that one.
No.
And that, going back to that bouncer earlier, may well have been in the back of his mind with the 2 men out on the hook. Not quite committing to the front foot on that occasion.
Free slip still waiting. Backward point. Man in the covers. Mid on, mid off. Deep square leg. And a long leg. 94 for 4. Floodlights are on. And that's driven. 2 whisks. Just bounced awkwardly. In front of Ben Rain. Who gets a few words of encouragement / gentle ribbing from his teammates for his effort in the field there. And didn't cost a run. Just took him by surprise a touch. That one's just back of a length, and Kashif Ali finds Graham Clark out there, a deep square leg. All the way along the floor. There's a wow from someone. Siddle just shuntering at Kashif Ali.
Some little chat on his way past.
Big
Halfway back to his mark.
Big smile on his face, but I don't know how friendly it'll be.
It can't be too bad because the umpire's right in the middle of that conversation.
That's a yelping, but no way through. 25 gone, 95 for 4.
$98 for 4. Sorry, 95 for 4 even.
So have you put 3
Yeah,
runs onto
I
it?
just-
Like, what's
It was
that?
a great dot ball, that 3. Siddle 8 overs.
You can tell Peter Siddle went for 3.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he'd be real happy with that. 2 for 20 for Siddle off his 8. Ben Stokes has 1 for 21. The run rate now at 3.8, where it was nudging 5 and over before we went off with that bad light and drizzle that was in the air. So a little bit of control for Durham, probably for the first time in the innings. And Stokes bowls a good bouncer. And Ali ducks under that one. Looked to hook and then pulled out of the shot. It was good from Stokes and good from Ali.
Yeah, control is what they will want, Durham. Control is the ideal. Like, it's not going to be a game where they bat once, I don't think. But it is a game they can control.
O'Malley defends nicely. 3 slips still in place. Deep square leg, deep fine leg, third man. And the fielders, I guess you would say, in the traditional circle are a man at point, a man at extra cover. And Ben Rain with a lot of real estate around him at mid-on. Leave it to the youngsters. Oh, just having a look at the ball here. Stokes tosses the ball to the umpire. Umpire O'Shaughnessy to have a look. The 2 men in white coats will get together. Just have a chat around whether we think this ball is still round, whether we think it's still okay to use. I've got a feeling that they're just going to throw it back.
Yeah, it's gone through the ring quite comfortably there, I think.
There's no resistance whatsoever.
Them's the rules.
You carry on, mate, says umpire O'Shaughnessy. Stokes walks back to his mark. Another short ball, not as much in control, but however it does go all the way along the ground. Down to fine leg where Peter Siddle does the fielding. Where for some reason Ollie Robinson runs all the way to the stumps and he threw the ball at Scott Borthwick at first slip.
It's good to see how we can keep it remaining lively.
Yeah. I don't think he was that pleased. Ollie's run the best part of 20 yards and looked at Siddle to say, well, what was the point of that? Good leave this time by Brooks outside the off stump. Be interesting to see here. What does Borthwick do? These two getting to the back ends of some pretty long spells now. As Graham Clark is now dismissed to the deep square boundary by Ben Stokes. Just to put the thought in young Brooks' mind that this might be short. Would it be the double bluff? Very much so. Brooks gets a thick inside edge and that one goes down to fine leg. Where the Banana Man underarms the ball this time into Robinson.
That was a great cartoon, wasn't it, Banana Man? Underrated. It's never on often enough for my liking.
I never get time to watch cartoons.
I'm looking forward to going back to it. I've got a little one due in September.
Yep.
And then I'll get to sit down and we'll get old school cartoons as well, none of this newfangled stuff. He-Man.
Yeah, go old
Top
school.
Cat. Yeah, beautiful.
Oh, I thought I heard a little nick there as that one went through to Ollie Robinson behind the stumps. However, that's the end of Ben Stokes' over. 97 for 4 on the board. Kashif Ali with 45 and Brooks on 8.
Yeah, you're going to see a change of bowling at the Lumley end, I think. Ben Rain has cap off. Peter Siddle bowling a good spell, an 8-over spell. It was punctuated by a little bit of a bad light delay. 8 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 20 for Peter Siddle in that spell. Takes the wickets of Rob Jones, a great catch from Alex Lees at third slip, and then bowled Adam Hose, an absolute beauty that literally did remove off stump from its place in the pitch. Ben Rain then. Oh, and there's a little dab initially by Ethan Brooks, who thought better than swishing at that one. Apologies to those of you who are noticing a little bit of out of sync audio. I'm working on that at this end. Probably makes more sense when we're out of sync, to be honest. Good length from Rain. Okay, Andrew Tongue. It's a bit ahead, is it? I'll try and close the gap. Here's Rain. That's a beauty from him. Scott Borthwick has his cap off, gives his bowler a decent clap. Just chatting to Ollie Robinson, trying to work out a plan. How can they get another wicket? They would really love to bowl them out before close of play it. If they do that, they'll have a first innings lead, I'd imagine. Couple of leg buys. Easy Badger is the cry. Scott Borthwick is the Badger.
He is indeed.
Okay, the commentary's 25 seconds ahead, Josh. Okay, I'm trying to slow it down. Trying to call it a little bit later.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's going to work. We're going to speak to our technical gurus. We'll keep you updated, but I think what we might do in a moment is we might restart the stream. So you may need to log off and log back on in a moment, just to... Oh, that looks close.
Big shout given. LBW. Ethan Brooks stares back at umpire Sham Mugam. And Durham, they have their 5th wicket. LBW, Ben Rain, the change of bowling works. Just doing what Ben Rain does, nibbling it around, full of a length. Into the pads, Ethan Brooks trudges off, not massively delighted with that decision, but he has to go. He's gone for 8, LBW. Durham have their 5th wicket.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he thinks that's a little high. It's definitely straight enough. And it looked... I called it live there. I think I said it looks out. I wasn't quite as excited as you. I need to start getting the finger up. But
it'll come, don't worry. With experience.
Not sure I'm ready for that. But that looked good. It looked straight. And Brooks may be just thinking it's a bit high for some reason, but I'm not sure. I think that's a pretty good decision.
And the reason he thinks it's so high, though, he was forward on the front foot, so his back leg is actually quite low. He's collapsing, yeah.
See Matthew Waite join us out in the middle. Brooks goes, you look pretty organised there and look tidy. I think there's always that ball with your name on it on this pitch. And again, we apologise for the synchronisation of our stream with our dulcet tones to the pitches. And, we are working on that and trying to get that rectified. And now we're into all-rounder territory.
Yeah, though, Ethan Brooks himself bowled a little bit last week. So yeah, to have a non-specialist batter at 6. I mean, they don't bat as deep as Durham, let's put it that way. Work to do. The main bit of work is to support Kashi Valley here, I think. Good over from Ben Rain, just a couple of leg buys from it, so wicket maiden. And good change of bowling from Scott Borthwick. Worcestershire 99 for 5.
Yeah. Thank you for all the emails that are coming in with regards to the sound. But yeah, excellent work there from Ben Rain. I'm going to sort that out. We've got Sam Blacklock, our Durham in-house media guru, coming down, and what's going to happen in a moment is your stream will probably go off and Sam is going to come down and reset that.
Got a first-class 100 this year, Matthew Waite, a bit earlier in the summer against Kent back in May. 13 against Surrey last week in the second innings, 3 in the first. So he's been a bit lean around that. I think he made 60-odd in the reverse fixture, actually, a duck and 60-odd, so I know which way Durham will be hoping it goes this time.
Potts is in now. And Kashif Ali with 3, what are you going to call them, the hungry hippos waiting for that one in the slips. It was like that game, wasn't it? That was like slip catching practice there. Ryan Campbell and was doing this morning to those 3. And he's nearly run that straight off the face of the bat. A little bit like Libby earlier. There as Potts starts his spell with a good delivery. Sam just updating the social media with a tweet for the Ben Rain wicket, and then he'll be all over the stream, so we'll be on that in a moment. Potts on the money, and Ali tucks this one away into the leg side, and we'll pick up a single, and that single will bring up the 100 for Worcestershire.
Where are we calling this game then? Is it about even, or is Durham a nudge ahead?
I think this partnership is really, really good. We've said that probably 3 or 4 times already today. How they support Ali is going to be so crucial to the outcome of this game. Although it is a little bit lighter again out there. Well, Matthew Waite will not be supporting Kashif Ali because he's lost one of his 3 stumps. Potts right through the defences of Waite, and he goes without scoring second ball. And now I think Durham will say they're on top.
I would say they are definitely a nudge or 2 ahead after that. Couple of bowling changes, couple of wickets. Life is good for the skipper, Scott Borthwick, right now.
100 for 6. Worcestershire. And a really, really nice delivery from Matthew Potts, getting through bat and pad and taking out off stump.
Just the way Waite's bat came down, it just left a gap.
A little bit of an angle, and just a little bit late. I think he's just been done by a good delivery there.
Yeah, credit to Matthew Potts. Back into the attack, Waite just stuffing around. It's the right shot. He's just a fraction too late on it. It's proved costly.
Yeah, it's cost him his wicket as the Yorkshireman goes. Second ball bowled by Matthew Potts. Picks up another wicket. Currently has 2 for 25. The Durham youngster. As the New Zealander Smith faces his first ball to the oohs and ahs of the hippos in the slips.
They are hungry.
Yeah, they are. They're ready. That was right on the money from Potts. Smith probably on the back foot when could have been forward to that one. Most importantly, he kept it out. 100 for 6 now. The pairs. Ali on 46 needs support. And Potts tucking Smith up on this occasion, but he manages to squeeze that away onto the leg side where Clark does the fielding, but Smith will get off the mark and move the score into 101 now for 6.
Just a little couple of overs. They were asking for that ball to be changed. Umpires came together, said, no, you carry on, but they won't be too disappointed with that now.
Yeah, why don't you change your bowlers instead?
Which they've done, and it's worked.
Both of them, both the new bowlers picking up wickets in the first over of their spells. Ben Rain trapping young Brooks LBW, and Matthew Potts removing Matthew Waite's off stump. A beautiful ball in between bat and pad. Oh, and I thought he had Ali nicked off there. As Ollie Robinson does the aeroplane on the way through. I'm not sure what that is all about, but there's a good round of applause from the crowd that is in here at the Seat Unique Riverside. Day 1 of the County Championship game between Durham and Worcestershire. And there's been a lot happening. There's been 16 wickets so far.
I reckon we're not finished yet either.
No, we've got plenty of overs left in the day.
Ben Rain will bowl a fair few of those, I reckon.
Yeah, there's 19 in fact, Sam. 19 overs left in the day.
I wouldn't be at all surprised if we see Durham bat. I said it a bit earlier on. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Borthwick and Lee. So would Peter Siddle come out if they had a few overs?
I'd love that. We have real, I'm going to say, slithers of blue sky. We've got them in the cloud. We've just seen grey all day apart from one period earlier. But there are some slight breaks in the cloud as we've got Sam. So if you're listening now, you might need to reset your stream at the end of this over. And then we'll try and get you in sync. Because it's hard enough listening to me and Sam at the best of times, let alone when we're a little bit out of sync.
And he's brought you your pair drops back.
Yeah, he must have been listening. I did ask half an hour ago, so it's definitely out of sync. But no, thank you for your feedback. And I'll try and, obviously, always trying to keep you guys happy. I'm sure you've been entertained by the cricket out there, if not by us too. It's been an excellent day so far. Good battle. Ball on top. This one's defended nicely by Smith.
Good player, Smith. He's got runs as well. He's going to need runs here, I think. He really does need some runs for his side.
You're absolutely right. Like I said, it's just jinxed poor Matthew Waite there, saying how important it was that they need to support Ali, who's on 46, to try and get as close as they can, if not get into a lead.
Smith.
Yeah, which is going to be a tough task, but Smith defends nicely to mid-off. Have I nicked your over?
I think so, but it's all
I'm
right.
so sorry.
It doesn't matter. You were on a roll.
No, I just saw you typing away there. That was my bad. My bad.
I'm multitasking of the.
Yeah, you're doing
many.
You're extremely multitasking.
There's many things going on here.
There is.
Two balls left, so you can reset your streams. Left alone outside off stump by Nathan Smith.
Oh, one ball according to Ollie Robinson.
I went too early.
Yeah, that happened to me a few times yesterday.
So it's amazing how difficult it is to count to 6 in these days.
I just need to get a head start when I'm running from position to position to make sure I'm not holding the over rate up.
That engine going too early.
Yeah, absolutely.
Smith goes down the wicket and it's a catch held by backward point where I think Baz Deleda is. No, Paul Coughlin's on as a sub fielder. And they've been swapping in and out all day. Coughlin's got a safe pair of hands, as we know from T20 cricket. Worcestershire have lost their 7th wicket. Kashif Ali is rapidly running out of partners because Nathan Smith has followed suit to Matthew Waite in the previous over. 3 wickets.